Good morning, and thank you for joining us this morning for our City Council work session. We'll go ahead and get started. Connie, could you please call the roll?
Allison. Here. Bray. Cheatham.
Here.
Lurick. Here. Ortega. Here. Stevens.
Here.
Glad.
Here. Thank you. We'll move on to agenda item number 2. Oh, before we do that, if you're here for agenda item 10, Central Fuel Site Update, that has been pulled from the agenda, and we'll have an update on that later, but right now it's been pulled. Agenda item number 2 is the Library Board update. Representatives from the Library Board will discuss the board's goals and projects as well as council's policies and expectations. Good morning.
Good morning, Mayor Blatt. Welcome, City Council members. My name is Sandy Shropshire. I'm the chair of the Marshall Public Library Advisory Board. By the cast of the die, I'm here 6 months after my last report, so it's not quite covering a year. But that's how it goes. So I'll bring you up to date from our...
I'm sorry, could you shout a little bit more?
Or take your mask off so I can hear better. I can't really hear you. I'm sorry.
How's that?
Oh, better.
Perfect.
Okay.
Thanks. Thank you very much.
I apologize.
No, no.
I was noting that it's been only 6 months since I was last here, so I don't have a year's worth of activity to report, but I will give you 6 months worth of activities. I guess I would call it COVID Part 2 then. I note for you some highlights on your note that I sent around. The library for the past 6 months, that October to March, continuing to operate in COVID mode. However, they were still operating in as best as could be under COVID, offering curbside delivery, serving as the polling place for the election in November. They have converted to a new automated system in that period. Took advantage of a bit of expected lull in December to get in some staff training. And converted children's story time to video format delivery, which was received very well. They also made video format for craft day for families. Instead of collecting items for the Idaho Food Bank, canned goods and such, they ran a donation of funds project and raised some money for the Idaho Food Bank. They were undeterred by the pandemic and continued the tradition of the Mayor's Million-Minute Challenge for children to read X number of minutes, and they achieved that. Collectively, the children of Pocatello read over 1 million minutes worth. And on March 1, the pre-pandemic hours for the library were restored. I present for you as well a comparison for the previous 6-month period here below. And while admittedly numbers are down for the recent 6-month period, as you can well see, I think it's not to be unexpected. Interestingly, though, I find it very interesting that ebook checkouts went up over the last 6-month period. That shouldn't be a surprise to anyone, I suppose. Interesting to me also is the fact that items cataloged went up, and that's a reflection of staff redirecting some efforts to other projects that are not as directly affected by public contact. So it's been a productive and successful 6 months, however strange it may have been. So, and I'm happy to take any questions. Yes?
Claudia?
What is the COHUS? What is that automated system? Could you elaborate on that a little bit, please?
Yes, I'll give a brief overview, and I may ask Eric, the director, to provide details.
Sure.
The automated library system that is used for checkout and for to look up items that are in the collection, and that's just its name. It's an open source system, and it is adopted by members of the consortium that the library belongs to. Library Consortium of Eastern Idaho, if I'm not mistaken.
So it's the
Yes.
system that you use at the little kiosk there to check out?
It's
that it?
sort of everything. It includes cataloging. This is Eric Cease, the library director. It includes cataloging of materials to add things. It includes a variety of things, but it's got the database of all the materials that we own and the status of them as they're checked out and things. And so we moved from a larger, sort of more unwieldy system to Koha, which is, as Sandy indicated, is open source. And so there's a lot of input on keeping it fresh and updated, and it's actually at a slightly lower cost than what we were paying before. So we're getting more utility out of a system that costs us less. And that made sense.
Yeah, it sure does, thank you.
Other questions? Councilwoman Stevens.
Just no one would want this. If you had to make cuts in order to help us balance the budget with increased personnel expenses, where would you envision doing that? And again, I say that's
Sure.
not based on the assumption that anything that you're doing is cut-worthy.
No, and I don't know that I can answer that question legitimately here without actually spending time and going over the budget. We've always found a way to support whatever the city's trying to do, and I'm sure that there are things that we can play with if we need to. But I can't give you a definitive answer without actually sitting down and looking at
Sure,
things.
fair enough. Thank you.
Linda?
I just wanted to thank you for all that you're doing, especially during the challenges of COVID. I think the library has really stepped up in a lot of ways and just continued to provide service to the public, even during this difficult time. So thank you all.
I think it's interesting, if I may opine just for a sec, that one of the things that we take away from this is, what do we keep? Because we had to change everything. And then what is it that we want to keep when we go back to, whatever normal is? The story times, for example, the online story times, we're reaching a huge number of people in a way that we couldn't have just in the personal. We won't stop doing physical story times at the library, but we get such a positive, strong response from the videos that we'll keep doing those. And it's things like that that we're really carefully examining everything that we've done and try to figure out what is it that we can move forward with in a more positive way.
So are you actually producing videos, or are you somebody sitting there in front of a camera reading to the kids and the kids log in?
It's more that, the second of that.
Okay.
But it's fairly high quality, and it's a lot of variety that goes through, so it's
Right.
not just that.
Any other questions? Thank you very much. I think the library has done an incredible job through this pandemic, making sure it's still available for the patrons. So thank you. Thank you for your leadership, Sandy. Thank you.
Thank you.
We'll move on to agenda item number 3, is Sister Cities Foundation of Pocatello update. Representatives, I'm not seeing them here, and before I butcher their name, I'm just not going to read that. We're going to move on to agenda item number 4. I've been practicing the name for a long time, and I'm afraid of it. So, agenda item number 4, Bannock Development Corporation update. Mia K. Kennedy, the first Bannock Development Corporation BDC Executive Director, will be present to give the council an update of BDC's activities and achievements.
Hi, thank you very much. Let me just get my notes here. So I'm super excited to actually be here in person because it's hard to see everyone previously in the Zooms at one time. So this is kind of a treat for me. So I'm just going to go through, instead of doing a regular presentation, I ended up spending several days working on some bullet points that I think are really important to cover. So I'm going to go over those, and if you have questions, I can send a copy, or by all means ask me after I'm finished. Currently, I have, over the last 8 weeks, I've had at least 25 leads that have come in. We are getting noticed in this area. And not even by intentionally reaching out there. We are by being on the news and being on the local news and in the international papers, and I've had calls even as far away as Australia. So Idaho is getting noticed, and Pocatello, Salt Lake City in this area, Boise are getting noticed, so it's really exciting. All of these leads were organic via phone calls that I made or received or referred to me by real estate agents, brokers, or other businesses. None of these organic leads were given to me by Ready or the state, nor were they RFIs. And so I just want to make that clear, because we are boots on the ground, and that's what I consider. And I've actually gotten no leads except for the leads that I've got developed with Bannock Development, and we're getting a lot of them, so I don't know that that's even part of the script. So of those 25 leads, I'm currently working on a series of 8 high-level, either coming or established businesses referred by number in no specific order, 21-1 to 21-8. These high-level leads are leads that are going to end in a business coming here or coming here in the near future. 10 of the 25 leads were vetted to be noted only as they were either broker information inquiries or referrals, with a lack of substantial evidence that they truly were a business that could come here, or lacked financial or other legitimate information. I often get phone calls from companies who are interested, but they may also be, they may not have the financials. It may just be a good idea. It may be something that they're thinking about, or they're working with another partner, and they haven't actually formulated the full idea of coming to Pocatello or going through the vetting process properly. So I do have a process that looks at their financials, it looks at their strategic goals, it looks at where they want to be and how we can help them. And through that process, I do vet them so that I can spend my time with those businesses that are legitimately going to be able to come here and that can fit that place. However, I do keep those leads on file so that we can continue to update them, and it could come back to us where they do get the financials in and whatnot. So it takes several hours each day focusing on the leads that meet the basic criteria that can lead to successful growth. So therefore, that's why we have the vetting process, which I don't think we used as significantly prior, but this is allowing us to get those businesses through that process and here faster, including their incentives if they're applying for them, or any of the other strategic partners that need to meet with them to help them become successful and come here or expand here. There have been many times when a lead no longer serves Bannock Development Corp. To pursue in a full force fashion. And I guess that should be obvious, but just so that you know what is happening with these leads. I'd like to make a statement here about several opportunities I have been engaged in, but they weren't kept confidential, nor did they follow a proper process of this vetting, or information was given them due to clients being misinformed, given advice out of bounds of the scope of the person directing them, or lack of proper contact information. They weren't given to BDC, the info wasn't given to me to process, and outside of that boundary, I did come in through the back door and had to kind of clean up some of those messes. And subsequently, those businesses did not locate here. So we can discuss those privately at length if you want to meet with me, but some of that is taking place here, and I think just following the process and working together, we can avoid that happening in the future. I can say that a couple of them would have, quite frankly, been successful had we followed a different process. A good example of why I stressed in the summit that we put on in April that we should work together through a process is because I often have information that the public is possibly not aware of, another business that can help a business become successful. I did have an example of that as a business that I had that needed to be able to know that they could lease out some of their building to be successful and also gain some incentives from the state and get their loan through on their real estate were denied because they were told some information, and in the background I had two businesses that were willing to lease from them. So it's very unfortunate. This is a business that I worked very, very hard on and almost looked like a done deal, and because of some of these issues, they ended up not being able to pursue the business. So unfortunately, that kind of stuff can happen, but a lot of times that information is not public, and I'm able in the background, because I've been working on it, to say, hey, you know what, I have some other businesses. If you two work together and we work on some of these processes together, we can make both of you successful, or all three of you successful. Subsequently, in that case, I am working with those other two businesses, and they probably will be placed here. So that's good, and then I will also be working with the other business to see if they can expand in a different way. But quite frankly, as of today, we could have had all three sitting here. So there is sometimes that information, and that's why I think working together and not just giving them an answer on the phone or telling them something could be misinformation. A lot of times I don't have all the answers, but I reach out, and I think that collaboration helps us bring these businesses here. So I think I want to work on, we don't need, I've stressed this many times, I know confidentiality has been a big deal in the past. I'm very transparent. So if I can meet with you, or if we can meet together and still keep the confidences that the businesses would like us to have, I am fully confident that we can work together in a transparent way to discuss what those businesses are, how they can fit in, because that actually helps them strategize how they can fit in and snap into the community as well. Rather than just trying to come here and work on things, it's nice for them to know that they have our support and the community support. And many of them are asking for that ahead of time. And so the transparency and confidentiality, I'll only keep confidential what I absolutely have to. I think in the past we went a little overboard. That being said, some of the things that are confidential do need to remain so that we can keep them. So it's just a balance, and I think we're a good facilitator of knowing what that balance is if we have direct contact with the businesses and the local businesses. So it's just a little reminder, and I just want you to know that I'm very cognizant of that process to help these businesses. Development projects I'm currently involved in. I'm currently involved in the River Park complex. I have been since the beginning. That has changed numerous times. The developers have pursued several avenues over the last months. I've consistently brought them ideas and potential new business leads in their differences.
Is that the Hoku, the old Hoku?
Yes,
Okay,
yes.
okay. That's
So
what I thought.
I was going to clarify that because some people don't know that. But months ago, I asked them to stop calling it the old Hoku, and they renamed it the River Park Complex. So those particular developers, and many of us know who they are, just last week, I was able, in their sort of new pursuit, to bring them two separate clients for their business dealings. And so that's where, like in the background, they would have never thought to reach out previously. But now I'm like, hey, it's always a good idea if you're looking to call me, because I just happen to have someone that would fit into their MO. So it's just a really great process, and I think it's rolling really well because we are able to work together that way. Northgate, obviously Northgate has several different components. For those that don't know, it's no secret that I live in Northgate, in the house right off the road. So I am every day in the middle of the development and then also the parties to those developments, and I can tell you that there's a lot of building going on out there and a lot of stuff happening. So Northgate is a continual process. I'm working with several of their developers. I meet with all of the developers in almost every project just to get to know them and know what they need for these businesses to come in. And so Northgate is obviously top of mind also. And in Northgate, I should also stress, and I'll mention this later, but I'm also working with Portneuf Medical Center to coordinate what can happen on both sides of the highway to be able to, complement each other. Where before both developers were kind of working on their own, now I think they're in a lot more communication about how that can work and collaborate. I'm working on housing. I have been part of the process doing several strategic partners to pursue developers for affordable, multifamily, new trends, and single-family housing. Chubbuck has a lot of projects in the works, which helps our severe housing crisis. And I will explain this in a few minutes, but we do have a severe housing crisis that's affecting our businesses wanting to locate here. It's in my top list and top reasons why businesses are saying that they can't at this moment come here. South 5th and on out, there's an ongoing long-term vision project that I'm working on. That's a very labor-intensive marketing, consultant, account, architecture, you name it, type project, and it's in the very beginning. There is some good legwork in that, but it is an intensive project that takes a lot of time during the day to work on as well. But I think long-term will become a really strategic and great project. The airport development, the airport's always been close to my heart. We definitely have a lot of movement out there. We have a lot of interest in the airport. The airport has finished their assessment, so that's been very helpful. And on a daily basis, I work on the development at the airport. Main Street, I'm just now getting more involved with the groups in development on Main Street. Main Street is one of the top 5 reasons a city or area develops and is successful. So it's very top of mind for me, and I'm excited to work with all the strategic partners in that area because I love it there, and it's going to be incredible for us. ISU Development, President Satterley sat down with me. We visited for quite some time, and his comments were we are on the same vision strategy. So we have he wanted me to pass along that they are very much wanting the outside involvement with ISU to develop strategies for development. And it is incredible some of the things that they want to do and some of the things that I'm excited that we could do as well. So bringing those businesses and help for them and also working with them on a long-term economic plan is super exciting because they have a lot of projects and programs that can help the businesses. And I'm actually working on a couple where one of my businesses can actually get a paraprofessional course and training through the college, which was super important for this business to be able to come in. So exciting, great asset, and I'm excited for us to work together. And ISU has really become a big part of my heart. I've just really enjoyed it, and I know in the future we'll work well together. Agriculture and other products and businesses to make our intermodal a success. I've spent about 15 hours in the last few weeks working with Savage and also looking at some development plans. The intermodal is really, it is so fantastic. I cannot explain how fantastic it is. A lot of people still misunderstand what it is, what it's about. But if you look in Elko, Nevada, a very, very successful intermodal with a transload station that is a great example of what we can be. Some of the issues around the intermodal are some of our rail are being blocked off. We have 4 to 5 major areas that the rail could be prevented from being blocked off, and we would be able to bring more business. And one of the things to keep in mind is many businesses contact with our contractor Savage, so those businesses would be also asking us to come here, and those are easy clients to get because they're already asking Savage. So a good intermodal brings more business, and so I'm working on that continually. I've taken many different days to work with the components of the intermodal, and I'll continue to do that because it's a super exciting thing. I did have the opportunity, and I feel very blessed, to visit with Shoshone-Bannock Tribe. I spent the day out there. I actually got a tan for the first time in 10 years. So I've been spending way too much time inside, but I really just like to take care of my skin. But I was super excited because it was 85 degrees, and I got to do some of the most amazing things on the back of the tribe at the bottoms, with their fishing. A baby buffalo was born, and they said that was very good luck. So I just had this incredible day there, and I spent a lot of time talking with the tribe, and they actually reached out and said that they would like to work on some collaborative, really cool projects, and so I'm very enthusiastic about our future with the tribe. It also helps us keep good relations for all of our properties and businesses that want to come out to the airport. So it was a great visit, and we're going to continue these talks, and our strategic partners and people can really help us with that. Several ongoing Bannock development projects which demand a great deal of hours. I'm building a robust future-forward website. I know you've heard me mention this before. I'm putting all the components together, and I'm just about there. Many of you know that we've just moved to a new office, and it is just me. So I've been able to get us moved into the office, and now we're working on the IT and the components that will help us be super successful. Once that's done, I invite all of you to visit because it really, truly is going to be a really great office. Portneuf Health Trust has helped us immensely, and I just can't stress how much better it will be for our clients and being able to work through our projects in a really positive place. With that GIS expansion on our marketing system, I visited with Chris before. I would love to integrate the cities and other larger integrations into that for marketing and branding for the whole region, and also just top of mind for any businesses that are looking. And I often even get on GIS systems just to get answers for myself. So I continue that learning process, and I like looking at others. So that's coming. We also are forming a multi-group marketing think tank, which will include the developers in Pocatello, other economic developers, marketers in the area, about where the vision of the region is going. And I've invited several groups to work with us on that, and we will be doing that. So if you're interested in that, please reach out to me. But that's an exciting thing, but also very labor intensive. Our new office, of course. I want to say something here, something kind of funny about our office. Sean Menchaca was so generous in loaning me his office in the building across the way. And for months and months that I've been here, he had to continually not be at that office to loan it to me. And so we have a little competition going because now he has made that office exclusively a visitor sort of office, and now I have one of my own. So we have a little competition going, but I wanted to let you know that Sean has been super helpful in allowing us to collaborate with clients at this building, and it's been amazingly helpful during this move. Economic development strategies and solutions regionally is something that I work on all the time. Oftentimes, one of the county commissioners or another person, council would be great to go with. We visit some of the other areas and we're helping them as much as they can with their strategic processes. And so we can give them introductions, we can help them with the knowledge that we have. And that is becoming really popular, and it's helping. So I'm excited that we're a part of that, because as they grow, we grow. So it's truly coming around, and it's fun to help them and look at where they're at. Bannock Development Outreach, I average 3 to 5 minute meetings a day. This is actually my third meeting. And hundreds of emails and private and phone calls per week. I return inquiries within minutes, if not a day. If you fail to hear from BDC within a day, please email or call or carrier pigeon, however you want to reach me. I will respond, and I encourage you to follow me on one of my days. I think through confidentiality, I don't find anything wrong with that, and I really encourage it so you can see how busy we really are. It's exciting. Spending time with the state and experts on commerce, legislature, and local government to strategize best planning and development. I can honestly say I feel really blessed that I have a great relationship with the state. The state has helped me and us personally on things that normally they would just give answers and go away, but they have been labor intensive on several of these things. They are in our corner, and they've been really supportive as well. I want to thank local government, the mayors and the council and Chubbuck's council, as well as all of the other outlying mayors and economic developers, because it's just been incredible to be able to do what I do with that help. So thank you very much. Even though we fight sometimes. We wouldn't have the same ideas. That's good. I think it's good to have different ideas. Some of the reasons we did not get further consideration from businesses to locate here, lack of housing was number one. And now remember, I've been here going on 5 months. So in my 5 months, that is the top reason. I had a great, clean super business that would employ 1,000 employees, but at the last minute decided Arizona had the housing now. They couldn't wait even a year, and with 1,000 employees it would be hard, but they really wanted Pocatello, but there was just no way to make it happen. They went to Arizona, the housing was all laid out, and they said, we're gonna pull the trigger on this, which is really unfortunate. But since then, I've been able to find another business that's currently working with that space. However, that was one of the reasons. I'm currently asking agents, brokers, et cetera, to help provide expertise on this type of housing that employees will need if they do come here with businesses. So one of the things I'd like to stress is let's not assume. I have heard from so many different people what type of housing everyone wants. And I think it's important for us to really do some good marketing studies, work together, so that we know what those employees are looking for in those age groups and those businesses. Super important, because if you're going to build something and you're telling a potential business and they're like, well, my employees want single family homes, or they want multi-family homes, they want, housing that may be transitory. We need to know what that is so that we're getting the right building, because otherwise they will pick another area. So I think housing is super important. It's important to keep in mind all of those areas of housing. And I have met with at least 10 different developers who have come here, and for different reasons. They have said it doesn't pencil out, but we also have great developers here that are working on housing, and we need to keep that up. That is a very high priority in getting economic development to be successful. So I always say that we need to be more objective. We need to have a good narrative in that objective narrative with those marketing studies and that outreach with consultants, so that we know what people are actually wanting. And I always say, don't assume, ask the room. So that's kind of my little thing. I try not to assume. I try to ask whatever the context of the group I'm working with. I tend to look outward and say, let's not assume this is what they want. Let's ask the room. Let's ask everyone. Let's get involved. So that's just my little thing you'll see at my office. Don't assume, ask the room. Lack of Class A office space. The pandemic created a new hybrid workspace. We do not have the answers on what the future looks like for that. We just don't. Even in tech, I've worked remotely almost my whole life, and it's ironic that I don't even really know what that future looks like, because after a pandemic, we're all feeling, our C-touch feel has changed. So we still need to have an inventory for these 100 employees or an on-premise business. And here's something that we do need to be aware of. They are looking for quality for their employees to keep them engaged in successful culture, wellness, and productivity. Training is expensive and keeping every employee is necessary, and businesses are having a hard time. So they want this nice area and space where they can put in a gym, maybe a lunchroom. They're going back to the amenities to help employees feel the culture and feel wanted in these businesses, and we need that type of space. Now we have to balance that, because that space is hard to pencil out, and we don't want a ton of it, because we don't know what that market's going to be. We don't know if it's going to be hybrid. We don't know if there's going to be a mass return. There's all kinds of rumors. So right now, looking at that every single day and looking at the numbers from an economic development standpoint, I can tell you that it's something that we don't know, but we still are getting many, many requests for Class A office space. So there's many different things we can do, and with developers, I have some solutions. So price of land. I've heard some outrageous prices for land in our area locally compared to regionally and statewide. I've encountered 3 incidences where parties have engaged only to have the price shoot up at the last second, and then the business has said no, especially in housing and also in some 100-employee, good paying jobs where the price shot up, and in some cases to over $135,000 an acre. So that particular business went to Idaho Falls. They got some acreage at like $35,000 an acre, which is very reasonable, obviously. And they decided, no, we're not. And they were disappointed because they were told other pricing, and it was hard to lock that in. So I tend to avoid those areas that we don't know for sure. And I am upfront with the client, and that's where I think strategic partnerships help. So that if a realtor is saying that, I'm aware that they have let the client know that this is the situation, and not said, you can get this at $56,000, and when they get here, it's $135,000, because that's embarrassing for all of us. So we don't want that to happen. Another reason we've lost clients is they've been told inaccurate information. And I don't want to dwell on this, but if a phone call comes in, if a business inquires, if you can shoot them over to us, we can be a facilitator for them. I've explained some of the reasons why. We streamline everything. We follow up on the processes. We work with the state for those but-for statements if they need those for those incentives, which if a client already signs and they miss that but-for statement, they will not be able to get incentives. And for some of them, that's the only reason they can come here. So I've had that happen already. We can help them succeed, and we can help them come here versus Texas, where they don't have some of those same stringent incentive policies. And so we won't break confidentiality, switch brokers, take the leads ourselves, or otherwise do anything but get them help and be successful with our strategic partners. Possibly in the past, I'm unsure, but there's some mistrust of Bannock Development somehow doing a bait and switch with developers or realtors, and that is not my, I don't work that way. We're not in the business to take a business and send it somewhere else, or take from any developer. We're here to help everyone. So if that was in the background of some people's minds, please understand that we're just here to facilitate that. So if you do get a call and you want them to get help, we can facilitate our strategic process with them and with our partners, and I'm glad to. I want to involve people. I've developed great relationships and strategic partners. I continue to face conflict head-on, and I'm solutions-oriented. So every day is a probably 12 to 15-hour day, but it's going well. And I appreciate even the conflict because that gets us to new heights. I don't allow my affiliations to create preferential decisions or interfere with good judgment. I continue to work with my incredibly talented board and partners to be involved and help not only bring development, but also sustain expansion and success by locking new businesses into community development, involvement, philanthropy, wellness, and policies. We encourage everyone to be engaged and help facilitate these relations. I've worked on 3 expansion projects over the last 8 weeks, and I'm currently working on follow-through and expansion success with Matt Hunter at the Chamber. We're going to team up and work on some things together, and hopefully that will help them as well as be some boots on the ground and help for us as well. I work for you. It's been incredibly busy, successful, and even a few tears. Because of when you get those losses, it's tough. And I know the Mayor Blad has seen a few of those with me because I take it very much to heart. I'm very grateful that we have development, but when we lose those after working so hard on it, sometimes you just go home at the end of the day and you're like, why am I doing this? Because it's tough, very tough. And then, you wake up the next day and you just start again. And I'm glad that I feel that way every day. So as a leader, I'm continually engaging, inspiring, and directing goal-driven success. I appreciate each and every one of you for your support, engagement, and the job you do. I want to leave you with economic development isn't a suggestion. All cities and areas that are successful really help focus on their economic development. It really is top of mind to help bring prosperity to everyone. And it's net for us now and our future, and together we can make it great if we work together. So that's my presentation, and if you have any questions, I'd be glad to answer.
Councilman Bray?
I have a few questions. If I remember right, last time you guys were here before us on the internet, I believe Jim Johnson mentioned that greed was one of the biggest problems we have, and you've mentioned it in a couple ways. The greed of price changes, the greed of misinformation, the greed of what I would just say, not willing to compete, trying to place yourself up there. How much is that? Idaho's booming. I've looked at property everywhere in Idaho, not everywhere, but within 200 miles of here for recreational, and it's outlandish. And it seems to me that everybody thinks they got a retirement plan right underfoot with their land. How do we contest that?
I honestly can tell you, I don't like to use the word greed. I don't like to point to the public and say you're greedy. Maybe that's my personality. It is a preference of the landowners to say, hey, you know what? This is my property. Idaho is, I come from, Washington and New York and some other areas where, Idaho has a lot of freedom in what happens with your property, and I have a love-hate with that sometimes. But that's where I think it comes in, because property owners should do what they want, what they feel. They've worked hard to have their property, and that's important for us to remember. It's a free world, and they can do that. But I think, honestly, I can tell you that the lack of having an established relationship with some of these landowners, actually going in and speaking with them, having them come to my office and say, these are my reasonings, what can we do, how can we work together, has actually helped some of that. There has been that, and I think when Jim Johnson said that, I can completely understand, because he was in on a couple of these things where that did happen. And it's very disheartening, because you're feeling like this could be amazing, and the property owner actually wants it to be amazing too, right? But they just want that pretty penny for it. So I think we can remain competitive if we put our guard down a little bit and meet with each other and figure out what is it that you want and how can we make that work. There are some cases where the property owner just is not willing to budge, and what we have resolved is to just keep going, and we'll revisit it. Everything changes every day. And I can tell you, though, that since Jim Johnson, 2 of the specific property owners have reached out. We've had hours-long conversations about where that can go, and how we can possibly change that. So maybe the conversation just needs to happen, and instead of saying, hey, you're being greedy, we just need to meet on a different level. Because I think to some degree, 2 of these people felt like they just weren't ever being heard by anyone, and maybe just being heard has allowed them to say, okay, I see what your plans might be, I might be willing. Some aren't. But you know what? We have a lot of development here, and that's not going to stop us. We can do a ton. For the next 20 years, we can do stuff. So I'm not worried about anybody that is greedy, but I still would like to engage with them and see where we can go with that.
I have a few more questions. You mentioned that you have 8 high-level companies that you're working with and will end up in businesses being here. Could you, I know there's confidential, but could you give us a couple things like timeline and number of employees they might bring?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
So one of the things that I always look for with a business in this process that we do is it is a process of planning. So some businesses call us and it's like, we want to bring this and we're only going to pay $10 an hour, and they're not really all in, and they're not really looking at how that involves the community or how that brings people up. And so those typically aren't high on my list. These 8 are. These 8 are businesses where they'll have good wages, they'll have benefits, and some of the areas that they're in are industrial, medical, insurance. I mean, there's a lot of different categories. I'm looking all over the board for really good, diverse, good businesses. I focus on those, and those are the ones that I try to really hold their hand and make them successful. Timeline, there's great news on timeline. None of these projects are way out there, hence the reason I'm spending tons of focused time on there. I will be making an announcement probably before I meet with you again. I'm 100% positive at this point. I'm currently working with a business's even marketing company, and there is plans for them to come here. And it's a great business. They'll bring, 50 jobs, but they're also going to do some development, so they'll bring even more. And they're a sturdy, strong company that fits into that realm, and we've snapped them in with strategic partners who've met with them already to help them not only start a business here, but fit in so that they can be part of the community and form policy. To me, that's the most important part of economic development. If we can make that relationship happen and snap them in, I call it snapping them in, it's not just bringing a business, but we've given them the strategic resources they need to be really successful from the beginning and to be engaged with their employees, not just be put a business here and not be involved. And so that's part of the process. So I hope that answers your question.
Well, I was asking for more specific and shorter answer. How many people are you looking at bringing in these 8 companies you said are coming? And what is the timeline? Is it 5 years, 2 years? I know that it's real hard to narrow.
I don't have any at 5 years. They're all much lower than that.
Okay.
I think with the concentrated effort, they can get here fairly soon.
Okay.
I mean, that's as close as I can get because the company that is coming here could have been here months ago, but a lot of things happened that were outside of my control, but they are on their way. And they will produce, one, I have a company that's 20 to 30, one's 100, one could employ up to 300 people
how
in
many
different
of those?
areas.
How many?
Different salaries in that particular company. There will be hourly wages, there'll be high up management, and there'll also be, some pretty decent salaries. That is a more community-oriented business that will be very big for this area. So those salaries aren't gonna all be FBI salaries. But the integration of that particular business is going to be amazing for our area.
Okay, Roger.
One of the things you talked about were many leads and a lot of companies you didn't see as credible. How many companies play the game of looking at incentives and trying to get you to make a proposal or us make a proposal so that they can leverage where they're at? Does that happen a lot? Because, and I'll preface this question because one of the things I've read is quite a bit is the more you incentivize companies and abate taxes and stuff, the more you drive up property taxes. You got to pay for services, and if you defray some group, you're putting it on another group.
I think it's really important for you to understand, and I'm glad you brought that up, that Tom Keeley mentioned it in the summit, and I don't know if everyone caught it, but he said only 77 incentives had been given. And he is not an incentive person. So working with the state, that's like digging out a diamond out of a mine. And why I want you to realize that is because if I have a business, which I currently did, I have to vet that business and they have to have confidence that I have confidence that that business is actually going to be survivable to even get incentives. Then they vet them and they send them a link if they agree, yes, we're going to give them incentives. So getting incentives is very difficult and I'm very upfront with them. And usually I try to give them all of the other wonderful things that we have here that can bring them here. We had a guy, all he wanted was incentives, he did it. But now they're coming and they're not even probably gonna get any incentives. He's like, you sold me on the workforce, ISU, how much it's going to be good for our company. And so sometimes that's just this is the information you need. I do think that a lot of those companies that I talked about that are bad leads, they're an idea of a quick get-rich scheme. That's what they've been. It's been, I'm gonna come to Pocatello, get cheap property, I'm gonna do this, this, and this, and oh, by the way, I have no financing to even back that up. And that's where I have a good team behind me. I use my own legal team, and also I have many colleagues and resources, and I can look into those businesses and go, where's this, how do you substantiate this? Because if I turn that business in to the state and they're gonna, stop giving us even the chance. And if this business had got an incentive, then my other 5 or 8 businesses are probably not going to get an incentive. So you have to be careful who you actually give that to. So if you're thinking that the businesses that are coming are not going to bring revenue, that's probably false because hardly any of them will get incentives.
I got 2 more. I don't want to dominate this, but I had these things that came up while you were talking. One comment, when you were last before us, you really talked about getting the website updated. And since this is a marketing thing, I really think that if you're going to be the featured person, you ought to be featured on the website. Okay, and it still has, I mean, there's the brand new website, but there's a transition to it too, and I think we need some effort in transition. Because we got former people profile there.
Yeah, well, and just so that you know, our website was hacked for almost 5 weeks. Our website actually went directly to a Viagra site, and IT had worked on that. It cost us almost $1,000 to vet out what happened on that website. And I can tell you that it was on the hosting site, and that should have been taken care of. Our new website developers, that will not happen. So yes, we're just in the process, and currently I have no system. IT is over working on it right now, but I have my own at home, but I want to be able to have this. So yes, we will transition that. And actually, we're starting that, and I've mentioned with Chris, I want to work with her, with the city, so the website's super important.
And my last thing, you've only mentioned Ready in a very passing, non-complimentary way. I think our vision was that Ready would take care of one level and you would be at the local level. And for one, I'm only willing to empower collaborative efforts. I don't want disjointed efforts. And so I want collaborative efforts. I want Ready working with you, and I want you working with Ready.
So I can tell you, I do not feel I've been at all negative. I hear so much negative. Teresa sent me a message yesterday. We were talking for some time. I could read it to you. We're very cordial. I do not talk bad about Ready. What Ready does is not our boots on the ground. And we understand that. We get each other. I mentioned her at our summit. I invite her to everything. They do not reciprocate that, but I'm fine with it. We still have a good relationship.
My point was, it was only mentioned in passing, and it was kind of, we didn't get any help out of them.
And that is the honest truth. I have gotten 0 leads, 0. And I have all of the emails and all the information to back that. I've gotten no leads from Ready. I do sit on a round table with them, and again, yesterday the state reached out and subsequently Ready reached out, and I said, I got this from the state, thank you. She's like, if you need any help, I was like, I'll for sure reach out. We talked about a few other things, and she's like, have a great weekend or weekday.
Okay.
And so we have a good relationship. I don't feel badly about that relationship, and I try to be very diplomatic about it, to be totally honest, because not everyone feels the same way about Ready. But I've met with Teresa personally on a couple of occasions. I invite her to everything, and we have open dialogue, so,
Okay,
yeah.
that's it. That's my bag.
Okay, any other questions? Claudia?
So, you mentioned that on the intermodal that people are confused and not really understanding what that is. When you say people, you're talking about the general public?
Yeah.
Okay, so how do you propose we educate them on what this is?
That's a great question. I'm glad you asked it. So what I have been doing is John at the paper wrote an amazing article on how the intermodal works. He studied it for a year. And he gives the basic, best layman's terms of what that is. And I usually say, here's an article on it, here's the press release, here's some more information. Oh, and if you still have questions, come and meet with me and I'll explain it. Because we're so lucky we're the only one that has it. And then, people misunderstand how busy it can be and how great it can be for our agriculture and for other products even. Getting to those markets faster, utilizing the rail, it's a big deal. So, yeah.
So, but not a lot of people. I mean, the paper doesn't have like huge circulation. So
Right, but that article in itself is a great document to help anyone understand where it is. There's very few questions after that, and then people are like, oh, great, I'm so glad you told me what that was.
Okay, great.
And I can provide that if you want it, but they did an excellent job. So, and then Elko, Nevada too for that, if you look at what that is.
What was my other question? Oh, of these 8 businesses, these high-level probables that you're working with, are they planning on bringing the majority of their workforce, or are they planning on hiring from here? And is it mostly highly skilled, or is it a mix? You may have said that, but I missed it.
I think out of all of the potentials, the very high level potentials, I think it's a mix. But I also feel like none of them are bringing too many employees. In fact, they're hiring locally. which was one of the sort of levels that's a little iffy for some of the skill levels, but the college has been able to leave some of their fears by saying, hey, we can provide, new graduates, programs, blah, blah, blah. And so it's been influential in helping me bring them here. So yeah, well, most of them are not bringing their own employees. They will be getting them here.
So when you're working with ISU, is ISU, we have a high poverty rate in town specifically, and so is ISU, when you're working with them, is there any type of strategy that they have to reach out to that demographic to say, we can train you, it won't cost you anything, we can train you, and then you can get a job and have a better quality of life? Is there anything, any conversations?
That is a really great question too, because yes, they are reaching out because they really want to help with education. And so there are programs where they can get through these like paraprofessional programs and then become an employee for one of these businesses or an existing business for expansion. So there is that conversation, and I think it's a really important one because we want everyone to work and we want them to have good quality jobs. I mean, I'm a single mom. I know what it's like to foot the bill for housing, food, everything. And I'm grateful for that, but I see how expensive it is for everyone.
And I guess my concern is when you're at the low end of the socioeconomic ladder, it's very difficult to scrounge up, I know this personally, to scrounge up money to pay for education. So I'm just wondering, how they're reaching out to the people who most desperately need training but they can't afford tuition, they can't afford, do you have any idea?
I think in a couple of the cases they've offered to strategize with businesses to help get employees up in training. And so I imagine in that process they will utilize the community and members who need that training. But boy, I don't know. It seems to me like the new vision of ISU is to really be more involved. That's the message I got from President Satterlee, and to open those doors where they kept their own, he specifically said this, they kept their own communities closed off, and he said, you and I are on the same page, we're opening that. And we want to, so in that process, working with the schools, working with, right at the beginning, so they can miss that step, because let's face it, you can't buy a house making $11 an hour. You can't even survive. It's getting worse and worse. So we're all strategizing on that way. How do we get them in the beginning and move them on? And so I think they will find ways to allow students who can't afford it to go. And if they don't, I'll always be that bug in their ear, because I was one of those kids. I didn't even have parents. So it just definitely, it's something that's close to my heart. And I know that they feel the same way, and they want to use people here. They want the kids to stay here and live here and raise families here. It's very important. We're super lucky to have a great college here too. I mean, that helps economic development immensely. So.
One comment I'd make on that, I don't expect you to be the answer for all this stuff, but it looks like ISU could team with the state of Idaho and job service for the economically diminished people. And through that, for job training and stuff like that, we could do a lot to raise people up. And I think that's the key to getting this done, but I don't think you ain't done lock that key, but I do think ISU probably could put someone on it and get coordination with the state better at recruiting people to programs that are job service.
So I know they do work with them, and I know that Candy Rudd, we've discussed it, and I know also that they have several groups, like within the business department and different, different colleges at the college. I know that they are reaching out. There's a lot of people in play in those programs. Even in the residency program, I got to meet a lot of them. They're even reaching out to get people involved. In the technology sector, you don't need a degree. I mean, I know IT and you can study outside of that, and those are good paying jobs. I mean, I tell my daughter, she's in nursing school, I'm like, do 4 years of IT or even 2 years and you're gonna, make great money. She's like, no, I want to be in nursing, which is great. but I'm just like, do both, do medical and tech, but these are great jobs. So technology is amazing. It's never going away. I heard a developer tell me last week, technology is the past. And I just went, what? No, it isn't. It's always going to be here and evolving. And so those are great jobs. I talked to my team that's doing IT, and one of them is like, he can now buy an extra house from being in IT. And IT is in every industry. So if you're underprivileged or whatever, and you're interested in airplanes, or you're interested in medical, or IT has always going to have an opening that's going to be fairly affordable. And that's where I think the college is really, especially business school, is looking at that as well. And even, Mayor Blad, you would know more because you sit on some of those councils, but to me, it seems like they are reaching out. They haven't as much in the past, but again, the new message is we want to open that up to everyone. So I'm encouraged.
Linda?
I would totally agree with that. I think there was, in the previous administration, a lot less outreach. With the new administration, that has greatly improved, and there's particularly outreach to sort of underserved groups. Like, getting women into the welding program or things like that. There, just this idea that anybody can do anything they want, and it doesn't necessarily have to be, a 4-year academic degree. It can be, a 2-year technology degree, or there's all kinds of ways that they're reaching out and reaching out to different groups. There's a lot of outreach. You mentioned earlier the tribes, the Shoshone-Bannock tribes, and I know President Satterley has made it a real priority to work with the tribes and make sure that a lot of the young people, choose to go to ISU. So, and there's also a lot of financial assistance available. And so you can work with even, lower income people and make sure they have a way to get to school and get educated and get, whatever will serve them the best. But I think a lot of that is happening, and especially more than it used to.
Yeah. We can be proud. I can tell you one of the businesses that is coming here, they wanted to pit us against Idaho Falls. So they were like, we're gonna do a mock thing and, temporarily hire here and there and see who we like better. And I said, no, I don't want to be a part of that. Because I said, we're good enough. We're good enough already for you to come here. And he's like, well, prove that to me. And that was one of the things I said. I go, we have great people here. If you start interviewing, you're going to find great people. 2 days ago, called up, said, you know what, you were right. There was a lot of other conversations as well. But he's like, I'm not going to do there. I'm just going to do here. Because when I started interviewing, I started actually getting some great, terrific people. And so it's like that perception that you have to have this degree or that or this to get these good paying jobs. And he's like, I'm amazed that Pocatello has. And I'm like, why are you amazed? I told you all along. And so we should be proud. I mean, and really, I didn't like the idea of being pitted because I felt like it was bad for the employees, it's bad for business, it's bad for our community. And I explained to him all the reasons why. And he has found some incredible employees. He's told me who they are. So I'm fairly certain that's going to work out great. And we do have that. We do have where those parties and strategic partners talked to him and said, hey, this is how we can train, this is how they are trained, and we can bring them up, because we need to. We definitely need to.
Okay, Chris?
So I'm in Roger's position. I don't want to dominate, but I have a page of questions. So if somebody else has a burning question and wants to give me a break, please feel free. So, first of all, thank you for all your efforts, because it's very clear that you inherited a at least somewhat dysfunctional local entity. And that's going to take some time to turn around. And I appreciate the time and effort you're putting into it. But it took a number of years for that reputation to develop, and it lingers. I accidentally ran into a quite highly placed person from ISU who has a historical connection to Bannock County development, and unprompted, very little good to say. So I appreciate your enthusiasm in the face of a continuing uphill battle. Could you talk a little bit, you and I have talked about the website development for Bannock development, but I'm interested in a guesstimate, because things move and change, about a timeline and also a plan for that website. So, because clearly, well, it appears to me that it would be wise to have shared linkage among all the pertinent, the chamber, all the pertinent associations and entities in the area. However, and I don't know, Brian, whether anything has been activated toward getting our city website up to date, but I would at this point not be an advocate for sending many, many people to the Pocatello City Development website, because it's not at all what it needs to be. But could you just talk generally about how you see that whole digital media?
Yeah, for sure. It's very important. A big part of our job at Bannock Development is marketing and that imagery and branding. And I think there's a really very common misconception coming from IT about websites. You and I have talked about it. There's the very simple website that you can set up, and that may cost a lot of money, but in the background, the components that are working it are not robust enough to have this kind of linkage and GIS. That's very important for the world to see, right? So when Australia is calling me, they want to hover over businesses, they want to look at stuff, they want to drill down, and we have a lot of great sites. United Way has a great site. There's a lot of different great sites, but we are economic development, and we're that arm, and we need to have that. And so building a robust site takes time and effort, and in that effort, the linkages to the city and the county and to the other areas is superior in building that site, because it would be pointless to not have that. We'd be spending money and not helping those entities with their stuff. So I think working along with you, I know you've kind of wanted to, I believe that helping the Pocatello site and working with them and working together could be very beneficial. And actually putting new information, good data that's always updated. We're not using old statistics. We're going to use great mapping. We're going to do change mapping. I can commend the county. They have a great person, and I apologize, I don't remember her name, but I've met her in their GIS department. Amazing. I love that stuff. But I also know that builders and different people, they're looking at that stuff. And so you want that to look good, because they're marquee, and we want marquee. So this site will be that, and we'll be able to integrate that. And I think working with the city, cutting some costs there, and working together could possibly help all of us.
So I guess I'm wondering, I guess I've spent, a number of great decades listening to all kinds of fabulous people talk about all kinds of fabulous things that could happen. And a very small percentage of what is talked about in all those fabulous meetings with fabulous people ever actually happens. in a way that impacts real people. So over the years, I have become action-oriented. And I like to walk out of every meeting with actions that can be taken that maybe move the dial only a fraction of a percent, but at least they move the dial. So I would like to know exactly, not exactly, that's not fair. I would like to know, from your perspective, what can we, the city of Pocatello, do now so that when your piece of the website linkage, GIS puzzle is ready to roll, we are not playing catch-up, we're ready to plug right in? What would you recommend we be doing now?
Right, that's a great question, because this is often in building websites, this is often the part where the fail comes in. So I'm glad you said that, because putting that data in there and the components that you want takes thinking. Because you can't show up with your developer and go, hey, I want this in there. And then they're going to ask you 5,000 questions of what that is. And that's stuff I can't source, right? So we've discussed this a little bit, from the city's point, we need to really look at those specific topics and things, that imagery that we need on there, the photos, all of that needs to be decided ahead of time, so that I'm not spending $400 an hour having a developer come up with it. Because first of all, they won't do it how you want, and second of all, you have to have that input. So that is by far the biggest fails in websites, has been that. I'm literally still working, giving ideas to the Seattle area, because they still haven't built the correct website. Like they can't get it, that they have to actually give the information, because it's a skeleton they're building, and they need those, they need the skin and everything on it. And so you could be gathering that information that you want on your skeleton. What do you want on this build? What image do you want? How do you want that portrayed? What pictures do you want? And what links do you want? And what do you have now? And then just go from there.
So would you be, on top of everything else you're doing, would you be willing and able, since we haven't done that, I'm assuming we sort of don't know how to do that. We don't apparently have an administrative mechanism in place to come up with that kind of information, or a process in place that will make that happen, or I would assume we would have done it. Would you be willing and able to give us some kind of a, I'll call it a list, but an outline?
A template of
A template of, because
yeah.
at least, I think, at least if we have guidance, I have some hope that we can assign people strategically based on that template. But
Right.
we have not apparently been able to come up with a template ourselves.
Yeah.
So in your spare time.
In that 4 hours I'm not working.
Right.
But I still think it can be a collaborative effort, because I'm doing a big robust thing. And so I can give you a mini template of what I'm doing. And then whatever you have to integrate into Bannock Development, those should be the most important points that you want anyone to see.
Right. So, Mr. Mayor, we have a publicity officer. I don't get the sense, given his job history and so forth, that he has any particular expertise in digital advertising. In order to be ready to roll, who is going to be, or whom, how many, how do we create a structure? Because our website clearly is not, even as a standalone in economic development, is not what it needs to be. So who is going to do this? What process are you going to set up? How do we get there in a fairly quickly? I mean, not in an emergency, at an emergency rate, but so we're ready to roll. How would you see that happening?
So a couple things. You're absolutely wrong about our PIO. He absolutely can do any of the things that we need him to do. He has done that in the past. He has also followed the IT director and the IT department. We've got a great IT department that does good work, and they're going to continue to do so. And so if there's something missing, then they need to know. We just revamped the website. It looks pretty darn good.
Right.
It does a lot of things that it didn't do before.
Right.
And I think the statement that it is clearly no good or...
In the economic development realm.
Well, it's never been set up for an economic development website.
That's my question.
So as they work with Mia Kate, then by all means, they will do what we can to do that. So we have a department that can do that. Our PIO is incredible.
So what would you envision as the process and structure that would... Is Logan going to be told that...
We have an IT department
Right.
that will take this on, and we will pull in the people that we need to help with that.
So this will be on Mr. Sorensen's plate?
This will be in the IT department.
Well, I guess I'm asking for more specifics.
I don't know who he's going to assign it to. I don't know who he's going to do that.
That's fine, that's fair. So could we have an update in maybe 2 weeks that tells us this is how we are going to move forward?
I will see if we can do an update in 2 weeks.
Or 3 weeks would work.
I'll see what we can do on that. Yes?
Well, I just wanted to let you know, Chris, before you got on the council, we had a lot of conversations about the website and different things, and that's what prompted the refresh that just happened. And I kind of butted into that and helped them with that a little bit. I wouldn't say helped them, they did it, but I kind of was involved with it. And I just want you to know, like, you should be very confident. Rick in IT has a ton of skills, and he does a really great job. And he has done some amazing things, changing from our previous website. I mean, it's still the same
I'm aware of
template.
that.
It's not a brand new template. But I just want you to know that, like, when the mayor says our IT department has a lot of skills to do, I think he just needs the information from Bannock Development of what we want on there, and they can run with it for sure.
All right, I'm not going to be misunderstood here. I am not questioning, other than Logan's past experience, I am not questioning the quality and capacity of our employees. I am questioning the fact that we apparently have not had, for many years, an administrative process or infrastructure that resulted in a quality economic development portion of our website. And I think that is verifiable by simply going there and noticing that we list Hoku from 2002. So my question is not about whether or not we have adequate employees. It's about what kind of administrative direction they are being given, exactly who is going to be in charge, and what the process is. That's my question.
And I think, like the mayor said, that we just need to get Mia Kate to coordinate with our...
Well, I think
Staff
we as this, I'm asking Mia Kate, what do we as a city? Mia Kate, it's not her job to come and tell Pocatello what to do. We need to take some initiative. And so I'm asking, what is our process? And who are the people on the city side who are going to take positive initiative to reach out and enable us to take advantage of the skills and opportunities that Mia Kate can present us? That's what I'm asking. Very, very different than, you know.
So the first comment was not that. And so with the first comment not being that...
No, it was that.
We can...
Understand it.
It was that.
Excuse me, no, Brian.
That was not, but with what we've got to now is we will get a process. We will get you the information of who will be working with Mia Kate on this project.
And because I
So
will
that's
not
what
be
we will do
understood,
then.
I will reiterate
Oh
my initial
goodness.
comment.
It was.
No, Brian, it was exactly the same.
It wasn't that.
Yes, it was.
Excuse me, may I talk?
Please do. These two are interrupting you.
And you.
Please do.
And you.
And you interrupt everyone
Please do.
else.
Stop. Please do. Everybody
All right.
stop right now
My
until
initial-
Chris is
My
done.
initial comment was, and I stand by it, it does not appear to me, because it has not happened, that our PR person has expertise in digital media, because that person is in charge of our media, and that person has not initiated anything that improves our website relative to economic development. So therefore, it appears that that is not an area of expertise. If it is, then the follow-up question is, if we have a person with expertise in that area, why has their expertise not been utilized?
Okay, so he does have expertise in that area. He also is working with the IT department, the way he is supposed to and the way it's supposed to happen. We have upgraded the website. It has not been upgraded with economic development, but he will, and/or somebody else from IT, we will let you know who will be working with Mia Kate.
Great, thank you.
Can I make a comment?
I don't know yet. Sure, go ahead.
I think there is a larger picture, because Mia Kate is one stream coming into this, and what Bannock Development does. There are other functions we perform that are relative to securing when somebody looks at it, they don't go through Mia Kate for every answer. They go to our website for the answer. And so we need to take a vision, a comprehensive vision of our website as to how we direct people and get them the answers they're looking for. In this digital age, most of us do our research independently before we really get somebody else involved. And I think the part of it is, how easy is our building program accessible, and all the details there. How many places can we identify GIS as a complementary way within the city limits that are developable? What have we made contacts with our own development authority in terms of locations that could be annexed, those type of things. We haven't taken this with a comprehensive view. And I think that's part of what I'm hearing in the discussion, is let's get all the different players to work together and feed into Pocatello's part and Bannock Development's part. Ready should have a part, the state has a part. How do we get them all working in coordination with each other so it's a one-stop shopping for somebody that's got a whim? What would Pocatello, Idaho look like? And they kind of do their drilling down before they make their contacts sometimes.
Okay.
So may I continue, or do you want to give anybody something?
No, go ahead.
Can I say a comment?
Sure, go ahead.
So just coming from the expertise of this side of this, and I know people don't want to hear this because often you have employees in place, but really when you're doing this kind of those changes, oftentimes like a person like Logan would be doing the day-to-day changes. You can use outsourced templates and groups that get that. They give you the big box and then you fill it in with your employees, and it saves you time and money. Because doing these builds, you might have people on staff, but they're on staff. You don't have that creative team that you're maybe hiring temporarily to bring in those new ideas. And that's why I choose to outsource it initially, but locally people will be running that. But sometimes that can speed that process up because they're experts in just that, right? They're like surgeons in the digital market. And so I think that's helpful too.
Yeah, so just to comment on that, we do have a template. It's the same template that Idaho Falls and tons of cities around the state have that is specific
Kind of
to
a box, yeah.
municipal. Yes, and so we have all of that, and it has all the back stuff to be robust. But what was lacking before was kind of the pretty factor, and so that's why I was mentioning before, the team of employees got together and really did a great effort to at least make some great steps in the right direction.
Yeah.
And yes, probably just the one landing page that concerns economic development is what could have some more content, but you know, you can't just say to IT, create an economic development page, like they don't know what information should go on it. So that's why
Right.
we just need to coordinate. But we don't,
Yeah.
we're not talking about, the city council has not allocated the thousands and thousands of dollars to go rebuild or rehire a new.
Well, you already have
Website.
that. We
Yeah,
don't
we-
have that. We have a
Right.
very simple
So that's why I
website.
just wanted to point out that we're talking about Bannock Development's website, and it's going to be a totally new thing, but
Yeah.
Pocatello already has ours. We just need to get that one landing page for economic
Yeah,
development.
that
to have
particular
That
information.
you're asking about, Chris.
Right, and so
We should
in
be
that,
in good shape to get it done quickly.
yeah, and in that, you can use, like, I'm already doing it, so you can use the template that we're using if you want to put in whatever information you want, or it sounds like you have people that can do that, and then
Sure we do.
we can just
Yeah.
work together.
Yeah.
I mean, first of all, I just wanted to let you know that I'm just tickled because oftentimes economic development is just like an afterthought. It's like, oh, what's our pet service, right? You know, like, where is that on here? What's,
They're next, I think.
and so it is important to, I'm glad that that's top of mind. But then also, it's just a plug-in to ours. That link will go bam, and then here's Pocatello. I mean, we don't need, as economic developer, we don't need people to go, wow, you're BDC, right? We just need to provide all the information, because we could be named anything, and they just want that information. But when it comes to you and that splash, we need it to be, this is what Pocatello has, you know, like it's all focused there. And so we want that focus to really be on the city and to be on the areas, not so much on Bannock development. And we can get that important information though, so that it is a one-stop shop. And working together, we should be able to do that.
So we need to wrap this up. We've got a whole bunch of people that have wasted all day long here with us. But before we do that, I want Chris to be able to answer or ask her
Thank you.
questions.
Thank you.
And so-
you mentioned specifically that there's a lot of misunderstanding, lack of information about the intermodal site. So again, Brian, this is really a question for you. Would it be possible for Logan, so we're not relying on, again, someone who doesn't work for the city, but rather, you know, being John O'Connell, but could Logan really grab that piece of information by the horns, the fact that people don't understand, and really put together a concerted push to get that information out so that people, because there might be some business out there
And there is.
who would say, oh, wow, didn't know, didn't understand, wow, good to know.
I think there's
Chris?
businesses that understand it, they just don't realize that we have it, and then people locally are like, well, what is it exactly?
Right.
That piece of information that John wrote is, even Savage is using that. I mean, he followed it, he does some other things with the rail, and he followed it for over a year. So he's an expert in that, and I think that's important to get
So
it out
then if
there.
Logan
So-
could at least push that, it might be,
So to the answer to your question, yeah, we'll have Logan and he can probably do some and reshare that story and stuff like that out to the public.
so, and I realize there may be confidentialities here, but the word on the street is that a fairly deep-pocket investor is now involved with the munitions plant site.
Correct?
And I'm just wondering, without divulging anything inappropriately, you could tell us about that and what potential that might have for the city.
A very big potential. I can tell you that it's been renamed to Gateway, I'll get that to you, but it has been renamed. It is under contract with a party that is not finalized yet, but will be finalized in June. So we're looking at just weeks. I have already worked with that particular company several times. The mayor has spoken to them. Incredible team basically comes in. If you look at their work after some announcements come in, you'll see that they have developed very, very large pieces of property within 2 years. They're not in the business to keep property open. They're very proactive. They have great developers. We have a great relationship. Ongoingly, I have sent them several clients to fill that space. Really good jobs, long-term, and incredible facing on that. So it won't just be some big ugly industrial park. They do a marquee job. I can tell you, be confident in that. Would I have liked, 15 local developers to be able to do that? Yeah. It was kind of a bidding thing, but this has turned out to be really good. So you can look forward to that.
Great. And then, as I understand it, and correct me if I'm wrong, some of the incentives that are offered to entities within the city limits, those incentives actually come by way of the county commissioners. And so you talked about the gentleman at the state level not wanting to give away the farm. Do you have a sense of, my sense is that after the last election round, the commissioners are doing a more conscientious job of thinking through, the pros and cons of incentives. But can you give us some sense of, are they likely to come in and want to give away the farm, so to speak?
So I think that is always going to be the perception from anybody getting an incentive, is that it's taking away from,
Right.
it's causing
There's a
more.
balance point.
Right.
There's a tipping point.
But I can tell you, just from an unbiased standpoint, because again, I'm not, I'm public-private, so I can say things that just a public person couldn't or just a private couldn't. And so I'm very Switzerland that way. I can tell you that the county has actually been amazing, but they're also in an education process. And one of the things, development requires that you know which great projects are going to be the best to give these incentives to, right? Because say today I present this person that needs a year of tax abatement and they go out of business the following year, right? Whose fault is that? And what did we do wrong, without pointing fingers? What did we do wrong in that to not look forward in the future? And these are things that you have to analyze continually. This is a process. It's not just, hey, I need this for my clients. So this is an example I'll give you confidentially. I have a client that absolutely is going to be phenomenal for the county, but they need that first year to develop infrastructure, deep infrastructure, right? And any business that's intensive on the capital. So you've got to understand finances. You need your MBA, you need your process, you need all of this to be able to see the big picture. And in that, I can go to the county and say, these are the things that I think are at play, and this is how much money or how much time they need. So I never go in and go, hey, this person needs, 2 years tax abatement, this, and this, just because they can get it. If they're doing something where they can save energy, I put them in touch with, Idaho Power or whatever. So you can be assured that the county is following that same process where they're like, if we're going to give this to this company that you suggested, these other 3 probably are going to get very little, right? Because that's how money works. We can't give it all. So we have to be very specific, and that's where my job is very hard. I want all the businesses to come here and succeed, but some on this high level, they make more sense. And that's where I encourage, if you have questions, to visit with me, because confidentially I can say, look at what this project does. And Mayor Blatt is very aware of how that process works. Sometimes he doesn't even know confidential stuff, but I can say, I need to ask the city or the county for this because I'm confident this company is really gonna bring, right? Because we don't want that situation where nobody's paying but us. So I think the county is educating itself higher and higher. They've come a long way, they're very involved. I can just tell you that.
There's also, has been talk on and off about an innovation district. I think IF is setting up an innovation district in partnership with INL. The suggestion over the years is since Portneuf hospital was built, it has been that we went with ISU here, that we would be a natural place to create a health innovation district. Is there, I mean, I know you're not unaware of that, I'm not suggesting that, but is there any movement in that direction?
There is actually.
Or other, because of ISU, other types of innovation districts?
There's been several different types of innovation. I lean on the tech end just because I believe tech's in everything. INL reached out to me personally. They want me to come up there sometime next month, I believe in June. They want to start doing some development down here, and they have some funds for Bannock development, which can really help. So I will be pursuing that, and I think we have any of the top 5 things that make cities successful, there's always going to be an innovation sector in that. And that is just one of the things that we need to have. Main Street Innovation District, I can give you the list, but definitely important. And people are reaching out to do it, so we might as well take advantage of that, especially if they're willing to help financially. So yes.
And again, a lot of people, I hear a lot of stuff out and about. So Northgate, as it is currently developing, is not the TIF district on which the financial feasibility study was done. It appeared Millennial is kind of out of the picture right now. The person who was our contact is not even in the contiguous 50 anymore. So the shopping, the tech, nobody is really focused on those plans, which were absolutely central to the feasibility study that was done. You know, we have credit unions that don't contribute to the TIF or property tax. We have Portneuf Hospital, but they will pay only a portion. They won't pay 100%, depending on what the commissioners decide, because the health trust has an interest in the hospital. So I guess my question is, what do you know? What does anybody know? Because information hasn't been very forthcoming. What is the plan for Northgate, or what would you suggest as a plan for Northgate that keeps it financially viable? Or is it just, because it still says Northgate, you know, you can live, work, shop, recreate. That's not apparently what's happening.
So that's a good question. I do know the insides of Northgate. I'm not at liberty to say some things, but I will be transparent about the fact that I have vocally come to several parties and expressed my concern about what is going in there. In the sense that, are we going to have a big industrial area there that's going to be the original plan? No, I do not see that. But to be fair to the hospital and to the other developers, there's a place for everything. And so I'm super encouraged that the hospital is putting up a nice, great 20 acres of medical facilities, which my businesses like to use, and they're gonna wanna work with them, and it's great for the community, right? So that's good. It's good to have that, because we need those. On top of that, we also need other things, like we need car washes, and we need hotels, and we need different things. And so I guess there's a place for everything in my mind. If I were to develop that myself, would I do it differently? Part of it, yes. As a developer, I would. But I don't think it's a failure. I think it's a very plus the way it's going. I'm very encouraged. I think it's going to be put together, planned in a great way, and we don't know about a lot of that property right now. And you know, in my economic development world, I would love some more housing because I know it doesn't pencil out, but my businesses want it, right? So sometimes we have to look at that, but there's so many other areas in the city on the South Fifth project that I've got in my mind. That is where huge labor-intensive tax dollars can come from. So if we're not getting that same specific stuff from Northgate, we're going to get it. It's just maybe that wasn't the property, maybe it has changed. I can tell you the plans have changed. They have. Are they bad? No. I think everyone is going to be eventually happy with it. It's just, it has changed. And just like Hoku, that image just needs to kind of, it's some patience a little bit. But it's happening fast. I've met with the developers.
Right.
I know what's going in there and I'm very encouraged.
And being happy with it and loving it is one thing, and having it pencil out fiscally so that the increment payback
Yes.
to the taxpayers is there, those sometimes can be two different things.
Right.
So what is the process for looking at whether or not that TIF district, as it is currently apparently developing, whether or not it is still fiscally responsible relative to the money that the taxpayers have invested in it? How do we get that penciled out so we know whether or not it's sensible for it to remain a TIF district?
Do you want to answer that, or do you want me to?
I think I'd like you to answer that, if you
Well,
wouldn't mind.
well,
I mean, I
don't-
have my own opinion. but-
Absolutely. I don't know of any TIF district that goes exactly as planned, as what was written.
I understand.
I don't think there has been one. The tax ask in this was very little to start with. What is going up now, eventually, over the 20 years, will reimburse the tax ask.
How do we know that?
That being because we know the values of those that have come up. But that being said, that's what you're seeing built now. What Mia Kate has talked about is definitely going to be a different thing, and it's definitely going to pencil out, because the developers have the ability to do this. They come in, they go into, they have a track record and all of this stuff there. So it will pencil out, and it's not that far off of what was initially representative is of the main reason for it. I think that the Northgate slogan is still very, very viable with live, work, and play here with what's coming. But it's going to, give it 3 years and see. It's gonna
I think too, there's
happen.
a split between the idea of what millennial was, maybe was not even, it wasn't a
It's-
perfect idea to begin with of how it was going to work out. And I think that has changed drastically because some of the people have changed.
Right.
But then you look at the other side, so you've got to look at two sides of that property. You've got to look at sort of that other side, and then you have to look at the side that is being developed by Ken Poppy and several other developers. I've met with all of the developers. I pretty much know on a daily basis who's coming in to look at that, how it's going to go. And I think you have to keep in mind that that live, work, play, but that tech community part, that is very different than what this live, work, play is. It doesn't make one better than the other, but it definitely changes what businesses go in there.
Well, I just know that Millennial had to change some of their fiscal estimates in order to get it to pencil out as being viable as a TIF district. They had to go, because they had to go through the process twice, they had to change firms in terms of the auditing process. So that leads me to assume that when a TIF project changes drastically, that it makes sense to look at the new version and at least do some kind of an educated guesstimate. Because my responsibility, as I define it, is looking out for the taxpayers, looking out for, even though the tax ask was very little, that's not my issue. My issue is it was a tax ask. And my job is to look out for the best interest of the taxpayers. And I have nothing other than your assurances, and if you've got a worksheet, I'd love to see it. But I have nothing other than your assurances that the TIF district, as it has drastically changed, is fiscally viable. I have nothing concrete that tells me that, and I need to be responsible to the taxpayers. So how can we approach finding out whether we're at least in the ballpark in terms of that district being fiscally viable?
I don't think the plan has changed that much, quite frankly.
It has changed
I think on one side it has.
Well, on one
Technology, hub, living, working, play was on one side of it, and the other side was much more community residential.
Right.
But there's nothing wrong with either of those sides. I think both sides will pencil. But I can tell you that even though that original feasibility, I think it was based on some assumptions, and I don't think those maybe were valid at that time. Things have changed. The pandemic has caused some things. Obviously, housing's not penciling out. So putting together this sort of planned community right now is very difficult. I mean, so I don't think we can point the fingers and go, we made this feasibility and now we're going away. Does it maybe need a second look and some more review? Yes, but I think ultimately the plans have changed so that that tech part of it, that tech planned community, they have asked me several times, what is it people are asking for? And they're even willing to bend because they're like, tech companies aren't moving right now because their people are working remotely. But guess what? I need office space. Can you build me some office space in Northgate? Right? So I think they're flexible to what is coming towards us.
Right, my question is exactly what you just said. I just think it needs a second look because it's a different critter now. And so what I'm asking is, how do we take that second look? Because small or large, I mean, eventually we're going to need police services, animal control services, sanitation services, road repair, an 8 million, probably 8 million and counting fire station plus staff. I mean, the current ask may be small, the future implications are rather large. So I'm just saying, how do we take a second look?
So that would be up to the PDA to take a second look at that. We can ask the PDA if they'd be willing to take a second look at that. I will tell you, and I can assure you, the second look is going to give us the same result as what is planned currently right now.
And that would be wonderful, but we would
And so we can ask, the PDA may or may not do that,
Because it will also cost a lot of money.
It will
to
cost a
go
lot of
through
money to do
the
that.
study.
to do the study and stuff. Anytime you mess with the TIF district with the new legislation, I mean, historically, you used to be able to mess with them and change them back and forth and do some stuff. Now you cannot do that. So anytime you change that TIF district, that changes everything else inside that TIF district. But we can ask the PDA. I'm more than happy to put that up and ask the PDA if they're willing to take a second look. More than happy to do that.
Can we figure out a way to explain to the public what's, because I hear a lot from people, you know, we were promised 1 million square feet of tech space, we were promised, you know, not, and so I think people that live here now currently,
They wanna know.
what's
Yeah.
going on, and all of this, I understand the value of confidentiality and secrecy, but the fact is people who live here want to know, and so if things have changed, then at least we need to tell them things have changed.
Well, in all fairness, we wouldn't have a housing shortage if they delivered what they said they were going to build in the first couple
They were
of
supposed
years.
to have 500 houses.
Well, I think-
752 years.
And that
ago.
was before COVID.
I think
There's a lot of
legitimately, you do have to look at the changes because what people are asking for is markedly different. Even from where I come from in Seattle, oh my goodness, I mean, it's changed overnight for developers and we're adjusting too. And community developers and real estate developers. Who's coming to them to develop their property because they live here and they bought this land and they need it to pencil out. So we really have to be, I think we need to be better at working together. Now, I hear people tell me all the time, well, someone just got on the news and said this is coming. How come we didn't know about this? And maybe I'm like, I just heard about it too. You know, like I'm not above that either. Usually I do hear stuff and I try to mitigate what can we put out there confidentially and what can we not. And I can tell you that I think a more openness, and I've mentioned this to the developers, have I not? I think a more openness, instead of just getting another developer on the news and saying this is coming, perhaps that developer can be a little bit more transparent early on, so we don't have this lack of confidence of what's coming or lack of knowledge. So I do think that's something that maybe not, because feasibility studies, I mean, I've looked at even marketing and different studies, it's so expensive for the community. But can we be more transparent about then who is asking you to build on your property and what is happening? And a lot of that doesn't need to be that confidential, because we're not going to get huge competitors competing. And I have asked the developers to be a little bit more open about that, especially in Northgate, because the plans have changed. And you're right, the pandemic changed a lot of that. But who is wanting that space and what is coming there? Is housing going there? What is going to happen? I get those questions all the time too. So if you're getting them, I know, I get them, everyone gets them. And maybe it is just a more, a conversation we need to have. But, you know, flipping the whole skirt on it is probably not necessary, because the businesses that are coming are coming. Are we looking for different businesses too to possibly fill in other areas to help? Yes. So at least we have that too.
So could we rely on you, Brian, and you, Heidi, since you sit on the PDA, to make a vigorous case with PDA to try to work with the Northgate project to see if we can't get better communication, so the public has some understanding of where their money went?
I will get that on the agenda. I'll ask them to get that on the agenda so that can be asked if they'll take a second look at that again.
Is that the question, if we're taking a second look at a
If
feasibility
we
study?
can rely
Yeah.
on you two to be vigorous advocates to help implement what Mia Kate has just suggested about openness without betraying confidentiality, so that the public has some sense of what in the name of heaven is going on up there, because what is going on up there currently, it does not follow the plan that was sold to the public initially. It's not.
Yes, I'll definitely push openness like we typically do. Openness is an important piece.
The communication
Yeah, we
part,
always do this.
not doing a whole, like I said, not
So-
rebuilding everything from scratch. Because I think ultimately, looking from an economic developer side, I think it will pencil out and I think it'll be good. But have we had to look at other areas for some of the tech and different things? Yes. But we should be open about that as well. Where's that going and what's that look like? And I think some of that closed in isn't necessary, because people are on the news saying it anyways. So we might as well have an open conversation of what's true and what isn't.
Great. And then I heard something twice that concerns me. One, I don't know, other than the conversations you're already having with private parties. I don't think the city can do much about it, but I thought I heard you gently suggest that there's been some unfortunate communication where maybe somebody comes and is told something at the city level, which then, causes a tangle, shall we say. So again, I would like to know, and you don't have to answer this, but it would also be, obviously, Brian, since you're the city CEO, I would like to know what we can do at the city level, because staff tries, they're doing the best they can. But with Bannock County Development now being an active entity in the area versus its previous iteration, I think it's important that we give staff some support and direction of when they refer to Bannock County Development, I mean, because they've sort of filled in as pinch hitters, and we're not in that situation anymore, and so I think we just need to create some clarity and direction to help and support staff and to help and support Mia Kate. So from both of you, how can we do that? What do we need to do? What process do we need to put in place to make that happen?
So I can honestly say, in all of my years of doing this in relationships, Mayor Blad has actually, we don't get along sometimes, but he has actually really come up to the plate to make sure that, like, because people will call me and they'll go, Mayor Blad said to call you directly. There's no communication about, yes, you can get a, you can get a conditional use permit, you need to call first and get some information first, and then do the process. He's been really good about instructing people. Has there been a lack of confidence previously? Yes, so they're gonna call every entity, and that's Bannock Development's fault, right? And that's something that, you're right, I'm going to take probably a long time. I don't expect to just whiz in here and I'm the cure-all for everything, but I'm trying to open up those avenues and those pathways so that we can be trusted. And he has faith that we can, so he tells people, ask Bannock Development, what's this about a conditional use? Ask them if you even need this. Is this something with your business that you're gonna entail? What's the process with that? We have had some losses because of it, but he, just in the weeks, I've gone to him and said, hey, this is happening, this is happening, this is happening. He's like, I'll do it. I'll make sure that that's not happening. And that's kind of my take on it, is that he has been willing, and some of the things that I ask, he's just like, oh my gosh, but sometimes that's what it takes to get that business here, and I need it, and he is very willing, so.
Sure, but I guess what I'm thinking about is, do we, for example, if a business is making inquiry, do we have a place where they can see, not that you go to the building department or you go to the engineering department, but who?
Right, and I think we need that, and I think those questions just need to, but that's where I'm saying, just recently, Mayor Blad has been like, you need to call Bannock Development, and that's been super helpful, because if they're gonna sign a contract, this is where it becomes important, if they're gonna sign a contract in 30 days, and they are going to get a state incentive because they're that one company, guess what, that's not enough time to even get that incentive. And guess what? That company doesn't know it because realtors or this person said, let's close in 30 days, right? They need all the information to get that. And it's not everyone. In the most part, people are really working. But in the past, Bannock Development hasn't had that position as an economic development arm with some strength and teeth. And so people haven't referred to them. It's just word of mouth that they get stuff. And so I think there is a process that maybe needs to be met, and I don't know what that is, whether it's, hey, if someone calls and says, I want to start a business here, or can I get acreage or whatever, because I'm always going to send it to the realtors or to any of those people that it belongs to on the ground, but then I'm going to high levelly give them all of the options.
So maybe it's as simple as, if I'm in the engineering department or the building department or wherever, and somebody calls and says, hey, I'm thinking about locating a business in Pocatello, how do I go about it? Maybe the direction to staff is as simple as, don't answer any questions, unless it's about a pipe or a conduit or something that's in, refer it either to one of you. So that we don't have things coming through.
What we do is we push them to Bannock Development, and we also have them talk to planning, because planning, number one, is where they've got to start. Because if I want to put a metal fab shop out here, then it's probably not zoned for me to do that. And so we have them go literally to both places. Number one, talk to Mia Kate. Planning's going to be there. Mia Kate's going to be, or Bannock Development's going to be talking with planning anyway. And so there is a process in place, because then it starts with planning and Bannock Development. And very rarely, if ever, in fact, I can't think of one time we've ever had a private company come to us and say, okay, I need an engineer to help me with this, we always refer them to a number of engineer companies
Sure.
out
Oh,
there.
of course.
And then the local engineer companies also know where to go and take these
So-
processes. And so there is a process in
So-
place.
So all employees in building know that if they get a call that they refer to person X in planning, or they just say, call this number and you'll get the planning department?
If somebody calls building, they're going to ask them a number of questions of what they need, and then they will refer them to the correct person. If they're looking for where in planning, or where they can locate, what zoning looks like, they're going to send them to planning.
And then at what point does Mia Kate get looped in that we've had an inquiry
She gets looped in almost immediately.
by the person?
Because they will be, planning will also be visiting with Mia Kate as well. And most of the time, everything starts at planning, because we've got to make sure that
Planning loops around.
we've got to make sure that planning has, that they're in the right area, the right zone, I mean,
that it can happen.
Okay, and
how
then
it
they
can
know
happen and stuff.
automatically.
So-
And then Mia Kate is there, or they'll talk to me and I'll reach out to Mia Kate,
Yes.
one of the two. But-
And I think you can be assured that before, we did not have a process. You heard me talk in the summit. We didn't have a good economic process. It was just fly by night, right? We got this referral. What has happened? We have very few files. I have an intake process, so now that we're in our new office, this will be better, and I'll get an assistant. That intake process would be that phone call, several questions are answered on a form, and then even if it's confidential, and then we know we touched this client, and this is what happened, because that won't continue to happen that way, right? We will have that process, and it is starting, but it's largely, I think, at this point, on us to be able to say, if you send us that, we're going to do this intake process. And that's what I've been doing, but obviously I need help with that because I'm getting inquiries from all over the board, right? And so, but the ones where they do get questions, it's not even just the cities, but it's also, realtors that tell them,
Sure.
hey, you can do this, or, they show them around and they're like, oh, you can bring anything here, and it's no problem. And that kind of stuff is like where, then on the back end, I'm like, well, that can't happen because that's not even the right district or whatever. So it is helpful because it helps the client. It also helps us get those high level. So we're not spinning our wheels. I spun my wheels for 3 weeks with a client that, finally I was like, this just can't, it's not even going to happen. I don't even know why I've spent this much time on it. And we just don't have those dollars to do that. So this process is ongoing, but I think it is a good process. We've kind of talked about it, that I know Mayor Blad sends me stuff. Everyone pretty much sends me stuff, but just know on your end, there is a process once they get to us that's followed.
And finally, you talked about putting together various groups of community members. And I'm wondering if perhaps realtors might be one community group that perhaps could use some understanding about how they can actually help themselves by working with you versus trying to solo it and then have it fall apart.
Correct, and that is always going to be the golden key to any city, really. Every place I've ever been, I've always had a great relationship with them, and it's just knowing that we trust each other, that I'm gonna be able to give you a lot of good deals, but then you have to kind of stay in your lane on the things that we have to take care of. And that's just an education, learning, relationship process, and that's slowly coming around, but it definitely is something that affects our cases. It's happened a couple times already. And so I think, and I want people to know, because I've heard this rumor that, I'm only partial to one realtor here, and that is completely false. We all know that our commercial property is largely with one person to some degree, and if the client wants that property, that's the person that I'm going to go to. I don't make a conscious decision to say, oh, but I have someone better I want to get that, right? You know, that's just not, I don't have time in a day to do that, and I'm impartial. I'm Switzerland, so I'm just like, if I'm working with this person, don't just assume that's the only person I'm working with. I'm working with thousands of people, and I'm making the best judgment for ourselves and the client. You know, they're gonna make money, I'm not. And that's the beauty of it. I don't have to buy in. I'm not making, exactly. And so that's why this works so wonderful. And so I think it is a process that we need to keep reiterating. I'll continue to support the realtors and work with them so they gain trust that that's the relationship, and that's what has to happen. There's a lot of things that Bannock Development can do. They can do courses for the businesses on, the state is gonna do one on acquisitions and mergers. We had a business that wanted to come here, and then they wanted to manage some businesses. Well, they're a new business coming here, and they wanna manage. They don't have that experience. I reached out to the state. Their head person's like, hey, this happens fairly often. Let's do it for the whole state. Right? So things that don't cost us as Bannock, we can reach out to the state. And these are some of the things, our relationships with the realtors, yada, yada. But ultimately, I think the process and the onus is on Bannock Development because we haven't been accountable. And no, we have a great board. People are amazing. You guys have done amazing things. But the CEO wasn't doing this process. We weren't following that process. And I think now it's just easier to lay it out. And we can get these figures and we can show what we've worked on. And we just need people to come around and trust eventually. And I don't expect that overnight. So, I mean, I appreciate all of the questions, and then I hope I answered.
Okay, one last question.
And I don't have a question. I think we've covered everything very thoroughly, but I just wanted to thank you, and in particular for your focus on working collaboratively and including with our employees. I think, you know, that you have managed to build a good relationship with the departments that you work with, and I really appreciate that kind of collaboration on your part. So thank you for all you're doing, and keep up the good work.
Well, thank you. I appreciate it. I like to work with everyone. I'm not an expert on everything at all, and this is how it works, and we're doing a great job though. I'm excited every day. You'll probably see me, I smile more than I ever frown, because it's illegal here, right, or something. I think I read that. Yeah, like I remember that in the back of my head. I was like, but it's really, it's not, it's legitimately and generous that you guys have really helped me. And so, and I appreciate it. And I'm not going to spend your dollars in any way that is not a good way. I'm very conscientious about it, and I want to keep in touch with you. So I appreciate the time.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Mia Kate. With that, we're going to go ahead and take about a 5-minute break, and then the WPC facility update. You can get ready to do your thing. And just a heads up, a 5-minute break usually means 10. So.
It only means
Good morning, and thank you for joining us after our break. We'll go ahead and continue on with agenda item number 5 is a WPC facility update. Public Works staff and representatives from Keller Associates and Stantec Company will be present to provide information to the council regarding the WPC facility plan study, which documents key systems information and provides analysis and planning framework for infrastructure, development, and operational decisions for the facility. Jeff.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. I'm Jeff Mansfield, Public Works Director for the City of Pocatello. Now that we got done talking about all that exciting economic development, we got to talk about something much more exciting. But critical. Today I'm joined by Coulter Hollingshead, Jim Mullen from Keller Associates, Nick Smith, and Michael Foose from Stantec, Levi Adams, our WPC superintendent, and Skylar Allen, our senior utilities engineer. A little over a year ago, we solicited for proposals from engineering firms to complete a wastewater facilities planning study for the Pocatello WPC facility. We had a lot of interest in the proposal, and Keller Associates and Stantec team was selected as the most qualified to complete this study for the city of Pocatello. Today, we are here to present the findings from the wastewater facilities planning study, which we have been working on over the past year. As you're all aware, the city of Pocatello owns and operates a water pollution control facility that provides wastewater treatment to the citizens of Pocatello and Chubbuck. Wastewater treatment is a very complex and expensive process. As such, it is critical that we develop and follow plans to avoid potential fines and penalties, negative impacts to the environment, and stifling growth. One of the plans that we use is called a facility plan. We try to complete a new facility plan every 5 to 10 years. The last treatment facility plan update was completed in 2013. Since that time, we have completed a major construction project at the plant, which included phosphorus removal and UV disinfection. Since we have been operating with the new facility improvements for a few years, it was time for a new facility plan. There are several reasons to complete a facility planning study. The study provides an evaluation of existing conditions, including the treatment facility and wastewater flows, volumes, and composition. The study evaluates existing regulatory requirements, such as our MPDS permit. So, as engineers, a lot of times we use acronyms, and so if you're not familiar with an acronym, please stop us. Our MPDS permit is our discharge permit that we have for our wastewater through the EPA that we discharge, and DEQ that we discharge to the river. And potential and likely future regulations. Future flows and loadings are estimated based on population projections. Capital improvement plans, including costs and priorities, are developed to allow for sustainable maintenance and construction that meets regulatory requirements and growth demands. Next slide. Our agenda today will include a discussion about the facility plan goals, an overview of the existing WPCF system, projections used for planning, recommendations for improvements, prioritization of these improvements, and a draft capital improvements plan and funding scenario. Next slide. One of the first meetings we had with the Keller Stantec team was to establish the goals of what this plan would be. Ultimately, we wanted a document that we could use as a resource for operating the WPC facility. We didn't want a document that just got thrown on the shelf and never used. As such, we came up with 9 goals that would provide a framework of what this document should be. I'm not going to go through each one of these goals. You can read them up there. As you can see, the first one on that is to satisfy current and future MPDS permit requirements. So that is really one of our top priorities, is making sure that we are meeting the requirements of those permit. The other really big goal that stuck out to us is that we wanted a document that would allow us trigger points on when we needed to do the next improvements, and that also gave us the sustainable approach for getting those improvements implemented. So having said that, I will now turn the time over to Coulter and Nick for the remainder of the presentation.
Mayor, Council, happy to be here today. I'm Coulter with Keller Associates, as Jeff had introduced. I want to first start off by thanking Jeff, Skylar, Levi. They've been great to work with throughout this entire facility plan. Also been working with Bo and Marshall down at the treatment facility. It's been a great experience and has went well. So a little bit about the treatment plant. Jeff mentioned it, but just so everyone's aware, if you're not aware, the treatment facility is located at near the intersection of I-86 and the Portneuf River, or otherwise right across from Simplot. That's where the facility currently is, and it serves the entire area for wastewater needs. And overall, the main goal of the facility is producing clean water that gets discharged back into the Portneuf River. Takes waste from the entire community, and really that's the overarching goal of this entire facility plan, is making sure that that's currently what's happening, and then also planning for the future so that is what continues to happen. So if you go to the next slide here. So this is the existing treatment system. This is the overall process of what it goes through. I'll try not to get extremely technical, but kind of just give the highlights of the overall process right now at the facility. It is an extremely well-run facility. It produces high-quality effluent right now, and the goal is to keep that going. So right now, the system takes wastewater from residents in Chubbuck and Pocatello, and also businesses and industries within the community discharged to the existing facility. Once it gets to the facility, it goes through several processes to clean the wastewater. The first one you see there is the headworks that takes out any of the large materials or the inorganics. From there, it goes into the primary clarifiers. Maybe a little bit difficult to see there in the pictures, but you kind of see that primary clarifier being a darker color. And then as it goes through the process, that water becomes cleaner and cleaner before it gets discharged to the river. In the primary clarifiers, a lot of the solids settle down to the bottom, and then the overflow from those clarifiers continues on through the process. There are two distinct flows within a treatment plant. There's the liquid flow, and then there's the solids flow. So the solids is what you're trying to get out of the liquid and then disposing of those solids. From the primary clarifiers, it goes through a pump station, which pumps it up to the aeration basins. The aeration basins are where the biological activity takes place that treats the wastewater. And then from those aeration basins, it goes into the secondary clarifiers. If you look at the difference between the primary and secondary clarifiers, you can see just how much the color of the water has changed from kind of that murky color to more of a clean water color. And then from the secondary clarifiers, it goes into the tertiary filters and UV disinfection, which Jeff mentioned earlier. That was the most recent project that was completed out there at the facility. Then after it goes to the UV, it gets discharged into the Portneuf River. So that's kind of the liquid stream. Now the solid stream is one of the main processes that we'll talk about today. Those solids are deposited from the primary clarifiers and the secondary clarifiers. They go into a process and then get sent to the digesters and lagoons, which we'll discuss later. I decided to let Nick take care of the bugs and the sludge, and I'll take care of the clean water in this presentation. So, if you want to go to the next slide here. So kind of tying back to the previous presentation, population and flows. So the flows that are going into the facility are directly tied to population, to growth in the area. And this is just a tool that we use to kind of project, when are improvements going to be needed out there at the facility. Well, a lot of that depends on, what the population is going to do. So this, as you can see, the loads at the treatment facility increases as the population does. So right now, what we base this on, you can see down there in the asterisk, some of the assumptions that went into this. But overall, we assumed a 1% to 2% annual growth in the area that the facility serves, and then also some growth in the Northgate area, things like that. But at the end of the day, we've created some tools that'll help the city that, if these population projections are off, which typically they are one way or another, that the city staff can accommodate that by plugging into the tool that we provided to them that I'll talk about a little bit later, and make sure that you're not developing new processes or expanding before it's actually needed. So you're planning as you go, but this is just what we've used as just a baseline for potential projects down the line. Go to the next slide. So the next thing here, one of our items that we hit on during the facility plan was the hydraulic evaluation. The hydraulic evaluation is really just looking at, what are the bottlenecks in the process potentially? There's several different processes within it. Each one has its own capacity. And over years, the treatment facility goes through multiple upgrades, and not everything gets upgraded at once. So different, basins or different clarifiers have different capacities. So the goal of this was to go through and create a hydraulic model. We used a program called Visual Hydraulics to do that, and we identified, what are the upcoming hydraulic restrictions within the process flow. So you can see there in this graph, we have, population shown there, and then we also have, what the peak hour flows are estimated based on those populations. We have a few items there that we identified as the first, secondary, and third hydraulic restrictions. So the selector basin you'll see there, estimated in 2026 would need some upgrades so that we don't have any bottleneck restrictions there. Same thing with the primary lift station. In about 2033 is when we're projecting that that will be near its capacity. And once again, based on how population actually develops, these projects can be moved forward or backwards in the capital improvements plan. And with that, I will hand it over to Nick to talk about the biological.
Switch spots. So wastewater bugs and sludge. Good morning. My name is Nick Smith with Stantec. One of the primary areas that we evaluated was a biological evaluation of the biological system at the wastewater plant. So what exactly is a biological system? So the intent of a biological system, I kind of consider it the heart of the plant, or maybe the gut, I guess, a little bit better described. But, it takes the existing wastewater bugs, allows it to process the constituents and separate more easily from the liquids. So you're separating the solids from the liquids and additional secondary treatment. So that's fundamentally the purpose and the function of the biological system. So what we did to evaluate that system is we used an industry-wide modeling system or model called BioWin. BioWin model was established to evaluate, are there any major improvements or even minor tweaks we can do to the biological system? What's the capacity of the existing system along with the aeration basins and the overall process? So the process is to remove biological oxygen demand and nutrients being nitrogen and phosphorus. So that's the primary function of the biological system, and this BioWin model allows us to see what's the capacity of the existing system. Do we need to make any different tweaks to the system, and are there any significant upgrades that are needed? What we found was that your staff, Jeff, Skylar, Levi, and their staff have done a fantastic job of operating a very complex system. So that's the first thing. There's pretty good capacity in the overall aeration basins, except for in about the next 5 years, the blowers are near their capacity. So there's a significant upgrade there in the existing aeration system. And that allows the system to continue to process the secondary biological system adequately and efficiently. So that's the one improvement. And then within about 15 to 20 years, due to the ever-increasing phosphorus limits or expected phosphorus limits that we have now and possible in the future, that chemical addition in 15 to 20 years may be needed to polish and remove some minor amounts of phosphorus as flows and loadings increase. Next slide.
No,
Oh, sorry.
I actually read and answered my own.
Okay.
Thank you. Good looking out.
So as Coulter identified in the primary system, and I just mentioned in the secondary system, we remove solids from the liquid stream, try to clarify the liquid stream as we go down the process. And this biosolids process then takes those solids and determines what's the ultimate fate of those solids. So right now the ultimate fate is the clarified solids go to the anaerobic digester for neutralization and 15 days plus of heating and containment in the anaerobic digestion process. It goes into a sludge lagoons. This sludge lagoon then is held, and then the sludge is pumped and trucked right now for solids application to agricultural lands nearby in the airport area. It's Class B biosolids, and it's regulated by the state, and the city and staff do a really good job of managing those biosolids. It's a difficult situation. The biogas that comes off of the digesters is also used for generation, and there's revenue in the power that is fed back to the grid. So there's some, the biogas is being used as a resource. Also, if you can see in the upper side of the sludge lagoon there's overflow sludge that goes back to the head of the plant. Now, typically, the objective is to have this as a clarified liquid going back into the liquid stream of the process of the plant. What's happened due to the capacity issues at the plant in this lagoon is it's overflowing with solids at certain times of the year, and solids are actually entering back into the liquid stream. So, and again, kudos to Levi and his staff. They're doing a great job of managing this in certain times of the year, but it's becoming an issue that they can't manage as well as they used to be able to, and there's risks there without doing something from the sludge lagoon perspective.
Could I ask just a
Sure.
clarification question, and maybe this is more for Jeff or Levi, but in that anaerobic digester process, we did a tour and we were just wondering, which is the part that was inside, where you called it cake? Is that part of this? Is that part of that?
Yeah, there's some
process?
ancillary thickening and some other, if you're talking about maybe the DAF?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, there's thickening of the secondary sludge before it goes to the digesters to help remove some of the water so there's not as much volume.
Okay.
That might be what you were looking at or saw.
Because there was, we saw this part outside, but there was one that was inside, and I was just wondering if that was part of this process?
I'm pretty sure that's the DAF, the flotation thickener, yeah.
Okay. Looks like Levi's agreeing with you. Okay.
I was trying to remember and keep it.
Yeah, I was trying to remember all of what I learned. That was several years ago, but I just wanted to follow this. Thank you.
Yeah, you bet.
Claudia.
So you said at certain times of the year, the sludge lagoon overflows with solids.
Correct. So right now, there's
At what times of the year and why?
generally from
Poop more?
late winter till summer, midsummer, depending on when the city is able to truck the solids to the land application. So there's only so much time that they can actually truck and only so much they can physically get out of the lagoon.
Okay.
Yeah.
Gotcha, that's
So
why, because of disposal.
Right,
sense.
right.
Okay.
So it accumulates.
It doesn't overflow onto the plant, it overflows
Back into the system and then they've got to do it all, it's got to go through. No, I
It-
just was trying to I couldn't figure out, because I'm not that smart, why there were certain times of the year, but it's the transporting
Right.
and the removing. Okay.
Right.
Cleaning it out.
Yes, thank you.
thought it was going to be a new medical nugget that I've never run into before.
Don't use the word nugget.
Too many puns. So there were two challenges we really identified with the solids, biosolids process. One was the overloaded lagoon, and the second one was the digester system is near capacity. So those were the two systems that we identified. And we looked at different options to address those challenges. With the sludge lagoon, we looked at either building a second sludge lagoon, constructing additional lagoon capacity, or the option was mechanical dewatering. And through a process, it was recommended to go with mechanical dewatering instead of additional sludge lagoon tankage. So if you forward the slide to the next one, this is what the system would look like with the dewatering, and then you could still have additional dried solids land applied, or it could be used for further composting, landfill. There's some more flexibility that you get from mechanical dewatering. So that was the recommendation in the facility plan.
Roger, and then Chris.
I could use one, probably, yeah. Oh, great.
So we have a
So,
Fred
yeah,
question.
this dewatering system would essentially take place of that large.
Point out that you're behind.
I'm
Jeff will do that one.
Oh, okay.
That takes coordination, right?
Well, yeah, there we go. The sludge lagoon would be replaced with a dewatering facility, mechanical dewatering.
Okay, Roger.
Yes, sir.
I'm going to guess that this assumes everything stays the same with Chubbuck through the end of this plan.
Yeah, we took some general assumptions. This goes back to some of the flows and loadings projections, assumptions of what is incoming from Chubbuck. And that's the...
Their population.
Right.
So is there a way, because I don't think Chubbuck has an investment in this when they just defaulted to us. Is there a way that we could make Chubbuck do a dewatering thing and take out some of this so that we're not taking so much from them without, because conceptually, I think the big problem is how we introduce into the river. I'm aware that there are some packaging ways where you just intercept, you package it, and you send water on through us to get clarified for the water, for the river. Is there a way with something like this dewatering thing where they could just harvest their own solids?
Well, there are certainly other examples of smaller communities or cities that do this. In fact, Eagle Sewer District discharges to West Boise, and they do some partial secondary treatment. It does create some challenges, though, with biological systems. When you basically you rob the food from the process, then the biological system doesn't operate as efficiently, and you almost have to add food back in. So there are some process challenges with that, but it doesn't mean it can't happen.
I'm just saying, thinking that somehow they've got to, in my mind, Chubbuck needs to own their waste to a degree. They shouldn't just always default to Pocatello and the assumption if we're not going to do it, they can sue us.
Right.
There ought to be a way to intercede in this process and negotiate with them and work with them so that they claim some of their own liability, and therefore we don't have so much just on the citizens of Pocatello. And so you're telling me there is a...
There are a lot of different ways to skin the cat on wastewater treatment plants. You can, peel some of the flows off and treat it separately. You can partially treat it. A lot of different dynamics. It's a very dynamic system, biologically, chemically, physically.
And they could install that system upstream from us, so to speak, and it would not impact making them have to have a permit for the river or anything. That'd still be on them.
They'd have to figure out what they're going to do with it unless they just continue to send partially treated effluent to...
Yeah, if they just keep sending the partially treated effluent to us, but they take something out, so they're doing something to treat what they're generating.
And again, I just would caution you there are impacts of a more dilute wastewater to a biological system, so it's not without a consequence. So just for food for thought.
Chris and then Claudia.
Actually, I'll wait.
Okay,
Thank you.
Claudia.
Could you, in a very, very simple, explain to me how that machine is going to replace that giant pond? What,
Yeah, good
dewatering
question.
to me sounds like dehydrating.
In a way, it can be. Yeah, you can dewater.
I'm just not...
You can just
yeah.
dewater out in the sun and the wind. You're right. It evaporates. But what the mechanical dewatering system basically does is it mechanically separates the solids from the liquids, and the liquids go out one stream, the solids go out the other end, and then the solids go to land application or landfill or whatever the end and disposal or use is. And then the liquid streams is much more clear of solids, has some chemicals, but it gets returned back into the head of the plant and circles
gone
back,
through the whole
right?
system. Thank you.
Yep. Okay, so next slide. So through our conditions evaluation, condition assessment, we also looked at some aging facilities. Digester number 3, floating cover, has some corrosion issues, and the mixing system is aged. Operation and training building is aging. Secondary clarifier mechanisms, there's some corrosion issues with them. Some electrical panels in several of the facilities that need updating. Emergency power generation, and some of the basins have some repairs needed. Next slide. And as part of the mechanical dewatering and digestion process, which creates Class B biosolids right now, there's an opportunity with that technology then to further enhance that resource, biosolids resource, and turn it into Class A through composting. So the city staff asked us to take a look at options for composting, and two main alternatives were aerated static pile and fabric-covered composting. The city prefers an on-site system. There's a potential for a phased approach, and the end product is a Class A, safe for public use product. It's marketable. Some areas we're seeing $4 to $5 per ton or cubic yard, and which could be maybe $3,000, $2,500, $3,000 a week as a potential revenue. So that was something that was looked at as a potential. It also can delay the need for digester expansion for several years if we go to composting rather than just staying with mechanical dewatering. So, see, next slide. And then we performed a staffing analysis. We took a tool from the state of Massachusetts, which compares different facilities, similar sizes, different process types, and compared them to the city of Pocatello's water pollution control facility, and the amount of automation that the city prefers in their plant. And we came up with an estimate of 22 staff would be what we would expect to be needed. I think there's 20, or that there are 20 right now. So we have recommended up to 2 more staff, full-time equivalents being hired. Was our recommendation in the facility plan. Next slide. And thanks, back to you, Coulter.
All right. Thank you, Nick.
You guys probably could just stay at the mics where you're at instead of musical chairs.
It was a little hard to see that screen.
Easier to
so-
see the screen. So the next slide here talks about the trigger tool development that we did. I referenced this earlier in regards to population. So this is a tool that we created and provided to city staff to be able to allow them to plan for, you know, if it's known that an industry is coming into town with a certain load and certain flow, that they can plug that into the tool and know which processes will be affected by that. So this is really a planning tool based on the number of EDUs, which is equivalent dwelling units, which you can compare to pretty much a household. So, you know, if they know that a subdivision's coming in or a community's coming in with, you know, 500 EDUs or 500 homes, they can plug that into this tool and be able to use it and see how it affects all the processes at the facility. Yes.
How do you determine what a household is? Because it can vary from 3 people to 8, 9 people.
Right. And so, you know, anytime we're developing the EDU, which is equivalent dwelling unit for a community, we're looking at what the average for the community is. And so, you know, for Pocatello, I think it's right around 3 is the average household size. So in our estimation, you know, we're keeping that same average, or some assumptions that have to be taken. Now, if you get a neighborhood where you have a lot larger families, then you can take that into account, and rather than, you know, maybe 10 households, you equate it to 20 households because there's a lot more people there.
And the tool gives, I mean, there's guidance about
Exactly.
what the algorithm is that you follow in order to do
Yeah,
that.
so there's an instruction spreadsheet, you know, as you're filling it out, and it's getting updated based on what the anticipated plan is for coming into Pocatello. So yeah, this will be used to identify upcoming capacity issues, and then really to allow the capital improvements plan to shift as needed based on population growth coming into the city.
And this isn't something we already have, this is something you're proposing.
So this is something we created as part of this plan and have given to the city staff already.
Okay, so the staff already has that tool?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. So this slide here starts to go over what the actual recommended improvements are. I won't go through all these in detail. We've mentioned some of these previously, but these are the actual recommended improvements. They're broken up into 3 columns here. Everything above that solid blue line there is what we are proposing that happens within the next 5 years. So those are really the high priority improvements that are proposed as part of this summary. So we broke it up into 3 columns. We have the process alternatives, which is what Nick talked about earlier. What upgrades need to be made to the process to make sure that it continues to operate as needed. The next column there are solids and disposal. The number 1 priority out at the facility right now is the dewatering and those solids recirculating back in. So that addresses those concerns. And then in the last column there, we have other facilities. And within those other facilities, we have a new operations and training building, housing of some of the pump facilities. Some of the pump facilities right now are housed outdoors. They're prone to more freezing issues and ongoing maintenance issues. And so this would be addressing some of those concerns. And then down below there's some electrical items such as pump shop switchgear and arc flash studies. And the arc flash study is primarily focused on a safety aspect, making sure that everything electrically out there is up to code and up to what it needs to be. And then there's some electrical components that have aged on the pump shop switchgear that would be upgraded as part of this. So that's the overall list of a lot of the improvements that are proposed out here. This figure here shows, what are the identified projects. So this shows a map showing where all these improvements would take place throughout the facility. So it ties the actual improvements to the locations out there. You can see that there's not necessarily one location out of the facility that's going to have a majority of these improvements. They kind of get disposed and distributed out through the entire facility. So how we have this arranged is the priority 1 improvements are those high priority improvements that are planned to take place over the next 4 years, so kind of through 2025. And those are indicated in red on this figure. There's the priority 2 improvements that would take place 5 to 10 years from now, and then the priority 3 that would take place 10 to 20 years from now, and those are shown in purple here. So this just kind of gives you a figure to show where these improvements would actually be taking place at. Next slide. Okay, so now we've went over, here are the issues, here are the potential solutions, and now at the end of it, what does this all cost and how are we going to pay for it, right? So that's the part that's the capital improvements plan. So what you have shown here are similar to the previous slides. We have it broken up into kind of 3 different sections, and we have it broken up based on time frame for these required improvements. So this top row here is from 2021 through 2025, so over the next 4 years. And on the next slide, we'll go into more detail on what these packages are. But the high priority are the dewatering improvements, the blower improvements, and then the digester 3 rehabilitation. Those are the ones that are most critical to making sure the facility remains operational and continues to function as it needs to produce clean water to the river. These next 2 here, this next column is kind of the 5 to 10 years out that we're looking at, and then the last one here is 10 plus years. And you can see there's obviously significant dollars associated with each of these improvements because they're highly technical and involve a lot of equipment. The cost of them is impacted by that. These costs do factor in a 3% annual escalation factor. So these are projected future costs based on today's current conditions. So there have been factors applied to these costs. Next slide here breaks down into a little bit more detail on those high priority improvement projects. So these are the projects that would be taking place between 2021 and 2025. So these packages have been broken out based on construction and what makes the most sense, so that we can get the best value for the city by packaging different projects together. So there's some contractors that really do good at buildings and equipment. Others are more electrical contractors. And so we tried to package some of these projects together that made the most sense for a package project. So this first one here, this is the solids and new operations and training building as part of one package. Obviously, that is the largest package. That's just over 9.8 million for that one. That includes the dewatering, the new mechanical dewatering that Nick talked about, the digester number 3 retrofit, and then the new operations building for design and construction of that. The next package here, blowers and electrical, so that would be more for an electrical contractor to come in and do that. And then the last one here is miscellaneous housing and facility improvements. So those are the 3 different packages that were put out. And then there are also some standalone projects down here. Those are standalone because the city would just be purchasing the materials and city staff would be installing them themselves, such as the diffuser pipes and aeration basins. Right now, city staff has a plan in place that as they're taking basins down, they're actively replacing those pipes within those basins that have gone beyond their useful life. We also have the updated facility plan. As Jeff initially mentioned, usually every 5 to 10 years for a facility this size, we'd recommend updating the facility plan because so much does change out there over that time period. And then the last one here, Nick mentioned it, but potentially pilot composting by 2025, kind of getting a pilot out there to determine if that's the direction the city wants to move forward with solids reuse.
Do you have an income sheet? Because there was income potentially associated with doing the biosolids differently. So I know you have how is this going to get paid for slide in here. Does that include the potential income from the different biosolid treatment proposition?
It depends on which way the city goes with the composting. If it's ultimate, a full composting facility, then yeah, you would have that potential income stream, depending on if there's the market out there like we think there is. But that's a projection is that it would generate some income at a certain.
Would it be possible? I mean, doesn't seem too difficult to do a conservative, budget both ways. Just to see, because that might, I don't know.
Yeah, and the revenue is nice. It's not a tremendous amount of revenue compared to some of the capital dollars that some of these improvements cost.
Right.
But it's certainly a projection that can be made.
Right, but there are some things up there that, $3,000 for 52 weeks out of the year would
Help offset those costs.
From the facilities that we went and visited, most of them, again, the feedback that they gave us was that revenue that they're gaining is helping to help cover the cost of the O&M. Now, it doesn't really go towards paying for that capital investment. It helps you because you're not having to do other treatment options, and it's kind of a good thing to do for the environment and the community. But that revenue just kind of helps offset some of the O&M costs, is what we found.
And I don't know where that one is.
The operations of the facility.
Maintenance.
Okay. All right, so then if you follow that all the way through, then we would expect to see, it would be kind of a one-time deal, but there would be a decline then in the operational ask.
Well, I'm
If
talking
that
about the
permits.
operations of the composting facility. Because you're going to have power, you're going to have manpower, you're going to have equipment, so those costs help offset the cost of operating that compost
Okay,
facility.
I understand, so
Yeah.
okay, got it, thank you.
Okay, we have a question by Roger.
Okay, if we were to elect to do the biosolids composting, would that get rid of our requirement to spread it on the fields, or you still need that?
So typically cities will keep that as a backup plan. The part with biosolids you never know is what is the demand going to be, because you're always going to be producing those biosolids. So there's some cities that have gotten in situations where they plan to sell it, but they start to get piles so big that they've got to get rid of it somehow. And so typically, even if you do have biosolids, you still have a way to get rid of the biosolids if you're unable to sell them.
Jeff will probably have to correct me if I'm wrong here, but I think we do a rotation basis out there on different fields, you know, and we probably wouldn't need as much land for spreading that, particularly because it's not, it can be used on any agricultural land regularly.
Right.
And so, because our imprint with our land is next to the airport, it went for the airport up for more development there in other ways. If we were to pull in this, you know, retrench or retract some of our land use out there for this purpose, we could repurpose it in other.
That was definitely part of our, consideration of our evaluation was the future of the land out there and the pressures and the value of it.
So,
Rick? And then
How
Claudia.
well accepted is this form of fertilizer been in most communities?
So it definitely is community education based. You know, kind of just the initial thought of it, if you're not very familiar with it, it's kind of like, ew, why am I going to do that, right? But, you know, once people actually start to see the benefits of it and where they can use it, then a lot of times it can become marketable. And so different cities, you know, have different kind of public education when they start doing a composting facility, and some are more successful than others. And, you know, some cities have just decided, well, you know, it's tough for us to market it, we'll just give it away. Other cities have been able to draw in, you know, we save $5 per cubic yard in our previous estimate. Obviously that can go up and down depending on the community. So it totally depends on the community, but a lot of times there is some public education that needs to take place.
does any,
Claudia was next, and then Roger.
Well,
Go ahead,
does that-
Claudia.
Does your question tie into that? Go ahead, because my question isn't related to
Does
compost.
any commercial entity purchase this stuff so you don't have to do the distribution? In other words, does anybody package it for you? You know, you just sell all of it to them, it's off your hands, and they distribute it through their network?
Not locally that I know of, but there are some.
So we could get a startup company.
There you go.
So
in business.
jump right into that.
Claudia?
My question has to do with, for example, package one. Say we were like, all right, let's get this done next year, right? How does that affect how does getting that done affect the operation? I mean, are they going to be able to still keep up? Is it going to shut things down? How does this work?
Well, I think it's really critical for any design and construction effort to sequence so that the plant can stay operational during any of that activity. So that would be a critical component of any of those considerations. I think the considerations, if some of those are not made, then the additional challenges of the plant staff start rising dramatically, especially with dewatering in the existing lagoon and the potential for additional salts to keep circulating back into the liquid stream. So that's a big challenge.
Okay. Oh, Roger has it.
Has this been included in our rate study, yes, or is our rate study preclude all these things?
The rate study incorporates a large portion of this, majority of it, and they'll get into that a little bit.
Okay, jump again.
So that's actually the next slide here. So, project funding. So our overall goal when we're looking at project funding for these projects, obviously there's a lot of capital improvements out there. But the goal was to identify a cash funding practice for capital improvements while maintaining the minimum fund balance. So really our goal was that, you know, before a project gets kicked off, that the city have the money available for the entire project before it gets started. So if the city decides to do a dewatering project, that the money for design and construction of that project is already set aside in the capital improvements fund before it even starts. So there's no chance of it, you know, getting stopped or delayed because, you know, the funds you're anticipating to come in don't actually come to fruition. So that was the overarching goal of this. So you can see here, this table is the base CIP funding here, and you just mentioned the rate study. So through 2024 is what that rate study goes through, and so these are pretty well fixed numbers based on that rate study. The city, I'm sure, will have another rate study conducted, 2024, 2025 for the wastewater. But then after that, we looked at, what is the potential for funding beyond that rate study. And so we looked at 4 major sources of funding for the wastewater facility, and it's treatment capacity fees, collection capacity fees, rates, and interest income. Those are by far the biggest contributors to the CIP funding. And so as we looked at this, and you can kind of see as you're looking through 2025 through 2040, that these numbers kind of steadily increase. That's based on a couple of factors. One is population. If the population continues to increase, then your net revenue coming in also increases. And also we're looking at, historically, there's been around a 3% annual increase. A lot of times that's to keep up with inflation and other things. So based on that inflation rate and additional population, we're looking at these projections for base CIP funding over the next 20 years. And then the last thing I was going to mention here is a fund balance transfer of about $5.4 million in 2022. You'll see that on the following slide when we get to that. But that is to transfer and pay for some of these upfront dewatering improvements.
Excuse me, so if from 26 to 40, things continue to increase, what happens in 24? Why is 24 lower than?
So this was
lower than 23 and lower than 25?
So up to this point is based on the existing rate study. So these numbers have already been set aside. So some of these funds were already committed to other projects outside of the wastewater treatment plant. They may be collection system projects or other things to do with wastewater. So some of that funding wasn't available in that year.
Gotcha, thank you.
I'm assuming that treatment capacity fees, collection capacity fees, is that kind of like what we have with Chubbuck? Or what does that mean? What do those two things actually mean? I know what the rates are, but I'm assuming that the rates are partially set on the treatment capacity.
I'll let Levi talk about that one.
Levi Adams, the WPP superintendent. Capacity fees are what we charge when people connection fees.
Oh, okay.
So those are fees that are collected with every new connection, industrial, residential, whatever. Those fees can only be used for certain things. Obviously, we'll go through Jim to make sure that we're doing those correctly. One of the things that we can do is use those for debt service payments. Right now, our debt service payment is about $3 million a year. We have the money saved up from those capacity fees to make that debt service payment. So that's probably the bulk of that $5 million you see transferring over. But obviously, we'll have to go through Jim and make sure everything we're doing is okay, legal, correct in his eyes financially. Because, we've had a couple different CFOs, and we want to make sure that we are doing what Jim thinks is correct.
So the hookup for a new house, it includes both treatment and collection capacity fees? That's what comprises whatever the cost is for
Right, because there is upkeep and there's infrastructure costs, not only in the pipes that are out in the city, as well as what's going on in the plant. So that's what it is, two separate fees.
Thanks.
If I can add a point of clarification, Chris, the collection capacity fees we do not receive from new connections in the city of Chubbuck, but treatment capacity fees we do. So we do receive those treatment capacity fees for new connections in the city of Chubbuck. And that does go into this funding.
And so how do we figure out, because obviously, I'm trying to think how to ask this question. So essentially, we leave it to Chubbuck to collect their connection fees, and then we base what they rent from us in terms of treatment capacity. We base that on their the total of what they send us. Is that?
So currently, our agreement with the city of Chubbuck, they agree to adopt our rates and treatment capacity fees schedule every year. and then they collect those new treatment capacity fees with each new connection and relay those to the city of Pocatello. And they collect the wastewater rates. There's a similar split between treatment and collection that they relay depending on which connection we're talking about. So some of that money comes to, the money that's for treatment comes to the city of Pocatello, and there is a small portion of collection money that comes to Pocatello. But that is according to the agreement we have with the city of Shelby.
Because collection involves the cost of the pipes and yada yada, and all of that happens by Chubbuck and Chubbuck. Is that right?
The majority of it, there's a few pieces of it that we manage, and that's where some of that collection comes to.
Great, thank you.
Roger?
I think I forgot it.
Okay. If it comes back, let us know.
All right, next slide here. So this is taking that previous slide we went through and showing it more in a graphical form of what this actually looks like over the next 20 years. And so tying back to what the overall goal was of this is making sure that the city has enough money in the bank before we even start a project so that the project can go through design and construction. So as you look at this graph, the main goal is that the blue bars, which are the account balance at the end of the fiscal year, is greater than the planned CIP project the following year. So we always want to make sure that these blue bars are higher than the following year's gray bars. And as you go through this, you can see that happens, all the way throughout over the next 20 years.
No, it doesn't happen in 26, and it doesn't happen in 32. The gray bars are taller.
The blue bar from the previous year is greater than the gray bar from the following year.
Right.
Oh, I see.
So you have the money in the bank before you spend it the following year.
Okay, gotcha.
It's the art of intentional graphic.
Again, not as smart as I look.
So Roger has a
My
question.
question, the rate study attributable to the investment, we also were looking at spending bukus of dollars to get Highland area, Northgate area involved in our system there. Is that rate study separate, or is it all inclusive in of this? Because, we were looking at quite a bit of money going in there, both water department and waste treatment up in that area.
I think you're referring back to the development of that area. Yeah, so that's going to be on the developers to develop that.
There was a lot of infrastructure improvements we were doing. We were increasing line size, we were going to the freeway. There were several things proposed, if I remember right, way back when we were doing both water and sewer, and each one of them had a different system. But if I remember right, it was a considerable amount of money that was going in up there.
So I think, Councilman, you're referring to a couple of different plans and the way they intersect. And so we have the rate study, which encompasses treatment and collections. And then we also have our planning study for the collection systems. And we did an amendment to the collection system planning study, which incorporated what would be needed for future in that Northgate area. And that's the one that had a lot of dollars attached to it, depending on what happens. We were not fully comfortable committing 100% to that build out of that plan with the development of the rate study, but there are portions of that which were built into the rate study. So some of that stuff, like you said, upsizing a few lines, looking at possible connection under the interstate. Some of that was built into the rate study, but most of it was not. As Jeff said, the majority of that infrastructure investment would be required to be paid by developers on site, and then we would have to look at what it means to connect back to the city of Pocatello. Right now, with the Fairgrounds Road sewer line which was constructed, we have suitable capacity for them to continue to develop up there for a good distance into the future. They are looking at what happens beyond that capacity amount, and it is a bigger dollar figure at that point. But it does intersect between all of these plans. It's not fully covered, those costs are not fully covered inside the rate study.
So and I might be getting things confused more, but it seems to me like when we did the fairgrounds line, that was a limited capacity that we put into it. And if somewhere already today we've looked at 500 EDUs a year, I think, if my memory serves, it doesn't take too many years before we overwhelm that collection system.
So that would absolutely depend on how quickly building happens in that region. Initially, their plan was to connect at Olympus, and we could accommodate about 700 EDUs there. They came back and said that wasn't sufficient, and we looked to the Fairgrounds Road connection as the next step, which gets us somewhere around 2,000, just over 2,000 EDUs of capacity within our existing collection system.
So there's 4 years of that 500 a year.
Yeah, 500 a year. That's a projection. It's less than what we were given from Northgate's development, but it's also more than what we've seen.
Yeah, well, and I was just looking, trying to make everything kind of balance out and look at the big picture here.
And that's what we're trying to do as well, is trying to keep things in balance and try to look to as good as we can project what the future is going to look like, and keep in our mind that the thing that's going to make the difference is going to be population growth. And so we really need to be able to see how does population growth affect both collection system and the treatment plant, so we can have those operational triggers. Like Coulter mentioned, we have that spreadsheet tool that they developed for us, so that we can plug in and say, okay, our growth's really accelerating, we're seeing this 1,000 units coming in. How is that going to trickle down to the rest of this projection? What do we need to accelerate for the next couple of years to keep ahead of that growth?
And then the rate study that we currently have, it pretty much covers this period based on projections we've seen.
Through 24.
But the next rate study, if we're really seeing the growth, could really diverge from what we've seen. Because it could have to address both what we're talking about here, and we have to talk about how do you get transported there.
That is correct. And if we were to see a sudden increase in the growth rate of Pocatello, we may need to accelerate that time frame for revisiting the rates.
Chris?
So, in this entire budget for all of this, what I'm not seeing is the estimated personnel costs for 2 additional employees. So we're talking salary plus benefits. So can you give me an educated guess, given who these employees would be in terms of job title? You know, what we might be looking at as ongoing annual with their CPI and steps and all of that? I mean, just can you give me where we'd start? Yeah, I'm sorry, I don't know.
No, you're fine. Yeah, we got people all over the place.
We all have masks on, we all have the same.
Of those 22, we're actually asking for one this year. It is an entry-level maintenance position, so it's going to be, I wish Heather was here to tell me what the actual wage is, but it's a lower, I believe it's an H4 position, H4, H5. So that is
30 grand?
30 grand a year, probably.
Plus half
plus
again
benefits.
for benefits, so 45,
Yeah.
so,
And then another one would more than likely be another operator,
okay.
which is going to be closer to the 40, 45 per employee, and then,
So 60, so an additional 100 grand a year plus increases
yeah.
for, I mean, when you're looking at the whole budget for this development. Okay, thanks. Help me with the language again. I don't know who to look to, so maybe I should just get straight up. And the answer can come from whomever. So the rate that Chubbuck pays now, I understand, well, I assume and hope that they're covering their portion of what it costs to operate to handle their waste.
Chubbuck is regulated, or not regulated, that's wrong. Chubbuck is monitored by the flow that comes in the plant and then the strength of the wastewater that's coming in.
Right.
Okay.
So,
And they are billed based on that.
right. So I'm going to use a landlord analogy. So Heidi, if it's got holes in it. But, I, for example, have lived in situations where my rent went up because the landlord needed to put a new roof on the building. And, those kinds of costs were passed through to the tenants. And so my question is, we make Pocatello pays for all these improvements. How will that affect Chubbuck's rent?
So let me touch on that real quickly. So let me give a very simple analogy. It costs you $100 to make a batch of cookies. Okay? Skylar eats 6 of them. Levi eats 4 of them. Skylar pays for 6. Levi pays for 4. So the flow that Chubbuck contributes to the plant, they pay for that.
Right.
They pay for their proportionate
Right.
share of
Right.
treatment at the plant.
But not for the improvements. I think she's
No,
asking how.
it's all part of the cost of treating wastewater.
Okay.
And that's what we considered when we did the rate study, is what are those costs to treat that wastewater per gallon? Okay? And so if you discharge 100 gallons, you pay for 100 gallons worth. If you discharge 1,000 gallons, he pays for 1,000 gallons worth. And so it's based on the cost per volume.
But if there are costs, because I think I heard, and maybe they were the majority is paid for, but not all of it, but I think that was related to collection on the Pocatello side. So basically, all the improvements, so to speak, would be covered by the rates that Chubbuck pay based on the rate study.
Correct.
Got it. Thank you.
Except for when they dump the freeway.
And then the last point on this slide, you can see the yellow line there, which shows the annual planned CIP funding, which is gradually going up, like was shown in the previous table. That's with additional population and annual rate increases of around 3%. So then the next slide here is one of the last slides. So, we went through this presentation today, summarized the study. So there's no action required today by Mayor or Council. So the next plan is after today's meeting, we'll finalize the study and plan to submit it to DEQ by the end of this month. So it'll go to DEQ, they'll review it. Then once DEQ looks at the study and provides it back, a resolution will be presented by city staff to city council, and from there will be the plan implementation. So those are the next.
Chris?
So can someone give me a guesstimate at what are the energy costs? So first of all, let me set a context. So I'm looking at the page that has the dollars generated and used from biogas. So we have a contract with Idaho Power, I believe, that's about 20 years, last was discussed some number of years ago, or?
We just barely updated. We brought it to you guys last fall, last winter.
Okay.
So we have a new contract.
Okay, and so give or take, what do we generate by selling that power back to the grid?
Dollar amount, I'm assuming. Right around $9,000 a month is what we're making right now.
Okay, so what is there any way to use more of that power on site that would be cost effective? I mean, obviously the change where you're getting your power probably would require some infrastructure changes. But I'm just curious over the long.
The largest problem we have is the majority of our equipment is very sensitive. You have to have a very clean power. Where these generators run off of methane gas, sometimes the gas is up, sometimes it's down. So the amount of power that we can get is not great. It's not like I can take this generator
Right.
and I'm going to run 3 homes.
Right.
It just doesn't work that way. So it works better for us to sell whatever power we can generate to Idaho Power and then come back.
Got it.
Rates are very similar. I mean, we're selling the full volume.
Right. So there's also, I think, enough land out there to think about wind or solar. And I'm curious what the numbers would look like, you know, if there were, if we would be in a position to buy less clean power, how that would pencil out over a reasonable amount of time if we actually installed on-site power that was an alternative to.
At one point in time, they did a study to try to put wind out there. It wasn't consistent enough to generate enough power to put that in. I am not familiar with solar. I mean, there's always, anything that we can do to be more efficient is great. I mean,
Sure.
Power, I got manpower and then regular power. Those are my costs to run this plant.
Right.
So if anything that we can do to reduce those costs means we don't raise the rates as much for all of these improvements we have to do. I mean, this is a big ask.
Right.
So anything that we can do that way is great. I mean, we look into it, but, you know, what's the return on investment on these things?
Right, and
And we're constantly doing that. I mean,
Yeah.
we're constantly looking at ways to be more efficient, ways to run our pumps better, ways to run our plant better, to be more efficient. Other sources of energy, that would be great. You know, we do have a lot of land. We also have a lot of buildings with roofs on them.
Right.
But it's the capital cost to get into that as well.
Right, of course. So could that be something that could be included under the hat of the Clean Energy Task Force? To see whether or not that might be an efficient place to apply? Sounds like it could be solar.
Yeah, again, we're getting a little bit off topic here, but we actually brought Levi in on the Energy Task Force because he is like one of the largest power users in the city.
Right.
And so, yeah, that is definitely one of the facilities that we are considering looking at under our Energy Task Force.
And then my final question is, you know, we've got, you know, fish in the river that have, their biology is all messed up because they're ingesting all kinds of meds and hormones that we humans put into the waste system. And I'm just curious, you know, and I think I asked you this when we were on our tour, but I just don't remember. So I'm just curious what we do about that, because that's probably not good. If I were fishing in the American Falls Reservoir or drinking water out of the American Falls Reservoir, I would be really concerned.
A lot more of those pharmaceutical issues come from where they're discharging into a lake or a reservoir that doesn't have an outlet. So they sit there and build and build.
Right.
Don't necessarily have that issue with the Portland River or downstream from it. A lot of those things are taken out by the biological process, cleans the majority of those pharmaceuticals out, which ends up in the biosolids dense, right? So it's a very, very small amount.
Okay.
There. You don't have the ability to concentrate those pharmaceuticals, which is where a majority of the concentration.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, got Roger, then Heidi, and then Claudia.
Comment, I think you would have the same problem with the irregularity of wind or solar for your consumption out there, because they really fluctuate. That was one comment. Second one is that I know that we're not making any decisions, but I really encourage you to follow the grade A biosolids path, because I really think that's the way that secures more land for us to use out at the airport eventually.
For the composting.
Yeah, the Class A biosolid composting. I think, you know, the plans we make today, some of us won't be around to see their fruition, but that's a gem for Pocatello, and we need it right now for the application. Someday we're going to need it for the airport.
I'm really glad to hear you say that, because that's my choice. And if we can get attitudes like Rick not to come out, We gotta be positive. We gotta think of this as a beneficial use, and it is. And it's more treated, more regulated than anything you can buy at a greenhouse, to be honest with you. So it's, but like I said, it's that perception, and I tease a little bit, but that's what I mean, it's the perception that you have to get over, and you have to, it comes from education.
Just tell Rick if we approve it, he gets his free for free.
Okay, so,
Just sell it to Simplot, right across the road.
so Heidi,
We do have budgeted for a pilot process for composting, kind of a study and evaluation, scaled down version. And that's going to happen in 2025. So that
Yeah,
is,
I just think that the sooner we get going on that, the farther ahead we'll be. It's something we're gonna have to address someday.
I'm going to update everybody. We've got Heidi, Claudia, Linda, Rick.
Okay, before I say my comment, I just want to take a minute to say thank you to Keller Associates and to Stantec for your excellent presentation. This is very well done, and we appreciate all the information. The one comment that I wanted to just make for the council, I've already expressed this to Jeff and Levi before, so sorry, please don't hate my guts for bringing it up again. But I am just wondering about the admin building. So I know it doesn't 100% meet the needs right now, but when I look at that cost of nearly $2.5 million to rip down the existing building and build a new fancy one, I have to believe we could do some repairs and maybe even an addition for additional storage or for the training room, or use another city facility for the training room, even though it's less convenient, rather than spend $2.5 million on a brand new building when we have one that mostly is accomplishing good things. So maybe the rest of the council disagrees with me and wants to overrule me on that, but I just think that is a concern for me. And I know if we are desiring to do some composting, and maybe there's going to be an initial investment into that, maybe, even though the new admin building was built into the rate study in years past, maybe some of that could be reallocated. I don't know, just wanted to throw that comment out there that I had that question or concern. So that was all.
Okay. Claudia.
I just wanted to make a comment that, well, thank you for your presentation, like Heidi said, but I just wanted to make a comment. After my tour of the plant, it gave me a whole new appreciation for each flush. And your department is really one that has been doing more with less, and it's so vital to our everyday, life, that I just really wanted to kudos to you and your team for what you do for us. Thank you.
Thank you, I appreciate that, and I will relay that.
Please do.
Okay, thank you. Linda.
I would echo that sentiment as well. And I think, your department is doing that. I think most departments are doing that, so we really do appreciate that. My comment or question is kind of facetious. I was just thinking about Rick, and is there any way we could partner with animal services and use feral cats in this process? Would that work at all?
Linda's going to get in trouble for that comment.
That's a comment you'll get some.
She's going to get some comments on. Rick.
I just want to agree with Roger. I think if we're going to do this, we need to go the Class A biosolid facility, because I think in this community, in the area around us, we have a very high proportion of people that are environmentally conscious.
Yeah.
And I think they will accept this facility and the use of that product if we do a little education and market it in bags that say City of Pocatello on it, or sell it by the pickup.
With Rick's
load or-
face on the bag, saying like this. Rick's face on the bag with 2 thumbs up.
But I really think that this would be very marketable in this community, and I'm curious if other communities in Idaho have done this. Are you aware of some?
Coeur d'Alene does it.
Boise does.
Boise
How's
does
it
it.
accepted?
Boise has a private, their composting is not biosolids, so their composting is just green waste in the city.
Montana, right?
There are a few, but Idaho has a lot of land, and sometimes it's easier just to find a farmland and put it on, and I think that's the thing. But as we're finding, that land's harder and harder to come by, and there's more pressures on that. You know, we talk about airport, you know, the airport advances, they're advancing whether we're out there or not, to be honest with you. I mean, we lose land all the time to the airport. Water rights are another big issue that we're having. And so yes, I agree that we need to start looking ahead. The first step is the dewatering. Once that's done, then a pilot program comes in really easy, because even if you just do it, even if we just do something in-house small and make compost for the council, and then they can tell everybody how fantastic it is.
My wife would love it.
But you know, another thing, so like I said, I appreciate the comments about looking forward to that Class A biosolids, because that's what we would appreciate too. That's what we would prefer as a staff to do. It's a big ask. It's financially large, but there's things that can offset that. I mean, it's a big cost right now to land apply the way we do, but it's still more efficient than a lot of other ways. But it's the dewatering. The dewatering comes through, it solves a lot of problems for us and really gets us going in the right direction sometimes.
Well, the spreading of the compost we have now restricts what that final product can be used for, is that what you're saying? Well, if we use Class A, that restriction would go away, right?
I give it to the golf course.
Yeah.
I could use it in my
Yeah,
garden.
you can come up and I can fill a bucket for you and take it home. The restrictions are gone.
And-
Not gone, but I mean, we have restrictions on what we're producing. It's highly regulated. We have to do it a certain way, meet certain standards to prove that it is of that high quality.
But not for use.
But once it's at that high quality, then the use is whatever.
Not restricted.
And might there not be, I mean, there are organic farmers in the area, and might there not be ag applications?
There is
For the Class
a
A?
little bit of gray on that, because to dewater it, you use a chemical to thicken it to help remove the water. There are organic polymers what we use to thicken that. Some say it's organic, some say it's not. And so it's gray, and so a lot of times they don't really want to use it because of that.
But a regular
Oh, yeah.
ag application, I mean, if I can use it on my flower garden, somebody ought to be able to use it on their potato field.
Yeah.
It depends if they have to meet an actual qualification, if they're an organic farmer.
No,
you don't
I'm not
have to be-
talking organic, I'm just talking,
Oh, yeah.
She's talking
Then you
organic.
can keep a few of the pieces of land we have.
It can go.
Okay, so Roger, you have a question then?
Yeah, that was going to be my point. The accumulation of it would, to me, never be a problem, because there's always going to be somebody that say, you can dump it out of my place because they got bad soil and it could enhance it and stuff like that. So, you know, even if we can't sell it, we can still monitor and reduce the footprint that we're taking out towards the airport.
Okay, Linda?
I just want to echo what's been said as far as supporting this. I think it's a really good way to go. And then I also wanted to make a comment about the admin building or operations building. My feeling on it is, I mean, yeah, it's workable for now, but it's going to, I mean, I think we're going to have to replace it. It's just a question of like, you could put it off for a little while, maybe, but I think that time is coming sooner and sooner, that it's just not functioning in the way we need. So I don't see putting it off for a really long time. I mean, that's just where I'm coming from. And then I also just wanted to clarify my cat comment. I'm a cat lover. And that was a joke and just a little play with my colleague. But I love cats and he doesn't.
Perfect.
if you, and I don't even know if this would work, you know, with how the money flow is, but, so if you had to choose between bumping up time-wise the pilot composting versus the new operations building, if that were even an option, what would your recommendation be?
You got put me on the spot.
Well, some of it goes back to the dewatering, right?
Yeah.
So the dewatering project, you know, if it starts, it would start, you know, maybe next year and then go through 2024.
Right, but if the $2,432 were not expended in phase one, and then it could be expended in phase two in order to, accomplish the pilot composting, which would mean that you would not have enough to complete, you'd have some, but you wouldn't have everything that the estimate indicates for a new operations building. I mean, so I guess I'm just,
So there's a sequence that kind of has to happen there. The dewatering facility has to happen
Right.
before the solid, the composting facility can happen. But really, these are all slated to happen over the next 5 years.
Right.
But the reason why we put them as packages is for an economy of scale, so that we could do groups of projects that would help us
Right.
save money by doing that.
Explain, so what exactly, I'm like her, I don't know who to look at. When you say, because I think maybe there's some misunderstanding about new operations building, is that an office? Or is that like?
It's that training room where you bump your head if you stand up. Remember
Okay.
that?
So it would be new offices for the staff that has these offices out there. It would also be room for training. We're continually doing
Right.
training. We have to keep our licenses up. And everybody,
Okay.
what we have is not great. If we decide that if it gets moved down, which is, that's why we come to you guys. You guys are the ones that are in charge of this. If it gets moved down, we'll have to find another, maybe we can use the council chambers, maybe we can, I don't know, maybe somebody else in town, maybe we rent space to do these trainings. It's gotta be done. What we have right now doesn't work for training. We've made it work in the past. We need to come up with something else.
Okay.
It's just one of those things, we just continue to fight that. I'm always gonna side on the side to make the plan work. Plan's gotta work. That's what we gotta do.
Okay, so I got Rick and then Roger.
Question.
I can't get off this composting issue. How many pounds per cubic yard is composting?
Cubic yard.
Do you have a rough estimate, Nick?
I want to say 400 or 500.
Okay.
That's just-
How much solid waste are we producing currently?
Currently, we're slightly under 2,000 metric tons a day. Or,
Per year?
a year.
2,000 metric tons, okay. So is there a one-to-one relationship between what we're doing now and the composting project, or would that amount change?
So with the composting, you have some additional material that is
That's what
yard material, leaves, grass clippings, whatever. Park systems often contribute to that composting, so there's a combination of the dewatered sludge and some leaves, grass,
So if we're producing 2,000 metric tons, what do you think we would, if we had the same solid waste, how much compost?
Twice that.
Twice?
Yeah.
Okay, 4,000 metric tons.
So there's different thing in volume, and like I said, we're hauling out at 3% solid, so take that consideration amount of water as far as space that we require to use at the plant. That makes big, the amount that we would haul, let's say we decide to make compost, nobody takes it, and we gotta haul it to the farmland that we have to spread, fractions of the load that we'd have to take out compared to what we're hauling.
So that 2,000 metric tons includes the liquid waste used to
No, that's just.
That's just solid.
That's just the solids.
Okay.
That does not include the water weight that goes with it.
And right now, there's so much water that goes along with the sludge disposal, or sludge hauling to the land.
Okay, Roger.
Well, that was going to be one of my questions, was about what we would mix for the biosolid Class A recycling. It looks to me like we could save some if we had our grass collections and our leaf collection and all that we're doing. If we could ship it there, we're not going to be paying the disposal fee at the landfill. We get charged that, I believe, and they get the benefit of it. We would reap the benefit of it. Yeah.
Grass and leaves are hard. I've had conversations with Brett Hewitt already about the tree, chips. There you go. I don't know why I call it chips. The chips from the tree program that they have. He was ready to bring me a dump truck load that day. We're not ready for that. But I would suggest, if we have a composting facility, if we want to do that, you upsize it a little bit, and you have a green waste composting on the side. Because we have biosolids in part of this, it's highly regulated. We have to do it a certain way, and we have to find things. Yard debris, green waste does not have those sort of regulations on it. So we could actually have two separate streams, and we've seen that when we did some of the looking around the touring things. They'd have their biosolids compost as well as green waste compost. And then as a citizen, you can come in and you can choose, hey, I want green waste, hey, I want the compost. And they both kind of were used about the same. It's just, like I said, perceptions. Some people want absolutely nothing to do with the biosolids, and so they can pull the green waste. But then the project becomes a lot bigger because there's a lot more green waste produced than there is what we're making from biosolids. And maybe that goes downtown. Maybe we use some of the expertise and we can build one out by Ross Park or something. I don't know.
And my last comment's just to show that it's been a long day. The reason we had the Economic Development Group in before you guys is because they said they're looking for Class A office space. So if we overbuild out there, they're looking for up to 100 people, Class A office space.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you for your time and for being with us this morning. With that, we will move to agenda item number 6, is a trap, neuter, and release TNR program update. Josh Hines, Animal Services Director, will update the council with information regarding the TNR program, and will seek council's guidance regarding the future of the program.
Good afternoon, everyone. Josh Hines, Shelter Director. The TNR program has been very successful. We reached our numbers well before we needed to, and that's even with the pandemic, with reducing trapping and actually not doing the active trapping, people just bringing animals into the shelters. Is that better? Sorry.
Yes, thank you.
Apologize.
No.
So the program has ran really well. We have met everything that we need to meet for the MOU. I've talked with Best Friends. I let them know that we have about half of the money still left over. The money's ours at this point. We've met everything that we need to meet. I think our date is actually Saturday the 15th is when but we've met everything. I actually have a conference call later on today with Best Friends again, just to kind of update. They're passing me on from their active cases kind of to a secondary person as just to bounce ideas off of. This program, when we first were exploring it, we kind of go back, we applied for one grant, was told not to, and then that they had some funds set aside. And it was similar to what Idaho Falls did. Idaho Falls was able to do that a couple times. Once we got into the program, they took that program to rather than a revisited program, to a one and done. So that was a one and done. We got the grant and now it's done. We can apply for other grants, but there's no guarantee like this was. So that's kind of where we're at with that. And again, we have about half of the money left over. We are going to continue doing the program, using that money towards that program. Right now, we're kind of, right now, our biggest obstacle for this program has been veterinarians. And it's nothing against them, it's just, I think it's just this area in general. And Idaho Falls is seeing the same problem. Some of the vets don't want to do it, and some of the vets that were doing it have lost some staffing and just can't keep up with the demand with the TNR. So we've reduced trapping and we're just taking in front end. Right now, we don't have any active veterinarians that are doing the surgeries. So we're kind of at a standstill right now. All the vets that have stepped back have told us they have vets that are coming in, and once they're up to staff, they want to help us again. They want to continue the program, and we'll go forward from then. We're kind of in a standstill as it sits right now. We just got an email this last Monday telling us that. So Again, we have some funds, we want to continue it, but right now, we're kind of in a standstill. We have probably going to put a release out asking people not to hold off on some trapping, give us some time to get this back in order. So it's not done, but that's where we're at with it right now. As far as other avenues, there's a local, she's a mobile vet. We've talked to her. She's coming in on Saturday to look at our facility. She can't do surgeries and her mobile, but she's coming to look at our facility for our surgery suite there. And we're looking at maybe have her come in once a week and doing those surgeries if everything works, and with council approval, obviously, as we move forward. And we'll use those funds that we have to pay for that. So we are looking outside of just the city. We've gone to the next city, and clear up to Idaho Falls to see what vets are, and like I said, they're having the same problem up there as well.
So Josh, I wanted the council to be clear. We have no vets right now that will or can do the spay and neuter the TNR program with us for a lack of time, a lack of employees, a lack of Monday, we received an email that said, I cannot do it, and we only had the one that was doing it, and they told us they cannot do it now, so please stop bringing them to us.
Correct.
Is that?
That is correct.
Okay.
And we have some TNR.
It's kind of the way that it's
Tell them who
been.
you
Oh, I'm Kaylee. I run the TNR program, sorry. The way that it's kind of been ever since Monday is I can call a vet in town, and if they have the space to do a single cat or maybe 2 cats, then they might be able to sneak them in, but I have to do it as a scheduling basis like we do with adoptables, rather than it just being a constant flow like it used to be.
Okay, Claudia had a question.
So remind me, the grant was for $50,000?
Correct.
So you have about half of that?
Correct.
And I don't remember, how many cats did you think there were when we started?
We had to hit 315 was our number.
No, but
I'm sorry.
how many cats did you estimate there were running around town making kittens?
Oh, I couldn't tell you an estimate. I couldn't give you an actual number. They're in every available bush park.
Tried to hurt them.
Claudia, I don't think we had a number of how many we thought.
So you've
were
done
in.
300 and some?
No, we've actually done 432, I believe, is the number where we're at now.
Okay.
And that's as of today.
As of today. And some of those funds that we use, just to give you a little bit of, we used a lot of those funds for equipment as well. So a lot of this extra money, we'll probably be able to do at least that many cats with what we have over, plus a little bit more.
Because you've already invested in the equipment.
Correct, yeah, and we just got some more kennels, because we were ramping it up at the beginning, and we were starting to go out and trap and really hit it hard, and Kaylee was going out, and plus what was being brought in the front door, and then and then beyond our control, we couldn't do it,
Okay, Linda?
My question is, just, do you have any sense of when you might be able to pick back up? You said that it's obviously circumstances beyond your control, but with the vets, it's mostly because they don't have the staff and that kind of thing.
That's correct.
Is there any sense of when that will change? Or
We haven't got a hard date. All that we've been told is hopefully in a few months,
Okay.
they will have staffing.
So maybe a matter of months we're talking?
It could
Or-
be. It just depends on if they can hire them and get them going.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Chris?
First of all, full disclosure, I'm on the board of the Friends of the Animal Shelter. So Josh, how many cats per week when you were, or Kaylee, when you were running, not full bore? So not influenced by the pandemic, yada, yada. How many cats per week need spaying or neutering, and have you seen any decline after doing 432, or is the demand remaining identical?
So it really depends on who is actively trapping. And so if Kaylee's the only, if we're not accepting anything up front, Kaylee's doing the trapping, she had 15 that she was doing daily. Now, sometimes we wouldn't trap all of those. Cats would come and go, or people would let them out because people not necessarily don't like it. So, we'd say average of, 15 a day, we'll just say. That's not a hard number,
So
that's
that'd
just
be
kind of
kind
a,
of
and it's a
rough
fluctuating.
high-end.
Yep, it's a fluctuating, so, Kaylee could have trapped, say, like I said, 15, and then somebody could have went out and brought in 15, so we had
Right.
30 cats that we had
Sure.
to take care of.
And operating at a reasonable rate, how many, and I'm assuming maybe spays take longer than neuters, but
That's correct.
give or take, how many spay neuters can a vet reasonably do in a day?
It really depends on the veterinarian themselves. I mean, you have some that are extremely fast at how they perform their surgeries, and you have others that will flat out tell you, I'm much slower, I like to take my time. So, I mean, it's really dependent on each veterinarian.
So,
There's no,
is it anywhere between 1 and 20, or can it be narrowed down at all beyond that? I mean, what would the range be? Like the slowest vet on the planet would do X, and the fastest vet on the planet would do Y?
that's also gonna matter on as what genders they have for that day. If I give them, say, 15 spays and 5 neuters, it's gonna take them a lot longer because spays are way
Right.
more invasive where.
Right.
So it's so hard to tell because you don't know what you're gonna get, because a lot of these cats, even I don't know what gender they are when taking them in, because they're just not nice.
Plus, you have the variable of if they are pregnant, and they do a spay abort, which is gonna
Right.
take a little bit longer.
And your question is based on them not doing anything else.
Right. I was just trying to get some number between 1 and 10,000 that, I mean, there's got to be a way to get closer than we have no idea. But at any rate, so
Chris,
when you told me 15, it was 15 per day or week?
I had the ability to do 15 per day.
But-
That's how many traps I have.
Right, but averaging, it was
15 a day.
15 a day.
Just for me personally, but that
Okay.
doesn't include public bringing in on their own.
Right.
so quick question for you. Maybe this will help Chris get the answer to the question she asked a minute ago. You have 15 a day coming in. Do you take them to one vet, or were you taking them to a number of vets?
The last few months, it's been one single vet because they
Okay.
were the only ones who could work with us.
And then turning around, are you getting those 15 cats back the next day to put out, or?
There were some days here and there where they would be able to take all 15 that I had, and then there was others where I had to break it apart to multiple days.
So,
It's dependent on also their schedule for their public and their customers as to how many they can squeeze for
so it
me.
sounds reasonably like 10.
I wish I could give you a number.
I'm gonna-
It literally changed every day. I had the
Sure.
personal number for the main vet tech that was there, and she would text me every night and say, I can do 5, I can do 7. I mean, I never had really the same number. And that was something that we tried to do, like, can we get a guarantee that I can bring in 5 cats every day? And that's just something that they couldn't accommodate right now.
All right.
There's no training
Sorry,
facility
sorry, Chris.
in our region, is there?
I'm sorry?
Is there no training facility in our region?
Not to be a vet, you have to go outside the state for vet. I think Washington, is the closest, to be honest with you. You can be a vet tech here, but no, not for a veterinarian.
Okay, Rick?
I was along Chris pretty much had got the answer to that.
Okay, Roger.
I was just going to ask, the person you're looking at on Saturday, if she were to come in one day a week and do 10, that still gets you 522 in a year. You know?
Yeah.
520.
Right, yeah, and that's kind of what we're looking at. I mean, one day's better than none, right?
Yeah.
And the program itself is proven that it's actually helped us reduce the population. Just in this week, I mean, we've taken in some, I think, I mean, earlier this year, we were very low on cats, right? And now we're at, I think we're sitting around 91 cats, and 55 of those are kittens. Because we can't do anything with them, and they were brought into us, and we want to do the humane thing with these kittens. So we're trying to raise them. They seem to be handleable. These are handleable cats with kittens. So we're going to have some adoptable kittens here quick. They usually go pretty fast, knock on wood, but that's at this time of the year. That's usually what we have. So.
And it'd probably take a couple of years to really see the impact and the number of kittens that are brought in, you know. And one of the first signs would be how many cats you're catching that's notched, their ears notched, and you've caught them for the second time. You know, those kinds of things would be the telltale markers that we're cutting down on the population, I would think.
In the area she has trapped, if she goes out and traps in that same spot several days, she will catch a couple of them over again. And again, there's outside interference with people letting them out, but like I said, the program has been a good program, and I think, like you said, long term, I think it will show the results of the reduction of animals coming into the shelter.
I wonder if, you know, if you mess with fish and game stuff when you're not supposed to, it's a crime. I wonder if we could do something that way to, because it really hurts our efficiency when we spend the effort and then somebody else does that effort.
And there is, if you tamper with city property, I believe there is a code for that. The problem is we set these traps out at overnight type situation. We don't have camera systems sitting on them. They are secured sometimes, and people just, all it takes is just to flip it over, and the door drops, and the cat's gone.
Traps identified as belonging to the city?
Yep, we have covers for them that we purchased with this money. We bought brand new traps for these. We plainly put on there. Kaylee's actually, because of this, she's actually gone and made a little, this is city property, do not, you know.
So maybe something like what was done with the wildlife feeding thing, where there was such a big push on the education to the public that there really haven't been a lot of calls and needs for enforcement. So maybe some of that money could be directed towards educating. If you see a cat that's in a trap and, you know, don't let it go. We're trying to help that cat. You're not helping that cat by letting it go. Do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah, absolutely. And so when Kaylee goes out and she's going to go trap in an area, she actually knocks on the doors to talk to those people. We have flyers basically letting them know what's going on. That's part of it, is the education. So we are doing those.
Doing that.
Yeah, I mean, and not that we couldn't do more, right?
No,
We could always do
but
more,
I didn't realize that you were doing that, and so that, you know.
I'll typically go out a few days like prior to trapping, so that way everybody that's in like that direct area knows exactly what's going on. Let them know that if you don't want me to catch your cat, keep your cat inside. I mean, I go over everything with them before I set those traps to give everybody a chance and understanding.
Gotcha.
That might be why some of them are getting tipped upside down. Rick and then Chris.
Just, do you have a feel that this has worked so far? Have you any feel for, are you catching less cats in an area? Is this a reduction in kittens this year versus past years? Is there any indicator that?
Yes, but it's hard for me. Yes, I believe the TNR program is working. But I also think that COVID had a little bit to do with the number of animals that we've had in. As we're going back to what we recognize as normal, we're seeing animals come in. So I really thought, and I've said this before, but I really thought we as a whole thought when COVID started, we were going to get a large animal intake, and it was direct opposite. They cleaned us out. It was constant, animals just going out. And now that we're getting back and people are going back to work, we're seeing a lot more owner releases of dogs and cats. So we're seeing it, the wave come in. And it's kitten season as well. So, it's kind of happening all at once. Our numbers are down from the years past, and I believe it is due to TNR. Our euthanasia numbers are down tremendously. I mean, we've dropped. I think we were at 81% survival rate, and 90% is considered a no-kill shelter. So we're within 8% of being technically a no-kill shelter. So yes, I believe it is working, but I would like to see, as we get normal, I'd like to see some more numbers. COVID kind of threw a wrench into things, kind of messed things up, so I would like to see how it plays out to get a little bit more data. Does that make sense?
Do you still have vets willing to do the euthanasia for you?
We do euthanasia.
Oh, you do it right then,
Yeah,
okay.
we're certified euthanasia techs.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
Yeah.
So that's
and-
not an issue? if the
No,
animal
yeah, we can
needs-
do it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, good, thank you.
So, did you get your question?
Yes.
Chris?
Well, I'm thinking that this education campaign, I know from talking to Josh and during board meetings and whatnot for the Friends, that he's got a really good pitch and a lot of good points in terms of why the cat is better off being trapped and released than not. And so I'm wondering, Brian, if we can get Logan to interact so that the shelter isn't trying to just rely on door knocking as education, but if Logan could put together a really comprehensive media education plan to support this effort. I mean, that seems to be
Have
well within.
you worked with Logan?
I have.
on this a
Logan
number of
calls me
times,
once
and
a
He does
week.
it often.
Right.
Logan calls me once a week. He has been really wondering where we're at with this 90%.
Right.
That's kind of what we're working
Right.
towards, I guess. Well, not I guess, that's kind of what we're working for. I mean, that's what everybody would like
Right.
to see, right? Logan calls me once a week. As our numbers have fluctuated
Right.
because of what's going on. I don't disagree with you. Another push for that, I think, would be great when we're able to do this again. Like, when the
Right.
vets are ready and say,
Right.
hey, we're on board, let's do this again. I think that would be fantastic.
Right, and again, I just would love to see a copy at that point of the PR plan, so that, we have a picture of everybody's on the same page, here's what we're doing. My question about daytime door knocking, having done a fair amount of daytime door knocking, is many people in a given area are not home. So they never find out. Do you leave an information card as
So
well?
we have actual flyers that provide all the information. So anytime I go to a house, if somebody is home and they answer it,
Great.
they get my business card, they get the flyer, and then obviously I speak to them. If they're not home, they get my card, and then I also have what's considered a door hanger, which has the same information, just a little bit less. And then that way they can contact me with any more questions.
Super, great job. And then finally, I think, how, and maybe you're, I'm not. If I were in your shoes and I were trying to figure out how to track my numbers in order to have, fairly reliable stats, I would need help. Maybe you don't, but I would need help. So how could we, Brian, or if Josh wanted some support around creating a system that would allow better tracking of impact and so forth and so on, who would he contact within the city, and who could be alerted that would be part of their support that they could offer him?
Josh falls under the police department, and they've got plenty of people that can do a number of things, and I'm sure he's keeping track of numbers and things. I believe between the two of them, they've got a system down and stuff, so I'm not going to name names. I can't.
So I'll just clarify, you're looking for numbers for what? Just so I can,
Well,
like a general consensus?
When we ask, is this program working?
Oh, okay.
Do you have more cats now? Do you have less cats now? Why do you think that is? I mean, that's, somebody to help figure out, you know what the questions are, I think.
Sure.
I don't have any concern about that. But once the questions are identified, then how do you construct, what data do you look at? How do you capture that data? That would be where I would be asking for help from somebody who actually has expertise in putting together ways to capture various metrics. And so, you know, it's not as simple as saying, well, we had 32 burglaries and based on police reports and, you know, X of these and X of these. I mean, it's not that simple.
Right.
And so that's why my thought was that somebody who has expertise in creating, you know, processes that can capture data points would be useful. And I mean, maybe there's no one in the city who has that expertise. I don't know. That's why I'm asking you.
So I'll definitely meet with the chief and captain and the major and see
Right.
what their ideas and moving that forward. I mean, it could be as easy as while she's out knocking, asking people, are you seeing, you know, almost like a questionnaire or survey. We could, you know, have her do that as well.
Because
is that kind of what you're looking at? Am I tracking you correctly?
I'm just looking to be able to not put you on the spot, either of you,
Sure.
by asking you basically a numbers question that you can't answer because we haven't supported you in putting a process in place that allows you to have the information we're asking for. So that's the situation that, you know.
I mean, if you're referring to just like the number of animals in general,
No, I mean,
No.
the whole
okay, because I was
point
gonna
was
say
to
Shelter Buddy can pull
reduce.
that.
Right, what she's looking for, and correct me if I'm wrong, is basically she wants to know if the program's working in the areas that, and if those people are seeing a reduction. So it makes sense to the data, we can show data that says, yes, this program is working.
Well, right, and
Do we have fewer?
In a nutshell, is that
feral
correct?
cats? Do we have fewer feral cats?
Yeah.
And if we don't, is it because South County is coming to the city limits and unloading truckloads of
Yeah.
feral cats? Or why don't we have fewer? And here's my baseline concern is, you know, as we see budgets getting tighter and tighter and tighter, which appears to be, at least for the foreseeable future, what could be happening, I'm concerned about continuing to support a program, but, you know, the competition for dollars is going to increase, and I just want to have you folks set up to be able to present your case as strongly as possible.
Sure.
Okay, Linda?
Just one quick comment. This is totally anecdotal, but my neighborhood had a lot of feral cats, and I personally have noticed a big decrease. I mean, it was a problem like coming through my property all the time, and a lot of neighbors were complaining because, you know, cats always go roaming around and doing things on our properties that we didn't want to deal with, and that has gone way down. So again, that's anecdotal, but I am seeing personally a decrease in feral cats. So I would say it appears to me that it's working.
They just went to another neighborhood where they throw out more burgers.
Well, actually, I do spend time in more than one neighborhood. I was talking about mine, but I've seen it around, and I walk a lot, so I'm always out there, and I see less cats overall.
Yeah, and clearly we're, you know, because of the MOU and how we do things, we're clearly seeing less feral cats coming into the shelter, so which means less euthanization, which means less stress, well, kittens, but stress on the staff who actually have to euthanize these animals on a daily basis. So, I mean, this actually helps a lot more than just reducing the population.
And my last question had to do, I know you've told me this before, but I don't remember. So we used to have, the council, previous council had funded a vet tech position, which we no longer have because we no longer have a volunteer vet.
That's correct.
Okay. And you had told me that you had reallocated those funds that were originally line itemed for vet tech to other purposes, and I just wanted you to remind me, if you would, how did those funds get reallocated?
So we did an amendment on the position when the vet tech was no longer utilized. We did it, and we used it went from a vet tech at a higher pay rate to assist in the kennels where we needed extra help at a lower pay rate. The vet tech has since left, and we've filled that position at a lower rate. So that's kind of what we've done with that. Helping in the kennels.
Right.
The vet tech went from assisting the vet to cleaning kennels basically, but she was limited in her scope
Right.
because
Yeah,
of her
Vet tech.
her certificate. She could only do a few things.
Yeah.
And like I said, she found a vet tech position, and then we just filled that with a kennel staff position.
So would the money that it sounds like was freed up from paying a vet tech at this rate and an additional kennel person at this rate, do you have any idea what the differential is between those two amounts? Because I'm thinking that might be a place, without changing your budget in general, overall, that might be a place where there would be money to continue the TNR program, even though I know that Friends, for example, is embarking on a grant writing campaign and so forth and so on.
Yeah, so we're kind of, we have this money, so we've been a lot using TNR on that. So, and as the budget with COVID and going on, we're seeing a little bit of savings. So yes, that's absolutely, we could reallocate that towards that. And it would be kind of as we go, based to see where we're at, if, during the as we go, we get updates on where we're at with our budget.
Right.
We're at 80% of the year, but you've only used 70%, so you're getting close, so we might want to back off just in case we go over, towards the end of the year. Does that make sense?
Sort of, except what I'm saying is if you were allocated $50 and then that $50 was no longer required and so you reallocated 25 of it to something else, that means that if council didn't change your budget overall, that you would then have $25 ongoing.
Yes.
That could be potentially applied to being able to keep TNR going.
Yeah,
Okay.
potentially, yes.
Okay.
All right.
Okay. Thank you very much.
I just wanted to make a comment to you, actually. Okay. And I don't know how to say this without offending you, but you've really stepped up into your position. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does, thank you.
Okay, and I mean, just you come in here, you're more confident, you've got information, and so I'm impressed.
Thank you. Thank you. I've had a lot of help.
That's normally what it takes.
Thank you very much. Thank you for being here with us today. We are going to take a break. I know that everybody probably stayed for the next agenda item, and I'm sorry that you're going to be here for the rest of the afternoon, but we're going to take a break, and we've got some lunch that just came in, so we're going to be a half hour before we resume this meeting. So thank you very much.
5 minutes.
With the thumbs up. All right. Thank you for joining us after our city council break there. We will go ahead and get started again with the agenda item number 7, which is the Johnny Creek Sewer update. Public Works staff will update the council with information regarding cost and considerations for installing sewer lines in the Johnny Creek area.
Good afternoon, Mayor and staff. Jeff Mansfield, Public Works Director and City Engineer. I'm joined today by Skylar Allen, our Senior Utility Engineer. So if you haven't had enough talk about sewer today, let's do it a little bit more.
You're just piling it deeper.
Yeah. So today we're going to talk about the Johnny Creek Sewer. We're going to give a little bit of history. We're going to talk about some of the engineering solutions and some of the funding options that we've considered. I put this picture on here, and I want to thank Jen for her help with this presentation. She put a lot of work into it, as did Austin Sewing, so I appreciate that. But I put this picture here because I wanted you to really kind of get this in your mind of what Johnny Creek looks like. It's a windy, convoluted configuration of roads and houses and stuff up there that's pretty unique to any other part of our community, and so it presents its own challenges that I'll be talking about a little bit later in the presentation. Next slide. So why are we here today? So back in August of 2020, I came to council and I presented what the current status of Johnny Creek septic system was. At that time, you asked me to bring back some preliminary engineering plans, some costs associated with the plans, and some financial options that would look at different scenarios for distribution from City of Pocatello as well as residents of Johnny Creek. My recommendation at that time was that we wait until after our groundwater nitrate assessment was completed so that we had a better idea on what really the driver behind Johnny Creek Sewer was. In the meantime, we've been working on developing preliminary engineering design and cost estimates to sewer Johnny Creek. Next slide. So I know there's a lot of words on these slides, and I apologize for that, but there's a lot of information here. So Jen has done a pretty deep dive into some of the history on Johnny Creek. Just to kind of recap a little bit of that. So Johnny Creek was annexed into the City of Pocatello from Bannock County in 1976. In 1995 through 97, there was an ad hoc citizens committee that was formed to study a local improvement district within that area. Ultimately, the ad hoc committee, their recommendation and their decision was not to support connection into the city's sewer system. And I think the primary driver behind that was the cost associated with that. In 1997, we did a wastewater facilities planning study, similar to the one that we presented to you earlier. And within that study, one of the issues that was identified was a space issue within the Johnny Creek area. And that being that when septic fields fail, a lot of times you have to relocate them to another portion of the property. And I put a snippet of our Pocatello Municipal Code down here. It talks about, we do allow for septic systems when it's impracticable to connect onto the city sewer. Our code requires that they have a minimum of a 1 acre lot if they are connected to our city water system. If they're connected to a private well, then they have to have 2.5 acres. Unfortunately, a lot of these lots up in the Johnny Creek area, they're smaller than that. They don't have the minimum 1 acre, and it was a system or an area that was previously developed that way, and we had no control over that. So that is our code now, and we do adhere to that.
So I think I'm going to just interject this before we go too far. When I've talked to a lot of the people who lived in Johnny Creek when they were doing the LID, it was just a couple people that torpedoed it.
Okay.
It wasn't, the ad hoc committee felt like, I think unless they had a 100% buy-in, it wasn't going to be valid. And there were two people particularly that torpedoed it.
Sure. Okay. Thank you for that feedback. Yeah, that was definitely before my time. So,
I talked to a couple of people who were around at that same time, and they said there were, two particular people driving that, and that it really wasn't a very inclusive process.
okay, great. A little bit more of the history. So in 2013, Pocatello engineering staff wrote the Johnny Creek Sewer Master Plan. It's a great document, kind of lays out some of the concepts and costs and things like that would be involved. Through that master plan, it was determined that there's about 850 residents in the Johnny Creek area, and about 220 of these are not connected to sewer. What we've found is that about 200 of those are fairly close together, and then there's about 20 of them that are scattered without, a little bit further away. And these scattered homes would be quite a bit more costly to connect on than the other ones. Also in 1997, the facility plan noted that it would cost about $20,000 per house to connect. In 2006, that price was estimated at $26,000 per residence. And in 2020, we estimated that cost at about $46,000. And we'll get into a little bit more about the costs a little bit later. So if you recall, this was a slide that was presented in the nitrate study presentation. It was a great slide that really kind of illustrates in a very simplistic terms how the aquifer works and how septic systems and septic tanks and drain fields work. Obviously, the scale, the vertical scale on this is quite a bit shorter than it is in reality for the most part, but you've got your water that comes in through private wells or community wells, comes into the homes and is utilized in the homes, and then it's discharged out into the septic tank, and then from the septic tank it goes out into the drain fields where the biological process happens and the water is released back into the aquifer eventually after it goes through several hundred feet of dirt and rocks and things like that. So a very simplistic definition of how a septic system works. So what we found, as was presented in the source water protection presentation in February of 2021, the Johnny Creek septic tanks don't pose an immediate environmental threat to our source water aquifer. That was also confirmed by conversations that I've had with Bruce Olenek at DEQ and some of the information that he provided to us. I think what we've found is one of the primary areas of concern is due to the small lots that are in the Johnny Creek area. When these drain fields fail, replacement is going to be very expensive, and you don't have that additional land to move the drain field to, and so that's going to be expensive. And then ultimately that could impact property values without having that ability to connect on to city sewer. So without a mainline sewer being built, new construction cannot hook up to city sewer, forcing areas within that area to have septic tanks. However, I don't know that we've had any new development up in that area recently that has not connected on to sewer. Is that correct?
I'm not aware of it.
Okay,
Yeah, I
okay.
think everybody I know who's built recently, it's what I call old Johnny Creek.
Right.
And it's those 220 to 225 systems.
Yeah.
And it's inaccurate because, for example, my house isn't even listed in the study that was done some time ago.
Oh.
My house isn't even listed.
Okay.
And so I think it's about...
We're aware that count is imprecise.
Yeah, it's, I think when I counted and talked to Steve Pugh out at SIF.
Sure.
Their best guess was about 225, but
Yeah.
it's in that range.
And that's where we're getting our data from, is from the health
Yeah.
department, so, yeah.
Because they didn't track any of that information. You didn't have to tell anybody
Sure.
you were doing a septic.
Next slide. So this slide shows the area in kind of the pink area, the pink shaded area, shows the area that we're talking about. The little dots, the little black dots are where the septic tanks are. The ones with the larger red dots with the yellow around them, those are septic systems that have been repaired. And then the black one in the middle is a new septic system that was put in there. So kind of just shows you the area that we're talking about, and it matches the picture that we had on the front slide. Next slide.
So I have a question, because the previous slide had that there probably won't be any new development up there if they can't hook onto the sewer system.
Right.
It looked to me like there was lots of land that could be developed up there.
So the areas that can be developed, we're requiring them to put in sewer and connect onto the sewer.
Yeah, but I'm saying it looks to me like, you go back to the next. It looks to me like on that slide, that there's a lot of vacant pink area, and it's all surrounded by non-existent sewer lines.
Yeah, and I don't know how much of that is actually developable. I don't know how much of it's private. I don't know. Yeah.
And you know, if you got 5 acres, you might want to sell some of it off to pay off some debt or something.
Right.
Well, at the end of where you see Lance and all of that, there's private land and then there's BLM.
Right, exactly.
So.
There is some possibility of some lot splits and some houses may propose to be constructed in there, but again, that would come back to whether it would be allowable under our current code with that 1 acre lot size requirement for a septic
And my
system.
point simply is that we're under a housing shortage, we don't know what the extended benefit could be of this in terms of creating more developable space.
Next slide. So, I showed you that picture of Johnny Creek. This would be a very challenging area to try to sewer. A traditional development, you have nice square lots and nice square roads and things like that, and this is definitely not the case here. At Johnny Creek, we have very narrow winding roads. That's a mouthful. So in addition, a lot of these roads are the only way in and out of some of these areas. And so the construction window that you would have to be able to tear up these roads and do this work is going to be very limited. So you have a limited construction window on when you could work on these roads. So there currently is water in Johnny Creek, but there's not sewer. Water is much easier to install than sewer is, because water, you can just follow the road, you can go with the contours and install it. Sewer, on the other hand, you have to put a manhole, in general, you have to put a manhole at every time you want to change a direction in the pipe. You're not, for the most part, you're not allowed to go around corners and things like that with the pipe. And so it's going to be very cost prohibitive trying to put manholes at every corner. And then the other thing also is gravity. Gravity is going to be a challenge up there, the topography of it. There is some opportunities or things that we can look at for pressure lines versus gravity lines. Ideally, whenever you're doing sewer, you want to try to rely on gravity because it never turns off, and you don't have to worry about it. So we try to keep gravity lines as much as we can. Up in this area, there's a lot of other utilities that we don't know exactly where they're at or what's there. There's cable, gas, electric, and stuff that's within and out of the right-of-way that we don't really know where it's at. There would be some acquiring of easements that would be necessary in order to install this system. Another thing that might be a challenge up there is some trees would have to be removed. As people are installing their service lines and different things like that, some of these trees would have to be removed. And ultimately, these all add up to the big ticket, which is going to be cost. So one thing that I've found as an engineer is you can pretty much engineer anything, but sometimes the cost can be prohibitive. So these are some of the phases that we broke this project down into and identified who would ultimately be the owner of these different phases or different portions of the property. The first one would be extending, and we've got a slide coming up next that kind of breaks this out and shows the differentiation a little bit, but the first one would be extending the sewer main line up Johnny Creek. We estimated that at about $1.7 million, and that would ultimately be owned by the city of Pocatello. The next portion would be extending sewer main lines up the connector streets. We estimated that one at about $4.4 million. And again, those would be owned by the city of Pocatello. And then you got the main line or the service connections that would be required to each one of the residents. And that we estimated at $3.9 million, with that being owned by the homeowners themselves. So we estimated these totals at about a little over $10 million is what we came up with, and that comes out to, at the 220 connections, that comes up to a cost per connection of about $46,000 per connection. Keep in mind the cost estimates for the connector streets and also the service lines are concept only, and the design is incomplete on those. So we feel a little more confident on the main line. So
Jeff,
yes,
included in this is that you talked about having to get easements and stuff. And I recognize when we have an easement that we need to get whoever's property that is, that 3 feet is gold. That's where oil is.
We did include some contingencies for that type of expense.
Okay.
We have not gone through to detail exactly what easements would be required and where. or start down any of that kind of negotiating.
And then my other question would be, the road itself is narrow. What is the right-of-way for the road? Do we have a wider, a bigger right-of-way than we do the road?
That's a great question, Mayor, and I think we have a very narrow right-of-way up there. In fact, there's some areas where I think the road is actually outside of the right-of-way, and so, yeah, those are some challenges.
I know if you look at a map that we have here, we're right through the middle of some people's houses. With the right-of-way, I get that.
Yeah, so, a very narrow right-of-way throughout that whole area, yep. And that's the other challenge, is like, the water line, typically, I mean, you have to keep a 10-foot separation between your water line and your sewer line, and so typically you keep the water on one side and the sewer on the other, but since there's never been sewer up there, that doesn't mean that the water stays on one side of the road or the other, and so that's gonna be even more of a challenging concept, so.
So these numbers could be exponentially higher.
I would hope not exponentially, but there is definitely, like Jeff mentioned, this first piece, the extending the sewer up Johnny Creek Road, we have a much better idea of what exactly is involved in that and what the costs associated with it. Because of some of the unknowns with the connector streets, including the windiness, how many turns we're gonna have to make to avoid water line, other utilities that are in the road, to navigate through those easements, and then what exactly is going to be required for each of those service connections. Because of some of those unknowns, there's less certainty in those numbers. So I would say that extending the main up Johnny Creek Road, that estimate's pretty good as a planning level. There's still the unknown of what happens when you go to actually bid a project. But I'm pretty comfortable with that number. The others are more concept level. There's a lot more unknowns in those numbers.
So if the total cost for connection per 25 homes is $45,632, how much would it cost the individual homeowner to replace their septic if
You can do a septic for $20,000.
Yeah, you're probably, to do a new drain field, you're probably $15,000 to $20,000.
And there's nothing that can be done if there's no space, correct? So if I have half an acre.
You could rehabilitate the existing drain field, but then it becomes quite a bit more expensive.
And that, I guess that's what I'm asking, what would you guess?
That's going to depend widely, depending on how compromised that soil is in that location.
Okay.
In order to rehabilitate a drain field in place, you have to excavate enough soil to remove the soil that's been compromised. And essentially what happens is your solids that are passing through the septic tank are plugging up the soil so the water can't infiltrate.
So you have to
dig all that out and bring new soil and gravels underneath.
Which means you dig out all the landscaping.
So there's your next career. There's your next career.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
But isn't that, I mean, there's a difference between doing something once and then having a situation where you have ongoing costs. I mean, it's like, even if you rehabilitate and put in a new septic, or even if you don't have to rehabilitate and you put in a new septic, there's still only so many years out of that one.
Correct.
So you're gonna have further expenses down the road, whereas if you get on sewer, yes, it's a big hit, but it's a one-time big hit. So we have to take that into consideration too, when we're when we're comparing.
Well,
the two.
when you talk,
Go ahead.
when you talk about the cost, you're also talking about digging up people's landscaping. I mean, completely changing the topography of their land unless they're going to truck in, tons and tons and tons of replacement soil. So the cost of replacing a septic tank, if you really take it comprehensively, or a septic field, if you really take it comprehensively, is far larger than just the cost of, rehabilitating and digging out the soil and putting in new pipe.
Right.
I mean, that's the tip of the iceberg. And in some of those lots, I mean, you would be talking about essentially digging up people's entire yard.
Yep. Personally, I don't have any experience with rehabilitation of septic fields, so I don't know what that would entail as far as cost-wise.
Yeah, most of the people just say, don't even think,
They just move it over.
Correct.
Because
That's the
it's not
standard.
even,
The standard approach is to just replace it in a new location.
So Claudia, then Roger.
How much of this $45,632 would be the homeowner's share?
That's a great question, and we'll get to that a little bit later,
Oh, okay.
but yeah.
Sorry, no, I'm not trying to rush it.
Sure, sure.
Roger?
So, my question is, you talked about pressurized lines. That would save the homeowners quite a bit, perhaps, to access. Is the residence mainline connection, does that go both ways for traditional or pressurized? It'd be the same thing?
So we did a little bit of evaluation on some low-pressure sewer as an alternative to the gravity collection lines. And it opens up a lot of other questions of how we want to do it. It would be not like anything else that we have in the current collection system. We're talking about smaller diameter pipe for those pressure lines and smaller little individual pump stations that would be maintained. The question of who owns those pump stations, are those owned by the homeowner or the city and maintained? Who owns and maintains those? And so in order to go further down that alternative, we would need to make some of those decisions. If the city is willing to be open to expanding our sewer service into types of service that we haven't offered before, meaning that we would have these smaller pressure collection system lines, possibly these small pump stations that are serving 1, 2, maybe 3 or 4 houses on each little pump station as it collects into this low pressure sewer. It's very different from the type of collection system that we run now and would have some implications in the operation and maintenance side for the collection system crew. So there's a lot of questions that we would have to kind of resolve. There is some possibility for cost savings there, but it also opens up to other uncertainties about cost on the side of who's going to operate and maintain those things, and what exactly are we willing to accept in terms of what type of pump system, right? Are we going to allow, if it's owned by the homeowner, do we let them choose whatever pump that they want? If it's owned by the city, what type of pumps do we want to have? Do we want to have a standardized pump system that we can maintain? That would be our preference, I think, is to have 1 or 2 types of pumps so that we don't have 100 different types of pumps to try to maintain. But getting more into those details is why those are still kind of a concept level plan at this point.
Chris?
yeah, again, a couple of years ago, 3 years ago, when I was talking with Bruce and Sarah Gotzi and Steve, particularly Steve's perspective was that, and then I had an engineering friend who did some research on individual pumps, and they're not very reliable. I mean, the larger collection pumps are much more reliable than the individual ones. But Steve's perspective was that one of the stumbling blocks historically to getting this done has been a flexibility, and this was before your time, so was the city having a flexible mindset and saying this can't just be a traditional one-size-fits-all kind of collection system as we tend to have in other parts of town. And in particular, Steve's perspective, based on the work he had done, was that, and I've talked about this before, these effluent systems, where it's different than a grinder, but you retain the solids and expel the effluent from the septic tank. So then the septic tank owner, but it eliminates the drain field problem. So then the septic tank owner has to have the solids removed and, periodically. But the septic field, the drain field problem, it goes away, and you don't need necessarily the same diameter pipe if you're using an effluent system versus a regular collection system. So, and I know over in the Skagit Valley in Washington where they're at sea level, I don't know, apparently according to Steve, they actually have made extensive use of these effluent systems because of the sea level issue. So I don't know, that's just I'm the messenger. But it may be that, a little, sounds like you are actively considering something that might have to be less traditional than other things that we have. And I'm heartened to hear that, because that has apparently been a stumbling block in the past.
Okay, next slide. So this shows the green line going up through the middle is the Johnny Creek main trunk line, and then the purple lines are the connector street lines. We don't show all of the service lines on here, but this just kind of gives you an illustration of where the different components of the system would be. Next slide. So one of the alternative, or one of the probably the most logical forms of paying for this project would be through the formation of a local improvement district. Just for a little bit of background, an LID is a form of financing through the city that provides owner an economical way to pay the construction costs of upgrading infrastructure like sidewalks, curbs, gutters, water, sewer, etc. So it works out as a long-term payment plan for the individuals at a relatively low interest rates. LIDs are governed by Idaho legislation, section 50-17, and they're initiated in one of two ways. They can either be initiated by a petition by the property owners or through a resolution. The petition must be signed by 60% of the resident owners of the property subject to the assessment, or a majority of the city council members can vote in affirmation of a resolution in order to implement an LID. Questions? Oh, go back one.
Can you go back real quick? Sorry.
And I can email you this presentation if you'd like.
I just wanted to catch one line.
Okay.
Thank you.
I would like that. Yeah.
Okay. We'll get that emailed out to you. Apologize for not getting out ahead of time. I was working on it last night, and so.
And we're upset.
Well, I'll take that. So moving forward, so to start with, what we would like to do is we'd like to start some education process with the homeowners up in the Johnny Creek area, where we distribute a pamphlet to them. There's probably a good portion of the neighborhood that don't even know they're on septic tanks, let alone how to maintain them. And so from our department, we would like to maybe start an education campaign to help people understand what a septic system is, how to maintain it. If you never grew up with one, or if you never had one in your house, you may be doing detriment to that drain field by not treating it correctly. So we would like to start with that. The next thing is we'd like to understand council's desire about creating an LID for the Johnny Creek area. Personally, I've never created an LID of this size, and I wouldn't be comfortable doing it without some outside assistance. And so if this is something that the council has a desire to pursue, I would request that we get some funding to help with some staff augmentation. We've got Keller and Stantec here. They both have experience with creating LIDs. Michael Foose, he was the Public Works Director for Nampa for 14 years.
Yep.
So I know Nampa uses LIDs heavily, and so I would request that the council provide some funding for us to get some augmentation to help us with studying whether an LID would be appropriate or not. And then the next thing is where that funding comes from. Is that something that council wants to fund now, or is this something that you'd like to incorporate into the FY22 budget? And back to your question, Councilmember Ortega, what level the city is willing to participate is ultimately going to be you guys' decision, and I think that's kind of hard to answer until we've gone through what the LID looks like, what that's going to cost per month per resident, and then the city can determine what level of participation that we want to participate in and how that funding is going to come from.
And how much?
Chris?
How much will the study cost approximately?
So that's another great question, and I asked a similar question. I think what I was told was between 20 and 100,000. So that's a big range.
Right now.
It's a big range.
I vote for 20.
Ultimately, it depends on how much we ask them to do. I foresee us taking a lot of this and mainly just using them for staff augmentation. So I would think probably towards the maybe $50,000 to $60,000 range is maybe where we would be on that. But like I say, I've never done an LID of this size, and so I need some assistance in getting it done if the council has that desire.
So then, just so I understand, the LID, it's a special assessment to the people who live in that area.
Correct.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
To pay for the improvement.
Yeah. So the way it works is.
And then the city owns the improvement?
Yeah, so the city would have to pay for the cost of the project up front, whether that be from money that the city already has, or whether the city wants to go out for a bond, or exactly how the city wants to pay for that. Because what was it, 10 something million dollars? And so somehow we got to come up with that $10 million to build the project. And then what happens is these homeowners, they'll pay for it over a 20 or 30 year period with a monthly assessment that they would pay for.
Chris?
Yeah, first of all, again, for full disclosure, I live in the Johnny Creek area, so I personally have enough space for probably, I don't know, 2 or 3 more drain fields, but this is another one of those cans that has been kicked down the road for a number of years, because the cost estimate today is at least twice, if not more, than what it was when the ad hoc committee, when whoever was on the council at that point was not willing to step up and take another avenue of action. So, and it's only gonna skyrocket. And so, at some point, this is going to be a huge problem. I will tell you that realtors do not inform people that they're on septic, because I waited and waited and waited just to see if my realtor would tell me. And finally I said, tell me if I'm wrong. This is on septic. Oh, yeah. So, so there are a couple of levels, and that's not on the city, but once again, as a community, we have this situation where there really isn't upfront, honest behavior going on, and we have taxpayers who, at some point, are going to be up a creek without a paddle. And as a city, where do we want to be? So this is, to me, this is a really gnarly problem, because number one, it's expensive, but number two, it also has all kinds of, who do we want to be ethically as a community? What is our partnership in terms of these kinds of necessities? What is our relationship with our citizens? You know, who do we want to be as, what is the level of service that we believe as a city we actually owe our citizens? So it's a gnarly problem because it deals with high expense and ethics, and there's probably never a more gnarly issue than one that combines those two. So, but I feel as though kicking the can down the road further is not a viable option.
Okay, Rick?
Once engineering's completed, what's the construction timeline? And could this be done in phases?
Phases.
So I don't know an answer on construction. Like I say, this is going to be a difficult project to build, and until we have a little more refined design, I hate to kind of even guesstimate on a construction window. But definitely could be done in phases. We could build the main transmission line down Johnny Creek, and then maybe once a year or so do one of the connecting streets. You're gonna realize some economies of scale by having it all as one project, because you're gonna be mobilizing one contractor and just ripping that Band-Aid off and getting it all done at once. And so there is some economies of scale in doing it all at once.
That only works if we have the money.
Right, right.
The flip side to that is there's probably some lesson learned as we do it a piece at a time too.
Yeah.
So, well, I know that this is a necessary thing, but I do think that the people that are living there, that are going to need to bear some of that heartache. I mean, they do, because I don't feel comfortable asking people who live, in Old Town or who live over by the university to, pony up money to put sewer in for, people who didn't do the research or didn't know better or whatever reason. I mean, it doesn't matter. I don't know anything about septics either. If I'm gonna buy a house, the first thing I look at on the listing is it public utilities or is it septic and well? Because I know those two require my maintenance.
Sure.
So that's kind of where I'm at, but that's a big ticket.
I mean, that's ultimately what an LID is designed to do. It's designed to put that cost burden on the area that is benefiting from that cost.
Right.
So.
But where do we get the $10 million up front?
Right.
No, that's a question.
So that's a question. What we would end up doing is the LID would have to go through and pass, and then we would go bond for that money.
Right.
So the city would borrow the money and then be reimbursed from the citizens that live there. Plus interest, obviously, they would have to pay the interest. The fee for this design and this thing could also, I would assume we would also put that into the middle of it. And so ultimately, at the end of the day, the city would bond for it. The city council would have to make the decision that the citizens there are paying for all of it, or if they're going to say, look, we'll pay for a third of it, the entire city will pay for, whatever. But it comes down to that, is the city would end up having to bond for it in order to get that money available for us. So I got Rick and then Roger.
Are you aware of any supplemental funding available like the Brownfield program through DEQ, any things like that?
We've asked that. Mayor and I have met with Bruce and asked that question. We've even been to the state DEQ headquarters and asked that question. And if we could identify that this were impacting water quality and had a huge impact there, then possibly that funding would be there. But because it's not, then
not so much, yeah.
And we've been back to DC, Rick, so you know, I've been back to DC, talked with the EPA about this, talked with a number of people. They all say go back to your local DEQ and the local and your state office, and they always give me the same people to contact, and we always get the same answer from the same people, so.
So we have to wait till it becomes a crisis to get that.
Before it becomes a problem, yeah. So we got Roger, and then Linda, then.
Well, I really think we ought to move forward, you know, because theoretically, those people since '76 have been taxpayers into the city. And they have bought a place at the table for our consideration by paying taxes, the properties paying taxes over all those years. So I think we need to move forward. I think we ought to find some way to fund the initial study. I think we need to answer some questions about how far an LID can operate, because I'd like to also, part of the study, identify what could be developable there. Can you put special connection rates on that help you offset some costs? You know, in some of those, there's just a lot of questions yet. We're moving towards some answers, but until we do a study, we won't know how to focus those questions.
Linda?
And I would agree with that. And I also agree with the idea that the homeowners in the area need to, you know, bear responsibility or I don't know whether it's, the bulk of it, I guess. But I also want to point out, and even though it may be down the road, maybe DEQ is saying this isn't, you know, pressing, we know at some point it will affect our water. And so there's not, you can't just say this is only the people who live there's problem. It does have an impact on the rest of us. So the idea that, you know, the whole city would bear some responsibility, and maybe it shouldn't be the biggest share, but ultimately we should all take some part in this because it does affect, or will at some point affect all of us. And, you know, like you were talking about, do you wait till it becomes a problem, or do you move on it and try to prevent it from becoming a problem? But either way, that we all have an interest in that. So I don't think it should be only the people who live up there, but maybe the bulk of it.
So Heidi?
Yeah, my question is, given the results of the study that was done on the nitrates, are we focusing on the wrong area? Do we need to be concentrating our efforts over by Century High School instead of in the Johnny Creek area to get sewer out to there before we address this? Or, I mean,
Well, in regards of water quality, you're absolutely right. That South Fifth area needs to be our higher priority when it comes to water quality. And so when it comes down to using city funds, as far as rates and stuff like that, that might be a more appropriate area to focus on. But we are working on that as well as this at the same time. So we're kind of looking at both areas.
So I'm gonna just kind of go out on a limb here. I get the feeling that the council's comfortable with this moving forward with getting a study on getting the LID to then come back to council and present, okay, this is what we found and this is all of that mess. The question that I would have for council is this, I'm assuming this is something that we would be looking at doing in 2022, not 2021. And so if we're doing it in 2022, is it something that you would like Jim and I to add to the budget, or at least be looking at that to see how we can do that for your consideration?
I for one, think we kicked the can down the road. It's time to do something. And if it's a priority, which I think it is, then we need to have a proposal how much the study would cost. We need to weigh whether we could do part of it out of some of our funds this year and part of it out of some of the funds next year.
So that begs the question, how long does it take to put something like this together to bring back in front of the council? Is this a 3-month thing?
No,
Is it a 5-month thing? What are we looking at?
We could probably get a proposal put together within a month.
So council, I might just throw this out to you. Hearing no objections, if you'll just turn Jim and I loose with Jeff to look for some money to find out what it looks like, bring it back to you with the idea at a council meeting where you can make the decision on what you want to do. Is that a reasonable assumption? Okay.
With
All right.
regard to the study?
With regard to the study, yes. We're not going to move out to do anything
No,
else. We've got to
yeah,
do the
because I was
study.
just, in my head, I was thinking we were talking about the
Is
study.
it out of WPC that it would?
Well, we'll be, I don't know. You're putting both Jim and I on the spot, so I'd like a little bit of time and we'll
What was your
look and see
question,
what
Heidi?
WPC has. We'll look and see what
Whether
Jeff
the
might
money
have
will
it.
come out of
Who knows? We'll look and see
Yeah.
and come up with an idea and bring that to the council with
Also, I was just
the,
curious if it's going to be out of
with the
enterprise
plan.
funds or tax funds, but hopefully enterprise.
see, we'll have to find out if it's legally out of enterprise or not because we've been down that road before. Jim?
I was listening to the meeting and I decided I better come in here
Sorry.
and have an opportunity to talk if I needed to, but I would have to check with legal counsel, but I believe that's probably not an appropriate place for it to come out of, would be enterprise funds. It would probably need to come out of the general fund.
Yeah, so we'll just see, but if you're okay with that, we'll put something together, we will get an idea, an estimate of what it will be, what it will cost, we'll have an idea of where we can get that money and what we can do, go forward, and then bring this in front of you at a council meeting. And then Chris, and then Jeff, you got something.
So we have Maine out to Century, right? They're not on a septic.
Correct.
So the issue, Heidi, is we already have the main lines out there, but there are, based on info from a variety of sources, it appears that there are a variety of folks out there who, first of all, the lots tend to be pretty large out in that area, and they're simply not interested. And they're also not even interested, despite the water quality out there in many of the wells, they're not interested in hooking up to water main either. So I think it's a little bit different issue out there for many people, maybe not for everybody, but they actually have a main line that they could connect to, whereas the folks in Johnny Creek don't even have a main line that...
Right, but I think you'd run into the same thing in Johnny Creek, where even if we put the main line up Johnny Creek and up the connector streets, you'll still have some people that will have septic tank is.
Well, of course, you will, but it's very different. If you look where Johnny Creek is and how old Johnny Creek neighborhood wraps around it, that's very different than Fifth and a house that is a mile and a half from Fifth. I mean, it's a completely different neighborhood.
Yes.
So,
So I have a question. As part of this, I guess if an LID, if we decide to do that and we get all this done, is everybody going to be required
Yes.
to hook
Yes,
up?
absolutely.
It's not just you're getting assessed and if you don't opt to hook up, then you don't have to, because this is free America. They have to hook up, correct?
Yes, they have to hook up,
Because otherwise-
absolutely. That's the LID, the
Well-
only way to make the LID work is everybody is participating, regardless if you agreed with the LID or not.
Okay.
You have to do that. That will, the city would be the one that would do all of the work,
Right.
or contracted by the city, but every house would be hooked up to it,
Okay.
and then they would be assessed then.
So just a little clarification on that, from my understanding, there may be some challenges that we have on requiring people to hook up, but they would be forced to pay for it whether they hooked up or not.
Well, but
Okay,
then that
yeah.
wouldn't solve the problem.
Thanks
well,
for that
because
clarification.
then it's totally on the homeowner. I
Yeah,
mean,
they're gonna
that's-
pay for it
They
regardless,
have an option, which they choose not to take.
Yeah.
but they're still paying for that.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, and the next time they have to put in, rework their system, they'll be required to hook into our system.
Correct. Yeah,
So we're-
at that point, they would not be allowed to
We're protecting
redo
that,
their.
it might be 30 years out, but we're guaranteeing they'll be on there eventually.
Right.
That's right. Jeff, you had something,
So-
and then we'll wrap it up.
Yeah, I just, wanted to see if Jim wanted to correct or add to anything that I had said earlier regarding how an LID works and things like
Never
that.
correct anything. Not in front of the rest of the.
Okay.
So the only thing I would add, and just hearing a little bit of the discussion, I believe the city does not have enough cash on hand to be able to float a project of this size. So my experience with local improvement districts is that, and it's primarily over in Oregon, but the same statutes pretty much apply here in Idaho as what was the case in Oregon. There is a little bit of a difference as it relates to how the bonding mechanism works in the two states. In Oregon, the way it works is if you decide to finance the costs associated with however much of it would end up being a property owner cost, if you decide to have that financing available, the city then would secure the repayment of the bonds with a lien against your property. And so that would be enforced as if it was pretty close to a property tax type of a lien. If you don't repay the amount that you owe, the city could have the ability to foreclose on its interest within that context. So then the question of how much of it would be bonded, and we would probably need to do a short-term loan in order to bridge the time between when the construction costs were incurred and when people would actually apply for financing bonding within that context. But we just don't have enough cash on hand to be able to float a project of that size.
So how does what you just said relate to the idea of attaching an annual or monthly, whatever, fee over a number of years?
So,
I'm just not totally making it.
yeah, no, so depending upon what we used as the repayment period on the bonds that the city would issue, we would use that same repayment period for the property owner. So we would try to have the same terms within that context. We'd probably charge a little bit of an administrative fee associated with collecting the payments and paying back the bond. So if we borrowed money on a 20-year basis,
Right.
that's how long we would expect
Right.
that the property owner.
So let's say that the payback amount was attached to the property rather than the person. So, and wouldn't, I mean, and if I refused to pay my utility bill, my sewer bill with the extra add-on for hookup, I mean, what would the city do if Claudia simply stopped paying her sewer bill?
So it gets a little sticky as it relates to the service that's being provided versus the security interest that's being repaid. If you decide to not repay your sewer bill, which is for the cost of maintaining the
Or your
line.
fee, I guess.
Or if you're talking about the fee,
Right. Like if she just decided, I'm gonna put a portable outhouse on my property, and you can bill me all you want, but I'm just not gonna pay my
Assessment.
my sewer fee.
So this bill would go on the tax assessment. This is a tax on the property. She doesn't want to pay her sewer bill. She's still going to be paying for this through her taxes.
It's like the bid down in Old Town. They either pay it up front or they pay it from behind.
I've seen it done both ways. I've seen it where it actually ends up being secured as part of the property tax payment, and I've also seen it where it's not.
But that's what our study will tell us.
Yeah, that's what.
Yes. And if you don't pay your assessment one way or the other, whether it's on your property tax bill or if we have a lien against your property, the city would have the right to foreclose if you decide you're not going to pay.
So So there is an element of risk to the city regardless. So if somebody says, I'm not going to pay for it, and I'm not going to pay my taxes, and the county then has the authority to go in and foreclose and seize that, then it goes to an auction. If there's enough money from that auction that comes back to the city can be reimbursed, then great. If not, then after a foreclosure and an auction and stuff like that, as I understand it, the city just kind of eats it, that expense. That being said, I think those questions will be answered in the study. I don't think that we are experts in this.
I have a question though about the bonding. Is that put then to a vote?
So the vote for the bonding, as I understand it, and maybe I need to get one of the experts up here, but as I understand it, the bonding for the vote would basically be the LID, the approval from the community that's given us the approval to go get the LID would be that permission to bond. As I understand it, I don't know if that's true or not.
Well, and again, I haven't ever done one in Idaho, so I don't know exactly how it works, and there have been some changes in the way bonding works and who has to vote for it. If it's secured with property taxes, essentially, then there would have to be a vote. If it's not secured via property taxes, and if it's essentially the LID process governs that, then I don't believe there would have to be a vote, but that's a legal question.
So you've put an LID together in Idaho, right?
Yeah, we've done quite a bit of the financing with so Michael Fuso. So we, in Nampa, a lot of that's handled in finance, and that's usually run through your finance department. Depends on, it's going to depend, again, are you using your own dollars, or are you going to go to a bank and get a loan, or are you going to go to the market and get a loan, right? So a lot of that's going to depend on how you want to finance the package. You wouldn't need to go to a debt if you're using you're going to create a bond. If you finance it yourself, you're going to create a bond yourself, but you don't need debt. You're creating debt, but you're not securing outside of the city's debt. Does that make sense?
So that option's not on our table though.
We don't know what our options are because we haven't had.
We've got to do the study.
You just said we're not financially in a position to do that.
We recognize that,
I don't know that until we've done the study.
We still need a study.
Every answer.
We still need the study, and so it sounds to me like we'll rally around, we'll figure out what we need to do, we'll bring that back in front of the council. The council then can make the decision on whether or not to move forward with the study or not, and allocate the funds for that. And inside that study, I understand we'll have an idea of what the bonding mechanism
Well, we're
looks
going to look
like.
at what LIDs allow us to do.
Yeah, Chris?
Yeah, I just don't want us to lose track of what Rick brought up, which is phasing. Because if we do this in phases, it may well affect how we finance, how much cash we have available to apply, et cetera, et cetera. I just don't want that notion to get lost.
Okay, all right. Rick?
I was just playing with numbers just a minute ago. If we took $12 million, assuming inflation continues, and spread that across 17,000 households in our community over 20 years, that's $705 divided by 20. It's $35 a year per household. It's not a huge number. It's $3 a month on your utility bill. So it's not, we're not assessing, and that's spreading it over the entire community. So I think we need to, get away from looking at a $12 million bite and look what it really did.
So we'll bring back to you what the funding looks like. You can make a decision on that, what it looks like, and then these questions will be answered in the study if we do the study. I do want you to look though, because it seems like the rate study, we had them put in $50,000 or something like that for either sewering or studying or something in the sewers thing. So I don't want an answer on that right now. I don't really care that much about it right now, other than we need to get together to figure out what we've got and how to move forward with it.
And that's what you had told me many months ago, is that we had money in the rate study to do that study for this,
okay.
hopefully.
Yep. Thank you very much. Thanks, Jeff.
Thank you.
Thanks, Skylar. All right, we'll move to agenda item number 8, Community Development Block Grant CDBG 5-year consolidated plan, consolidation fund, consultant funding request. Neighborhood and Community Services Division staff will be present to request council's approval to secure a consultant through the comprehensive request for proposals process for completion of a 5-year consolidated plan. Because the consolidated planning process requires an in-depth research, data analysis, community and public outreach, the proper reporting into the HUD system. Services of a consultant are necessary due to the limited CDBG allocation and the HUD mandated cap on those funds. Staff is requesting a general fund transfer in the amount of $50,000 to fund the project. Per Department of Housing and Urban Development, HUD requirements, CDBG entitlement communities are required to have a 5-year consolidated plan in place to guide CDBG program activities. The city's current consolidated plan covers program years 2017 through 2021, with the 5th and final year of the current consolidated plan ending March 31, 2022. The new 5-year consolidated plan must be submitted to HUD by February 15, 2022 for approval. I think I just did your entire
You did my whole presentation.
That.
I appreciate it. Thank you. So I'm not going to go through the whole sheet. We'll just keep it quick. So with our designation as an entitlement community for HUD and to receive funds from HUD for our CDBG program, we are required to produce a 5-year consolidated plan every 5 years, and ours is due. It's coming up rather quickly, and from my understanding, prior to me being here, it was going to be done in-house. That has not happened, and it is a long and arduous process to get one done. So the request is to do what we've done in the past, which is to hire a consultant to produce this consolidated plan for us. It's about a 300-page document that we have to gather information from the community, do public outreach. It's very extensive. It helps us to establish our plans and direction for the CDBG program for the next 5 years. And it's what we base our annual action plan on every year to move forward. And it is required by HUD to produce. The time restraints to create this consolidated plan, staff does not have time to do that. Plus, the CDBG program is limited in what you can spend on administrative type uses or expenditures. You only can use 20% of your CDBG funding for administrative things. So if we were to spend this time as staff doing it at this point, we would go over that 20%. So the request is to move forward with submitting an RFP to secure a consultant to produce this consolidated plan for us. It's due February 15th of next year, which is actually a very quick turnaround and timeline for a consultant to even do it. And we've talked with a number of them who have done these same plans for communities in the area. It's doable, but it's definitely a large lift to get it done. So our request is that we get authorization from the council to produce this RFP to obtain a consultant, and then with a not to exceed of $50,000 on the expense of hiring the consultant. And so, you know, this is something we have to do if we want to continue to receive these CDBG funds. But one of my biggest questions is, you know, if we can do this in one of two ways. You know, we could pay for it out of this fiscal year, we can pay for a portion out of this year and next year, or we could potentially write the agreement with the consultant to push it into the next fiscal year, where we're kind of approaching the end of it. I would prefer to secure the money now and know that we have those funds available, we know what we're looking at, and can move forward with it. That's my preference.
Roger?
So you're telling us you think in your budget you have enough to cover this?
No, we do not have it in our budget to cover. It'd
Do
be,
you have a staffing shortage that you had for a while?
not this fiscal year. We haven't had a staffing shortage that is significant enough to cover it.
Because I thought you were down one person there.
So a lot of so I have kind of different budget compartments. So in the CDBG portion of the budget, there is a limit on what we can spend for administrative expenses, which is essentially our personnel. And there's not necessarily the staffing, and I can look and see if there's anything in there, but.
In your whole department, you were down one person. Are you fully staffed in your department?
Right now, we are not fully staffed.
Okay, so we have been acquiring the savings since the fiscal year started in that department, right?
Yes and no. And the reason is the person that is not staffed right now is funded completely by CDBG. And so it's not as easy as taking the money from, because you can't exceed the 20%.
CDBG.
Yeah, it's the CDBG person, so.
Linda?
And my question, I'm just reading this paper in front of me, then it answers my question, because I was going to say, where are you proposing getting the money? So this would be a general fund transfer.
Correct.
And you're requesting for FY21?
That would be my preference.
I would like to go ahead and make a motion to approve the request to transfer the 50,000, not to exceed 50,000 from the general fund for FY21 to get this consolidated plan completed.
Second.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. We've got Heidi has a comment.
Yeah, so it seems like I'm constantly, I shouldn't say constantly, have often heard about the concern about the 20% for administrative expenses, and that has kind of been nagging at me and been a concern to me. I think we all agree that locally we're a lot more on top of things and efficient than the federal government is. So if you've got the federal government saying, here's a grant, and you should be able to do the administrative with 20%, I guess I'm just concerned that we're always seeming to have more than that. And so looking at it from just like stepping back, I know the concerns and I know the real issues that you're faced with, but if we've got $450,000 that we just need to allocate in the community, it does seem like, especially with the whole committee that can help with that we should be able to do that for the 20%. So I understand the situation you're in right now, but I guess my bigger concern is it keeps coming up. And this is not
I know.
like a comment to you, because I know that it wasn't you before and you have inherited this situation. But I'm just concerned about how can we continue to move forward without always having to come back for more money from the general fund, more money from tax, just so that we can get our, you know what I mean? Like, it's starting to not be worth it because we're having to pitch in so much tax to get it. It's just a concern that I have.
I think that's a very valid concern, and Christina and I have talked about that. And our plan moving forward is to, every year through this next cycle, to just allocate a certain portion of that administrative fund towards this future plan that we know is coming every 5 years. And so instead of pushing it off and pushing it off, we allocate a portion of each year's budget to the future funding of the consolidated plan. We know it's going to come. And so if you had a 5-year plan, $10,000 isn't a big deal out of each year's budget to set aside for that consolidated plan. And so that's our plan for the future moving forward, is to set those funds aside in the administrative fees so we can cover it in the administrative fees in the future and not come back and ask.
Yeah.
Because
But
I
even
hate
if we
asking
do
for
that,
extra
we're
money.
still exceeding with the amount of staff time from your department
Yeah.
that gets allocated. 'Cause my opinion is that we really should be able to not spend any more
Absolutely.
time than that.
Than
And
the
so,
12.
yeah, so if we need to, I know you've got other things to do in your department, if we need to maybe stop, I'm just trying to say, maybe we don't go to as many community meetings or things like that, that they can do some other things to help in your department, and then it's not being allocated to CDBG strictly. I don't know, I'm just concerned about that for
Yeah, that's valid.
ongoing.
Yeah.
Okay, Chris?
Yeah, I have some of the same concern, well, not some, I have the same concern. So my question would be, our planning department, for example, every, I guess it's 10 years, give or take, puts together a comprehensive land use plan, essentially, which is a huge undertaking. And yet, as far as I know, they do it in-house.
We've chosen to do it in-house
They've
because
chosen
it's
to
just
do it,
too
but that means
expensive.
they're capable of doing it in-house. And so I'm kind of at a place where if we grant this request one last time, then I would like, rather than setting aside, $50,000 to do this every 5 years, I would really like to see a thorough exploration of if our planning department can do a proportionally larger plan in-house, why can't CDBG do,
I see what you're saying. One of the differences is you can't, they are fairly equal in size, just to make sure that's clear. But one of the big differences is for each year, you can only use 20% of your
Right.
money coming in for
Right.
the administrative. You can't take, and that plan has to be done essentially towards the end of that 5 years. So if you're going to add the amount of work that it takes to complete that consolidated plan, plus do all their other normal activities, that's going to exceed that 20% in a single given year. But if we can just set that money aside for each year, and this would come out of the CDBG funding then for that 20% allocation, we can then set it aside and just hire that consultant to come in and do it at that final year, rather than having to have extra staff people or something else to offset the workload that it would create.
But I guess then I still have come back to the planning department because they have their normal job to do. And then, in this year and a half, with public meetings and all
Yeah.
that Brent has planned, they're still somehow able to keep the regular day going and get this done.
Right. So it's a little bit of a different structure, and in that, one, the comprehensive plan is going to span over a couple-year period, and two, we have in the planning department, we have an individual specifically assigned to this type, to the long-range planning and producing the comprehensive plan, and that's essentially what he's doing for the bulk of his day, is working on that. And so it's a little bit different with the CDBG because their job responsibilities are so much more broad and encompassing. Now, could we have someone in CDBG that specifically focused on the 5-year plan? Potentially, yes, but we would only need them once every 5 years. And that just doesn't make sense to have personnel on staff to do that. For that type of plan, it makes more sense to hire a consultant out for that.
Okay, so Linda?
I was going to say, I think with regards to this, there seems to be, and maybe I'm misunderstanding, but with the comprehensive plan, you don't have the 20% restriction. That's a CDBG thing.
It is,
So to me, like the fact that they can do that in-house and manage to get it done, you can't then compare that to the 5-year consolidated plan for CDBG because the comprehensive plan doesn't have that restriction that HUD puts on.
Right.
So I think it's apples and oranges.
And to that point, for the comprehensive plan, we have a planner who's designated to spend a good portion of his time on that comprehensive plan, but then we also utilize all the other planners to help with it. And so there's a lot of staff time going into that, and it would far exceed that 20%.
So would this, in your view, be the last time, well, I know you can't.
I can't predict it forever, but.
But, you know, to Heidi's point, are we going to be sitting here again next year having the same conversation?
No, the intent is at this point moving forward, as part of our plan would be to allocate a percentage, probably about $10,000. We can look at what that amount would be exactly, but allocate that to the future consolidated plan that would have to come forward in the next go around. And then we can start it, because it would be better to start it 18 months before we need it instead of 8 months before we need it. Sure. And so we can start that process.
Rick?
When we allocated $50,000 a year for 5 years to the Aid for Funds building, that was council action that dedicated those funds. Could the council take a similar action to make that a council decision to take $10,000 a year for the next 5 years and dedicate those funds to this process?
You wouldn't need to, because it is classified as a different activity because it is administrative only for the consolidated plan. And so we can build that into our proposal, and every annual action plan would have that built into the proposal, that part of those administrative funds, a certain percentage, with say $10,000, would then be set aside for the consolidated plan. And so it doesn't need to necessarily be a council decision. I guess as you're approving the annual action plan, you would be approving that same type of proposal.
The difference I see, though, is that if you're not here in 3 years, or if this council isn't here, the mayor isn't here, it would be a recorded official action of the council and not forgotten with institutional memory.
I think that would be valuable. We can also put it into our consolidated plan that every year that should be part of the action plans.
And then that will, if you were not here the following year, that would still be
that document is,
institutionalized.
it would be
formalized.
institutionalized, and so.
Right.
Sounds like there's a way we can do this and go from there. So,
Could that
okay.
be added to the motion? Because I would be more comfortable if that were signed, sealed, and delivered rather than left
I think that's a separate
memory.
Yeah, I think that would be.
Technical point. A couple of things, one of which is setting aside money is great. I think it's a really good idea. You still need to take action to have the authority to spend it, so that it would have to be some element of it getting budgeted within that context. What you have before you right now is a recommendation to make a transfer from the general fund. Technically, you don't have that in your budget right now. That would require a budget amendment in order for that to occur. You can't make a budget amendment today as we speak. That requires a public hearing and going through that process. So what I would recommend, that instead of having it be a transfer from the general fund, that it would actually be an expenditure out of Fund 78 And we can deal with how we want to make that Fund 78 transfer at a later time, if we want to do that. But at this time, we would have to have the expenditure out of some other fund other than the general fund, based on what Brent has said. He doesn't have the capacity in his budget to absorb that.
So I would amend.
Go ahead.
Want to suggest something? Yeah, go ahead, amend.
Go ahead.
I would amend my motion then to approve the request, but rather than transfer from the general fund, we would take it from Fund 78.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second still, and we have a comment here, and then we'll call
Well,
it.
there's just a question, so, because I don't love the idea, I'm sure nobody loves the idea of having to transfer from the general fund, Fund 78 or whatever, right? But what, is this one of those where it's kind of like, for lack of a better cliche term, a gun is to our head? Like if we don't do it, we pretty much lose CDBG forever?
Essentially, yes. Unfortunately.
I hate being in that
I hate those
situation.
I do too, and I hate
Yeah.
putting you in that situation, but, you know, this probably should have come before you last budget cycle, is when they should have.
So we have a way to get it budgeted in and get it memorialized and all of that stuff, but today we're going to vote on, we have a motion by Councilwoman Lurick and a second by Councilman Cheatham. With that, Connie, can you please call the roll?
Lurick,
Yes.
Keegan,
Yes.
Atkinson,
Yes.
Gray,
Yes.
Ortega,
Yes.
Stevens,
I'd be more comfortable if the motion included.
That's a different
It's a
motion.
difference.
Right, okay, all right, then yes on this, and I make a motion that we institutionalize this $10,000 set-aside process through council action so that it becomes part of the regular way CDBG does business.
So we have a motion by Stevens and a second by Ortega. Connie, can you please take the roll?
Stevens,
Yes.
Ortega,
Yes.
Atkinson,
Yes.
Gray,
Yes.
Cheatham,
Yes.
Lurick,
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yep. I'm gonna stay here.
Yeah, you may as well, there's no reason for you to go anywhere. We'll move to agenda item number 9 is Pocatello Comprehensive Plan Update. Planning and Development Services staff will update the council with information regarding the city's comprehensive plan.
Good morning, or good afternoon, Mayor and members of the council. My name is Jim Englesey. I'm the long-range senior planner for the city of Pocatello. And I want to give a brief introduction to the comprehensive plan, what it is, and what we're doing for the comprehensive plan. Our current comprehensive plan was adopted in 2003, entitled Our Valley, Our Vision, and was updated in 2015. Typically, these comprehensive plans have a lifespan of 20 years. We are nearing that lifespan, and so we are looking at revising and providing a whole new comprehensive plan for another 20 years. What the comprehensive plan is a plan that describes the values and vision of the community. It also houses the plans throughout all the various city departments. Essentially, it's a coordinating effort to guide the city's actions throughout the next 20 years. Answers the questions, what will Pocatello be in, say, 2040? And so through values of the community, translating that into goals and strategies on how to implement that vision. So this plan isn't just for land use or for the planning department, it is for departments throughout the city, as well as an opportunity for the community to engage with the city and help us understand what the community wants the city to accomplish. Currently, what we have done in the process so far is reach out to the departments evaluate what their current plans are, so that we can get just a general idea of what they're working on. So as we go into community engagement throughout this summer and the fall, we can identify the values and kind of measure them up to what the departments are doing right now. An overall timeline of what we're looking at is a 2-year period. The first year is going to be focused on identifying the values and the vision of the community. And so what that entails is throughout the summer and the fall, we're looking at engaging the community through neighborhood meetings, surveys, and other activities, community events that we can get an idea of what the vision of the community is. We are looking to have an equitable process where we engage people that may not have been participants in the past that do want to be engaged in this process. And so we're looking at that as kind of the overall driving force of the community engagement process. The second year will be more detailed on what the state requires us to do in our comprehensive plan, translating those vision elements into goals and strategies that fit into these state required elements such as land use, transportation, etc. So that's just a brief overview of what we have in the works, but we would like your feedback, any comments, and any questions that you may have for us.
When do you want those comments and feedback? Are you prepared today, or are you asking the council as they think about this to be emailing you? What is your...
Either way, any questions today would be great that I can answer right now, but feedback throughout the entire process would be awesome.
All right. Roger, Linda, and Chris.
Just clarification. As I read through what you have presented here, what I've heard in your presentation, is we're going to go to the community to do kind of a needs assessment. They're going to tell us where they think we ought to be spending time and energy with regard to the city. Then staff and council will kind of coalesce this into the required categories of strategy that the state's expecting us to come up with. Essentially, then, we will do, this is a vision priority statement that permeates down in many areas. And our budgeting, from what I've read here, should really follow the protocol we've established in this plan. Is that a fair perception of what you're saying?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Okay, Linda?
And I would like to, in response to the mayor's question about how you want to get feedback and kind of when, and I certainly would like to think about it more before I give, comments, so I can give more thoughtful comments. But I just wanted to say today, I really appreciate that you are doing what you can to make the process a more equitable process, and maybe hear from people that in the past have not been heard from or had as much of a voice and everything. So I like the way that you're approaching the process with the public and getting input. So thank you for that.
Okay, Chris?
Yeah, along those lines, when Claudia and I came in and talked to you, whenever it was, 3 lifetimes ago, something verging on that, that is one of the things that, anytime I've communicated with people who are asking about the comprehensive plan, I've always been very enthusiastic about the transparency, the outreach, the equity that you expressed without being, explicitly asked. That was information that you volunteered to us, and I can't tell you what a great day that was. And how many times I've enjoyed being able to say, take a breath, here's the rough outline of the system, the process that Brent and his staff have in place, and I'm 100% supportive of it. What I would appreciate just from time to time, and it can just be an email, is kind of just an update, because it would help me say, oh, but what about this group? Or hey, you've got the waterfront covered, but here's our outreach plan, okay, 2 months later, hey, here are the groups we've added, or whatever that
Yeah,
would be.
we can provide updates periodically to the council of where we are and what the process is.
We'll have you back in this
Yes.
setting to
Yeah.
be able to do that.
Yeah,
so.
we will.
Not only does it inform me, but it lets me pat your department on the back even harder.
Okay, other questions, comments? I think you've got a great plan, and I know the council is excited about being able to be a part of it, and so as we're moving through this, we'll have you back a couple times, and with probably some more questions and more ideas and stuff like that, so.
And probably just forward all the questions you have or comments you might have for the comprehensive plan to both Jim and I. And don't make them group.
I was going to just say, as a reminder, don't respond. Everybody's got to get the information at the same time. And so after you have a bunch of questions and a bunch of stuff,
we'll probably come to this venue to discuss
ask me again to do this again and stuff. We just can't have different information going out to everybody at different times.
Perfect.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Council, with that, then, we are lucky that number 10 was pulled. So with that, we are adjourned.